A glitch of purple tech fades into a pristine bathroom. A white-haired man stares into the mirror, but the reflection feels alien. His brow furrows in deep confusion as a silent question hangs in the air. Who are you? Inside, the panic-stricken Lee Hoyle struggles to remember his name. Yet, the white-haired reflection responds with chilling calm, reciting a name dripping with nobility. Granfell Claude Arpius Romeo. The blue status screen mocks him, successor of a great clan. Realization hits like a truck, he's screwed. Yet, reality calls. With a sigh of absolute defeat, he turns away to boil instant noodles. Despite the sharp suit, he sits cross-legged at a cheap, low table. He pours instant coffee from a pot, his noble appearance clashing hilariously with the meager reality of his studio apartment. Slurping the hot coffee, a sharp realization pierces his mind. This body, this persona, it's the character he created 12 years ago, back when he was a delusional middle schooler. The flashback reveals a boy scribbling furiously. He designs a suit, a ring, and an ENTJ personality, finally erupting in a manic laughter. It's finally complete. Another precious version of myself. Remembering his peak puberty creation, the present-day Hoyle trembles violently, hiding behind sunglasses. A single tear of sheer embarrassment falls. It's all because of that game. Flashback to the golden age of Archana continent. Dragons soar over majestic castles, a world of limitless fantasy that captivated millions of players. The town square bustles with knights, mages, and adventurers. It was a legendary game, an unrivaled world that remained the peak of virtual reality until the very end. But the dream turned into a nightmare. As news broke of the CEO's disappearance, the sky itself fractured. Red light exploded overhead. The game shut down was only the beginning. With a deafening roar, a colossal Gothic tower crashes into the city center. The boundary shatters. The world of Archana has descended upon reality with catastrophic force. Reality fractures as monsters flood the streets. Demons shriek in the skies, and humanity faces total annihilation. It truly seemed like the end of the world. But amidst the chaos, a miracle occurred. People began to assimilate with their in-game avatars. A warrior swings a massive purple blade, striking back with superhuman power. They were called players. Clad in armor and wielding magic, they transformed from gamers into saviors, using their skills to push back the darkness. While others rose as radiant heroes, the camera cuts to a dark corner. Hoyle sits huddled on the floor. He, too, fantasized about glory, but reality had other plans. In his cramped, dim apartment, the air is heavy with resignation. The VR equipment cost millions, a luxury he couldn't afford. He was priced out of becoming a hero. His father's bankruptcy shattered their lives. Watching his father weep in guilt and his mother try to stay strong, Hoyle felt a crushing mix of anger and helplessness. "If I had known," he screams, clutching his head in agony. Forced to quit due to poverty, he stuck with a level 55 character, a relic of the past that is now his only lifeline. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. Holding his cheap mug, Hoyle simmers with internal screaming. Of all things, he awakened as the cringeworthy character he made during his peak delusional phase. Granfell Claude Arpius Romeo. Surrounded by imaginary roses and sparkles, he sits with forced elegance. He is trapped in the body of his own creation, a masterpiece of high-effort teenage edginess. It began with tragedy. A lavish ballroom, reduced to a blood-soaked ruin in an instant, leaving Granfell kneeling in despair amidst the ashes of his family, massacred by a demon. To seek revenge, he became a demon hunter, or so the epic went. In reality, this was merely the cringy dark fantasy Lee Hoyle concocted during his middle school years. Memories flood back, and Hoyle screams in pure mortification. Yet inside his mind, Granfell elegantly sips tea, savoring the very past that makes his host want to disappear. Reality is worse. At the office water cooler, a balding colleague mocks his hair. While Hoyle panics, the haughty Granfell takes the wheel, firing back a cold, piercing retort. Splash! Granfell upholds his noble dignity by dousing the rude colleague, while deep inside, Hoyle watches in sheer terror, screaming silently at the impending lawsuit. His corporate career is over. Resigned to his fate, Hoyle realizes that with this haughty persona in control, he has no choice but to quit and enter the unpredictable world of players. If he's to be a player, he needs intel. As he types, his eyes light up at the screen displaying the hundreds of millions earned by top rankers, a glimmer of hope in the chaos. Yet, just as the money tempts him, Granfell's pride interjects. Closing his eyes, he haughtily declares that his noble self has absolutely no need for mere material wealth. But a search for Demon Hunter delivers a rude awakening. Only 2 wiki pages? Hoyle's eyes widen in disbelief at the pathetic lack of information. Then, a news report freezes his blood. Action, the sanctuary of demon hunters has fallen. Every NPC mentor was massacred overnight, leaving nothing but a list of the dead on his screen. Staring at the burning ruins on screen, cold sweat trickles down his face. It's not just an unpopular class. The very foundation of demon hunters has been wiped out. The class is effectively extinct. The world turns monochrome, like a solemn funeral. With the stronghold reduced to ash and no mentors left, the community erects a metaphorical tombstone. R.I.P. Demon Hunter. In truth, the class was already a joke. Weak against everything but demons, proud hunters were reduced to glorified delivery boys, running bread errands just to scrape by. Only against true demons did they bare their fangs. That blazing sword and absolute dominance with a solitary glimmer of glory in an otherwise useless class. But demons were rare back then. The faithful hunters endured endless mockery and scorn, eventually fading away into the shadows of updates and irrelevance. If only... Hoyle clutches his head, trembling as he reads the frantic chat logs. Cruel irony strikes. In this new update teeming with demons, the trashiest class has become the only savior. The official notice confirms it. The update brings the descent of demons. Hoyle stares at the screen, knuckles white. The prey has arrived, but the hunters are all dead. Worse, these demons aren't just data. They're bleeding into reality. Mental collapse, possession. Players fall screaming, while existing classes stand helpless against the curses. Silence fills the room. Hoyle slowly looks up, the ghostly figure of Granfell looming behind him. A crazy thought strikes. If fiction is gone, does that make him the last demon hunter on Earth? The weight of responsibility crushes down, followed by fear. 10 years late to the apocalypse, with even top players falling, can he, armed only with outdated gear, truly make a difference? Deep in his mind, the haughty voice thunders, ruthlessly condemning his weak soul. Granfell never flees from demons. It is a declaration carved into his bones, the prelude to awakening. Even if it means severing past attachments, he must guard his solitude. Neither demon's temptation nor mockery can leave a single scratch on the hunter's pride. Distractions fade, hesitation becomes redundant. Lee Hoyle takes a deep breath, panic receding from his eyes, replaced by absolute coldness as he steps toward the battlefield without faltering. Blood flows like a river outside the station, news reports echoing despairing casualty numbers. Facing the carnage, he grips his blade tight, vowing to wash away the sin with demon blood. Arms crossed, he delivers his verdict from above. In those cold eyes, the enemy before him is already dead. I will personally send you back to hell. The great cataclysm years ago pushed the world to the brink. That towering spire, wrapped in ominous red light, still stands amidst the ruins, silently recounting the collapse of the old era. Sunlight returns, and people have adapted to the new world, laughter seemingly masking old scars. Yet in the shadows of the light, despair has never truly left. Greedy demons breed in the dark, feeding on human negativity. Beneath seemingly normal skin, evil has already taken root, spreading twisted cracks. Bathed in red light, their cheerful smiles look incredibly eerie. These companions, ready for action, seem controlled by an unspeakable will, marching toward the abyss. A deafening boom. Destructive red energy cascades down like a waterfall, instantly tearing through the facade of peace, heralding an inescapable storm. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, party leader Nam Kielman checks his phone. With only a minute left, he patiently waits for the final teammate. Oh, Nam Kielman's eyes light up. The silver-haired man in a sharp suit has arrived silently, speaking in a tone so calm it borders on cold. You're already here. Seeing the team assembled, the heavily armored Nam Kielman flashes a bright smile, turning to introduce this rather unique final member. The party is complete. After greetings, the view shifts abruptly. The ordinary street is torn open by purple energy, revealing a dimensional rift visible only to players, where 2 worlds intersect. Standing in the purple dimension, Lee Hoyle quickly scans the floating info panel. Though outwardly maintaining his arrogance, his mind races, calculating the risks of this level 35 dungeon. He thought his level 55 strength would make for an easy hunt, but his pupils quake and cold sweat runs down his back as he spots the elite players averaging level 200 nearby. The pressure from the elite is a sobering reality check. Fortunately, his current teammates are just average like him, bringing a massive secret sigh of relief to his panicked heart. The teammates are gearing up, spirits high. Nam Keelman calmly analyzes the situation, avoiding the elite squads, and sets the plan to enter in exactly 5 minutes. As Lee Hoyle waits in silence, a shocking red alarm flashes on a distant monitor. The destruction progress spikes. An uncontrollable crisis is closing in from the shadows. The countdown to destruction begins as the collapse of the virtual world turns into a purple storm, eroding the boundaries of reality. On the eve of the apocalypse, a ragtag team assembles in the city. Despite hidden agendas, they must step into the abyss together. Hoyle tries to blend in, but the childhood trauma of being dominated by his sisters makes him feel awkward even in this friendly atmosphere. He meant to make small talk, but imperious, king-like words slip out, freezing the air and making him want to crawl into a hole from shame. After an awkward silence, the cold system notification breaks the tension. Ahead lies the blood-scented, unknown underground storage. Stepping into the ruins, debris and shattered screens silently scream that a brutal battle just took place here. Someone was here first. Vigilance quickly turns to greed as teammates eye the empty corridor, eager to scrap for even the smallest leftovers. The team pushes forward in blind excitement, but only Hoyle sharply catches the discordant scent of danger hanging in the air. Enemies spotted. An urgent warning shatters the silence, snapping everyone's nerves tight. Battle is imminent. The formation breaks instantly. The rookie screams in panic for help, while Hoyle watches the chaos coldly from above. It's chaos. The tank isn't protecting the team, but provoking monsters wildly. This isn't a mistake. It's a suicide run. Watching the battlefield turn into a mess, Hoyle helplessly checks his empty inventory. No money, no gear. How can he fight? Only expensive daggers and a few arrows. Before he can calculate the cost, the fires of war burn right to his eyelashes. Suddenly, Hoyle's pupils constrict. Behind the shattered glass, countless crimson eyes lock onto them. Ambush! A massive shockwave crashes down from above, blasting the unprepared teammates away as screams fill the air. Enemies surge like a tide, shattering the fragile defense line. Desperate cries for help drown in the chaotic slaughter. Watch out! A scream rings out. The isolated rookie is facing the Reaper's scythe with nowhere to run. The blade swings down, time seems to freeze, and absolute terror twists his features into a silent scream. Blood sprays. The heavy blow sends him crashing to the ground, his agonized roar tearing through the death-filled battlefield. Just then, Hoyle stands tall with his bow, eyes cold as frost, proclaiming from above, "This beast seems to need a little discipline." The defensive line collapses. Orcs flank from the rear, plunging the battlefield into chaos and panic. Terror grips her heart. Amidst the blood-red chaos, her mind goes blank, paralyzed by fear. A calm voice cuts through the panic. Lee Hoyle takes command, his unwavering confidence steadying his trembling allies. It's do or die. Amidst desperate screams from the front lines, the mage's power swells to its breaking point. Inferno unleashed. A massive pillar of fire erupts, obliterating the enemy wave with destructive force. Dust settles over the scorched earth. The survivors gasp for air, trembling in the silence left by the explosion. He feigns indifference to his safety. Internally, however, he's agonizing over the cost of the expensive arrow he just fired. A fleeting respite shatters instantly. A shadow strikes from the dark, and a scream of betrayal pierces the air. Fury ignites. Nam Taemin grabs his brother, screaming for an explanation for his treacherous inaction. Cold mockery greets him. Nam Keelman sneers, ridiculing them for walking blindly into his trap. The mask shatters completely. Unbridled malice erupts in a chilling, maniacal laughter that fills the dark void. Blinded by rage, Taemin lashes out at the silent Lee Hoyle, mistaking his composure for mockery. The laughter continues. The traitor revels in their despair, finding their suffering absolutely hilarious. The predator awakens. The system screams, "Natural enemy." Lee Hoyle sees through the disguise instantly. "You're a demon." Exposed, the demon drops the act. A terrifying aura explodes, mocking the humans for their foolish ignorance. Meanwhile, in reality, the recruitment continues, hinting that this game is far from over. Back to the standoff. Lee Hoyle's cold accusation hangs in the air like a heavy gavel strike. The truth hits like a sledgehammer. Teammates freeze in horror, unable to comprehend that their ally is a monster. Though exposed, the demon feigns ignorance. Yet his twisted smile betrays the lethal intent beneath. Hoyle stares in disbelief as thick purple fog isolates him. Before he can react, a massive abyssal maw opens beneath his feet. The illusion shifts into a fleshy purgatory. Teammates are consumed by viscous red slime, their desperate cries for help piercing the air. System alarms flash wildly. Mental stability critical. Fear floods in as watching eyes in the dark close in on his crumbling sanity. Mocking laughter echoes as a twisted version of himself hunts down his teammates. This sick script drips with contempt for humanity. The enemy aims at the hostage, a cruel sneer on his lips. It's a despicable psychological game, betting on Hoyle's conscience. But Hoyle doesn't hesitate. The silver-haired hunter coldly analyzes the armor's gaps, ignoring the manic taunts, focused solely on the kill. Skill activated. Natural enemy. Facing a demon, Hoyle's combat power spikes exponentially, his blood boiling with the instinct to hunt. Crack. A precise, lethal strike. The sturdy helmet shatters like an eggshell under the demon hunter's power, blood spraying with the impact. Hoyle dives like a hawk, crashing down with judgmental light. Foolish demon, your disguise is pathetic. Dust settles, revealing the enemy broken in the ruins, face twisted in shock. The demon that stood so tall now trembles before a true hunter. Ea! A wretched scream tears through the ruins. Hoyle turns his back on the fallen prey, his cold silhouette looming like an unsurpassable mountain. Slashed? By a mere human? The demon's pride shatters instantly. Its roar of fury is met only by Hoyle's freezing glare. Looking down without a shred of mercy, Hoyle declares, I don't talk to prey. This is the absolute law of the demon hunter. As consciousness fades, the floodgates of memory open. Where did it all go wrong? In the darkness, past scenes emerge. Memory returns to a warm yet stinging moment. His brilliant younger brother, Nam Taemin, urging him to quit the front lines. Young, just be an analyst. But the outside world was full of malice. You're Taemin's brother? Mockery pierced his fragile pride like a blade. Are you really brothers? Every taunt deepened the shadow in his heart. He just wanted to be a brother to be proud of. The moment his mental defenses crumbled, the demon whispered, I'll help. That grotesque smile suddenly looked so tempting. Mental stability critical. Reason snaps. The demon imp takes the wheel. You can just watch from the back. Purple demonic flames erupt. The status bar turns crimson. Possession. Under horrified gazes, the weak man is consumed by the monster. A warning tears through the air. Don't go in, screamed in desperation. But it's too late to turn back. A Hell's Cape spirals out of control before his eyes. Darkness clings like a parasite. Nam Keelman roars in agony, unable to stop the purple mana from eroding his sanity. The system coldly declares, mentality too low, resistance futile. Boom! The moment sanity snaps, destructive energy erupts. The man who once protected his teammates is now left with only demon-fueled rage. The monster sneers, exploiting human weakness. Using the host's body as a shield, it issues a vile threat. Kill me. And he dies too. Do you dare? Faced with the moral blackmail of you'll become a murderer, Granfell's gaze remains rippleless. He replies coldly, I get it, and makes his decision instantly. He doesn't stop. Instead, he looks down on the wretched demon, his tone dripping with arrogance and mockery. Is that your pride? Hiding behind a human, you pathetic wretch. Before the words fade, a thunderous strike descends. Accompanied by a scream, the immense impact pierces the demon's defenses instantly, showing no mercy. Purple mana disintegrates under the silver edge. In this clash of spirit and power, Granfell crushes the demon's arrogance with absolute strength. The dust settles. Nam Keelman collapses to his knees, gasping violently. His teammates recoil in terror, as if still staring at that monstrous beast. Looking at his mutated hands, Keelman trembles. He vividly remembers being pierced by the blade, the fear of death still lingering at his fingertips. Yet he is miraculously alive. In the deathly silence, Granfell stands elegantly at the exit, his back cool and composed. I told you there is no need to worry. He turns around, revealing the truth like a mentor. A human's negative emotions are the very source of a demon's power. So be prideful. For a demon hunter's blade never harms the innocent, only the demon. In this moment, Keelman finally understands the depth behind that arrogance. However, upon seeing the empty drop list, the noble Granfell instantly switches back to the stingy Lee Hoyle mode. TSK broke-ass imp didn't even drop a single item. Meanwhile, a forum post about a mysterious expert soloing a demon has exploded online. This seemingly absurd story catches the eye of Nam Taemin, guild master of Jan. Facing his brother's skepticism, Nam Taemin hardly has time to argue before a petrifying truth comes from the other end. The party leader who was possessed was me. He spits his tea right out. The usually composed #1 guild master completely loses his poker face. The mysterious expert is real. The world is quietly changing, the line between reality and the game blurring daily. Beneath that abruptly towering spire, a new storm is brewing. Having survived death, Nam Keelman makes a choice to step back behind the scenes. Seeing his brother finally lay down his burden, Taemin is shocked but feels a long-lost relief. The laughter dies down instantly. Keelman sets his coffee cup down with a sharp clack, his eyes burning with a seriousness that erases all traces of humor. Having decided to stop chasing shadows and forge his own path, Keelman's resolve sparks a glimmer of genuine curiosity in Taemin's eyes. Taemin rubs his chin, lost in thought. A player immune to mental effects who fights with a dagger? The identity of this mysterious figure defies all logic. Logic fails to explain the anomaly. Yet facing the only witness, Taemin chooses absolute trust over skepticism. The conversation abruptly shifts to guild operations and recruitment. Taemin's professional tone carries a weight that makes Keelman break into a cold sweat. Slapping a contract onto the table, Taemin smiles like a predator. The weight of his brotherly trust leaves Keelman no room to escape. While Taemin's hearty laughter fills the room, Keelman stares at the contract in his hands, unable to stop the cold sweat trickling down his face. His hands tremble as he grips the paper. The unbelievable conditions printed on the contract make Keelman's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle stares blankly as his level skyrockets by 12, so shocked that he freezes under the running shower. The immense surprise brings only exhaustion. He decides to push the complicated stat distribution to tomorrow and just crash into bed. But his body moves on its own. Granfell's obsession with cleanliness erupts. He must purge not just demons, but every speck of grime in the bathroom. As the sun sets, the stew bubbles warmly on the stove. One sip of the hot soup washes away the day's exhaustion instantly. Observing this terrifyingly regular routine, Lee Hoyle realizes that his arrogant alter ego has actually cured his chronic laziness. He used to just survive on delivery food, but under Granfell's influence, he's now living a healthy life of tea and meticulous note-taking. If the lifestyle habits carry over, what about abilities? He picks up his pen to list all the talents of that arrogant persona. Magical prodigy, combat master, peak physical condition. Every line he writes documents the overpowered abilities of that perfect character setting. The Chinibyo settings of the past are now his lifeline. He takes a deep breath, determined to verify if these abilities hold true in reality. His phone buzzes with a lengthy recruitment text from Keelman, but he dismisses it without hesitation. He has far more important matters to attend to. Right now, only one thing matters: testing the legendary talent of learning magic just by seeing it once. Tapping the edge of his notebook, Lee Hoyle stares intently at the screen, trying to decipher the true essence of magic through the flashy videos. Facing a sincere offer from Korea's top guild, he rejects it with a single cold word, causing the red-haired guild master on the other side to instantly crumble. A furious roar shatters the silence. Nam Taemin cannot accept that anyone would refuse such a generous offer unless someone else outbid them with a fortune. Gaze shifting to the magic tower, standing in the night. Seeds of suspicion take root. Could foreign forces coveting this land have interfered? No matter the opponent, he won't yield. Nam Taemin slams the table, eyes bloodshot, desperately demanding every clue about that mysterious figure. When asked about his appearance, the analyst stammers, trying to describe that inhuman aura, absurdly comparing him to a mythical creature. After some gesturing, Nam Taemin finally grasps that unique aesthetic, not a mere human, but a high noble walking straight out of a fantasy novel. Cutting back to the quiet study, the dense symbols on the notebook seem to come alive. Lee Hoyle's pupils contract as he finally grasps the mechanics of magic. The moment the principles click, excitement drives him to throw a punch at his own Chinibyo past self, shameful, yet undeniably an overpowered cheat setting. Now that he holds the key, he must strengthen the vessel. He calms down, pulling up the stat window, eyes shifting between numbers as he weighs his growth path. Fingertips tap deliberately, patching up weaknesses, while Granfel's blood-soaked vendetta surfaces in his mind, a destiny that must be shouldered. Finally, he invests a precious point into the stat he lacks most in this life: luck, for the sake of this damned Chinibyo destiny, and simply to survive. Lying in bed, he mocks himself thinking, though it only went from 1 to 2, that's double the luck. Maybe he'll even find a coin on the street tomorrow. However, fate's reward strikes harder than expected. Staring at the notification in the mirror, too shocked to even dry his face. This isn't just finding a coin, it's a hidden class quest. The curtain rises, and the horn of counterattack has sounded. A new chapter is about to unfold. The system interface glows ominously, displaying the rare class quest. In a world where quests are scarce, this signifies immense opportunity, accompanied by deadly risk. Chin resting on his hand, Hoyle frowns in deep thought. Quests are rare in reality, but this sudden class quest carries an unusual, heavy scent. Just as expected, the news headline stings his eyes. Guyver, the top paladin, has started his class quest. In that moment, Hoyle's suspicion turns into a shivering certainty. On the screen shines the glorified paladin, while here, purple mana surges wildly in his palms. It is a unique honor and a call of destiny. Only one person per class receives this. How could a level 67 noob? His logical denial is cut short as the crisp click of the mouse sounds like destiny knocking, making his heart skip a beat. Panic subsides instantly, replaced by absolute calm in his violet eyes. Correct, he is the only demon hunter left. To whom else could this power belong? The gates of memory crash open. Ukshin, the sanctuary of demon hunters, stands grand yet ruined under a gloomy sky, its oppressive aura making his followers tremble. Welcome to Ukshin. The instructor's cold voice cuts through the howling wind, pointing to the 1,000-meter cliff. With no time to breathe, the hellish trial begins. Fingertips raw, muscles screaming, Hoyle grits his teeth, cursing this insane setup. Companions fall one by one, the air filled with desperate groans and the instructor's ruthless roaring. Reaching the top, only a ruin awaits them. The sound of retching fills the air. Exhausted to the limit, the command go eat sounds more like a new form of torture. Thinking back, only by relying on Granfel's arrogant, delusional laughter could he maintain his crumbling sanity amidst the mind-shattering training. Snapping back to reality, Hoyle opens the blue prologue. However, the contents make his determined gaze freeze instantly, escaping as a confused whisper. The moment his fingertip touches the screen to accept the quest, that lofty soul seems to overlap behind him. Meanwhile, the AU Korean branch building stands under the setting sun, shrouded in the silence before the storm. Inside the office, the oppressive atmosphere finally detonates into a breakdown. An employee clutches his head and screams, cursing the endless torture of Arcana in despair. Late into the night, whispers about the mysterious employee Raymond circulate between cubicles. Anxiety spreads like a plague. Everyone senses that the dreaded moment is approaching again. There's an update. A terrified scream pierces the silence. 2 employees turn pale, eyes nearly popping out, as the nightmare becomes reality in this instant. The office instantly turns into a battlefield. Someone desperately moves to write a resignation letter, while another frantically unplugs the phones. Panic boils over, and order vanishes before the immense social pressure. The spectacled man's angry roar is choked by fear. On the screen, a dark omen spreading like ink announces the arrival of destruction. A blood moon hangs high as Count Escura's castle tears through the veil of reality. Hordes of high-level monsters roar under the crimson sky, a suffocating scene straight out of an apocalypse. Level 430, the analyst's voice trembles. Facing a terrifying stat far exceeding humanity's strongest, despair floods in like icy water, drowning logic instantly. Facing this absolute power gap, the dark-haired man delivers a grim final verdict. This is an abyss that numbers cannot fill. Even the full force of a guild would be futile. Despair spreads like a plague inside the crisis center. As the rupture nears its breaking point, every plea for help goes unanswered. They are being abandoned. Arguments erupt, unable to mask the fear in the air. If the defense fails, the nightmares known as demons will breach the rupture, turning the world into a living hell. The director's sanity snaps completely. This update has shattered the balance of power. Unless a miracle happens, humanity has zero chance of survival. Yet, the world's expected miracle is currently trapped in a private hell. Lee Hoyle clutches his cup, body convulsing uncontrollably, nearly sobbing from the brutal physical training. To complete this damn quest, he pushed his body to the absolute limit. In the convenience store, even a simple response is agonizing as every muscle screams in pain. Even making a sandwich becomes an impossible luxury. His hands tremble uncontrollably, leaving a mess. The pride of Granfell is currently suffering the humiliation of a mortal body. Finally, the hellish training ends. If not for Granfell's unyielding pride, he would have collapsed long ago. Now, there is only the relief of completion. Drifting to sleep with optimism, he believes the hardest part is over. Tomorrow, surely, will bring a fresh, hopeful start. But reality is cruel. The next day brings neither flowers nor applause, only the cold pull-up bar and another round of physical exhaustion. Rain mixes with sweat as he realizes with shock. It's an infinite repeat quest. Rage explodes within him. Are they trying to work him to death? A week passes, and the torture has no end. Every breath feels like swallowing broken glass. His body no longer feels like his own. Teetering on the edge of collapse countless times, he grit his teeth and persisted. He desperately needs to know what reward lies at the end of this insane torture. A crisp system notification chimes. The reward isn't gold or gear, but permanent stat points. In an instant, all the pain transforms into pure ecstasy. Unbelievable, gaining expensive stat points just by exercising. This isn't a punishment. It's an inexhaustible gold mine. Just as he revels in the thrill of getting stronger, breaking news flashes on the screen behind him, freezing the relaxed atmosphere instantly. The anchor's voice carries a chill. The new boss, Countess Skira, has arrived, level 430. The number hits everyone like a sledgehammer. Hoyle's hand freezes in midair, pupils constricting violently. Level 430? That's not something players can touch right now. That is absolute despair. The internet explodes instantly, panic spreading like wildfire. Cries of doomsday and unbeatable flood the screens. Humanity seems to have been sentenced to death. Top guilds declare their withdrawal one by one. No one wants to throw their life away. Facing a monster that is both powerful and demonic, even the strongest bow their heads. The quest panel looms, the crimson demon visage radiating suffocating oppression. The prologue of the counterattack begins, targeting a terrifying legend. Hoyle huddles before the screen, cold sweat dripping. The hunt Countess Skira prompt reading like a death sentence as despair consumes him. It's an impossible monster. As fear peaks, a light slices through the darkness. The frantic heartbeat silences instantly as that arrogant soul awakens. Eyes snap open, pupils flashing with icy blue light. Granfell seizes control, power gathering at his fingertips, his voice dripping with disdain for the inferior species wasting his time. Within the mind, the arrogant silver-haired persona looks down coldly at his trembling self, the intent to purge evil causing a splitting headache. The gears of fate are turning. Whether as a player or a hunter, this battle is unavoidable. Sunlight bathes the apartment as Hoyle regains composure, fingers flying across the screen to lock onto the target location, Russia. To reach the distant north, the only shortcut is leveraging that massive mana hub, the portal within the Mage's Tower. Reality is frustrating. Staring at the complex transit route, Hoyle facepalms and decides on the most mundane method to save the world, taking a taxi. Time is tight. Ignoring his friend's shocked warnings about the Russian freeze, he straightens his suit and rushes out the door. To Granfell, forgetting his elegant afternoon tea is a far greater disaster than the freezing cold, a priority that leaves his friend dumbfounded. The scene shifts to the majestic Mage's Tower. Under the glaring sun, media swarm the area, the air thick with restless anticipation. Hurry, Jayan is coming. Reporters sprint with their equipment, scrambling to capture the movements of the nation's top guild. Bystanders whisper, skeptical if even top rankers can afford the massive mana cost required for portal magic. With a deafening boom, the red-haired berserker Nam Taemin crashes down like a meteor, great axe in hand, the impact instantly silencing the crowd. Flashbulbs go wild, and microphones surge like a tide as reporters swarm him, firing a barrage of questions about the vampire fearing the world. Facing the clamor, Nam Taemin smirks playfully, admitting without hesitation, "Actually, I have no idea how to kill that monster." His gaze turns sharp and wild, ambition undisguised. "We're here to claim the first kill before anyone else, and that's enough." Suddenly, the crowd stirs again, and reporters cry out in shock. The Shining Guild has arrived, and the real competition begins. Locke stands tall amidst the chaos, arms crossed in cold arrogance, as fans scream for a single glance from the shining guildmaster. Offering a superficial smile to the crowd, he whispers a mockery of the rival Jain guild's desperation to his subordinate. Meanwhile, Nam Taemin grips his weapon, forcing a calm facade to reassure his brother despite the crushing weight of expectation. The moment of brotherhood shatters as Taemin admits with a grimace that he failed to contact the mysterious Lee Hoyle due to the update. Staring out the window, a knot of anxiety tightens in Taemin's chest. What if that monster of a player appears at the mage's tower? Unaware of the panic he causes, Lee Hoyle stands in a crowded bus, eyes glued to his phone with laser-focused intensity. As the magic tutorial ends, his pupils dilate with a sudden epiphany. He has completely deciphered the logic behind the spell. In his mind's eye, he visualizes the mana flowing, interfering, and manifesting, feeling the phantom heat gathering in his palm. Imagination ignites into reality as flames erupt from his palm, leaving the student beside him staring in absolute terror. The driver screams in panic, and Hoyle, internally flustered but outwardly stoic, is forced to extinguish the flame amidst his friend's angry rebuke. A blue system window pops up, revealing a list of new skills acquired just by watching a video, validating his insane talent. But confusion clouds his face as he realizes the magic spell isn't listed. Suspicion arises that the system might be glitching. Seeking answers, he steps into the majestic mage's tower, where a colossal blue crystal spins, radiating an aura of ancient power. The interior's grandeur surpasses expectations, but Hoyle's sharp gaze cuts through the crowd, drawn to a specific anomaly. Standing before a massive, swirling portal, he feels a strange resonance, realizing with shock that he could manifest this complex magic himself. Just as he grasps the magic's essence, a loud shout shatters his concentration, and a burly man hauling equipment barrels toward him. The man nearly knocks Hoyle into the portal and stammers an apology, instantly drawing a furious scolding from the red-haired Nam Taemin. While Taemin fumes at the embarrassment, Keelman adjusts his glasses, realizing with a start that the man they almost hit is Lee Hoyle. Regaining composure, Keelman switches to professional mode, pointing at the holographic map to grimly explain the dangerous rupture in Russia. He clicks the remote, and the cursor locks onto the innermost circle, solemnly revealing their ultimate target, Count Escura. Grave predictions fill the room. The vampire's castle may soon breach reality. Meanwhile, amidst the freezing peaks, violet energy surges with ominous intent. Yet the danger zone transforms into a media circus. Reporters swarm, and streamer KIDPL screams into his camera, high on adrenaline and oblivious to the threat. While joking with his chat, he turns to show off the rupture, only to freeze. A massive, silent shadow looms directly behind him. Before the streamer can protest, he is roughly shoved aside. A single, icy command, move, silences him instantly. The stranger has no patience left. As the stranger strides into the blizzard, the streamer is left trembling in terror, stammering a pathetic excuse about the cold to save face. Amidst howling winds and violet lightning, Grandfell stands before the shattered void. He gazes up at the luminous stairs. He has finally arrived. Biting winds tear at his face, forcing a guttural roar. Yet, even in this freezing hell, he maintains a haughty irony. I hope it's warm. Suddenly, a blur of crimson streaks across the snow. Leonie slams into the ground like a cannonball, the impact sending debris and snow flying. Wait for me, she screams, charging ahead. Her freezing teammates can only watch in resignation as the battle-crazed berserker leaves them in the dust. With a monster dead at her feet and her blade still glowing, Leonie scolds her teammate, not for tactics, but for lacking proper manners. Instantly, her face twists with rage. She bares her teeth, spewing a stream of censored profanities, revealing the true, volatile nature of a berserker. Back to Grandfell. He steps alone into the cursed snowfields. The system chimes coldly. He has entered the territory's outskirts, a place where mortals fear to tread. The biting cold seeps into his bones, but instead of freezing, it ignites a fire within. A dark instinct awakens. His rage boils over, signaling the start of the hunt. He suppresses a growl, answered only by countless crimson eyes in the dark. A pack of bloodied wolves, level 230, surround him, hungry for fresh prey. The wolves lunge. Despite the massive level gap, Grandfell stands unmoved. As natural enemy activates, fear is replaced by absolute certainty. I can win. The count dogs I see. A smirk of disdain curls his lips. Facing their bared fangs, he looks at them not as monsters, but as pets who chose the wrong master. Light coalesces in his palm, forging a shimmering blade. Blue energy swirls violently as he looks down upon them. I will kindly help you, ignorant creatures. His gaze is razor-sharp, the look of a true predator. The system heralds the start of the hunt. This time, it is the monsters who will learn the true meaning of fear. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, ordinary soldiers face despair. An archer fights for his life in the blizzard, every step marked by blood and struggle. Leonie is the chaotic exception. Screaming profanities, she hacks through enemy lines with such ferocity that her own guild master has to beg her to calm down. Leonie's breath comes in ragged gasps, exhaustion weighing her down like the heavy snow. The blue beast lies dead at her feet, yet the blood on her teammates and their grim silence scream a desperate truth. The slaughter has no end. This is too strange. Despite the carnage, these beasts show no fear, as if they don't even know what they are facing. An eerie sense of wrongness creeps into their minds. This unease is no illusion. Leonie cuts off her teammates bickering, cold sweat slicking her palms against her blades. Instinct tells her this ominous feeling is far worse than the corpses before them. Thinking back, the monsters made no sound of pain even as they were slaughtered. That unnatural silence sends a chill down everyone's spine, as if unseen eyes are watching from the darkness. Suddenly, a piercing howl tears through the blizzard. The sound rolls in from the distant valley, deafening and terrifying, instantly gripping their hearts with fear. This isn't just a beast's roar. It sounds like a wail of sheer terror. Those fearless monsters are afraid? What kind of horror could make them tremble like that? We'll know if we look. Leonie grits her teeth and charges into the blizzard. With no retreat possible, she chooses to face the fear head-on, even if hell awaits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the storm, Li Hoyle calmly draws his longbow. He holds his breath, feeling every strand of mana flowing through the arrowhead. Inner fear then manifests. As the mana circuit completes, destructive power erupts in an instant, and blazing flames utterly consume the target. Boom! A massive pillar of fire shoots into the sky, the shockwave reducing everything nearby to ruins as the night sky turns crimson from the destructive energy. Even facing a tidal wave of ferocious beasts, Li Hoyle's gaze remains undisturbed. Arrows fly, each one detonating sparks of death precisely amidst the monster horde. When Leonie and the others finally arrive, the scene before them makes their pupils tremble. This isn't a battlefield. It's a blazing inferno. Chaotic currents whip up snow and sparks, filling their vision with turbulent energy as if the whole world is trembling under this power, blinding them. Yet, in the center of that raging sea of fire sits a man in a suit. He elegantly raises a teacup, as if he were not on a battlefield, but in an afternoon garden. Who is that? A streamer? The group is dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why anyone would wear dress shoes to this hellish dungeon, let alone drink tea. Hey, it's dangerous here. A team member shouts, trying to shoo away this clueless civilian, but the only response is the man's cold, arrogant silence. Being completely ignored makes the member's veins pop with rage. He screams at the figure, but the man doesn't even bat an eye, remaining immersed in the aroma of his tea. Wait, hold on. Before the anger can subside, a new crisis descends. To their horror, a massive shadow looms over the defenseless figure. It's some kind of terrifying mechanical colossus. It crushes forward with destructive force, and beneath it, the tea-sipping man seems to have no time to escape. Damn it, there are too many. Simultaneously, countless bloodied, frenzied bandits swarm from all sides. Amidst desperate screams, the exhausted team is instantly cornered in a deadly siege. The battlefield is a chaotic meat grinder. Blades slice through the air, blood sprays, and amidst the desperate screams, a commander tries to regroup. No time to breathe. Warnings are swallowed by explosions as enemies flood in like a tide, and a comrade falls amidst desperate cries for help. Only Leonie dances wildly in the eye of the storm. With a manic grin, she carves a bloody path through explosions and debris, a tireless god of war. A sharp warning pierces the noise. Leonie snaps her head around, her gaze shifting instantly from mania to extreme alertness. A new threat has arrived. Despair descends. Before the rain of arrows can land, countless crimson eyes ignite in the darkness. The Legion of Death approaches silently. Just as everyone is about to break, a jarring figure appears. In this life-or-death moment, the silver-haired man is holding a cup of tea. Leone screams in fury, but Granfell simply smiles faintly, steam rising from his cup. Seems doable. The beast lets out a curdling scream and stumbles back. Leone grips her glowing sword, staring in confusion. What just happened? The sky cracks open, raining down black spikes of death. In a moment of despair, a giant hand woven from pure data and light materializes on the earth. In a mental realm, Granfell calmly analyzes everything. That's not tea in his hand, but a massive source of mana capable of rewriting reality. Cold sweat drops. The mana required could knock him out, but he realizes he's not touching a system skill, but a power far more primal. The moment he commits, a pillar of blue light erupts. Complex magic circles spin wildly around him as ancient mana explodes like a torrent. He slams this earth-shattering power into the ground. Energy overflows, causing the earth to tremble and crack under the blue radiance. Leone, hovering midair ready for a final stand with red aura blazing, suddenly freezes. The expected destruction has stopped. In the pouring rain, everyone is stunned. A massive crystal barrier has risen, blocking out death. Leone trembles. Is this alchemy? Facing Leone's question, Granfell looks deep in her eyes, his tone laced with undeniable arrogance. No, this is not a skill. He lightly touches his chin, blue mana particles dancing at his fingertips, proclaiming like a god. What I am using is magic itself. The group stands before the towering wall of light. Rain washes away the blood, but not the shock. This power defies all common sense. Never heard of it, Leone murmurs. In this moment, she finally realizes that this man has long since transcended the system. It wasn't a mere skill, nor a trick of alchemy. A faint smirk plays on Granfell's lips. Since it's been revealed, there's no need to hide it. This is the will of magic itself. Rewinding to moments earlier, the canyon blizzard carries the scent of despair. Facing an overwhelming offensive, fear is the only thing reflected in the soldier's eyes. Just as the defense line is about to crumble, a massive crystal wall erupts from the ground. Granfell merely raises a hand, rewriting the form of matter and leaving everyone dumbstruck. Yet the crisis isn't over. Terrified screams tear through the brief moment of relief. The enemy isn't foolish. The true lethal blow comes from the flank. A colossal rock monster crashes into the ranks, splattering blood and bone across the snow. The shadow of death instantly engulfs the entire flank. Facing such carnage, the man simply adjusts his suit with elegance, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Oh, I guess I'll have to push back tea time. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, he issues commands with cold precision. Under his absolute authority, the battlefield transforms into his chessboard. The battle shifts in an instant. Just as his teammate is pushed back, the weapon in Granfell's hand changes. Wait, is that a bow? Where is the healer? Someone help. Desperate cries are drowned out by explosions as the spark of life flickers precariously in the blizzard. A devastating beam strikes from above, impossible to dodge. The warrior closes his eyes, awaiting the bone-crushing end. Death does not come. Instead, a piercing whistle tears the air. With just a single arrow, the lethal threat is pinned into the darkness. Leone stares at his back in bewilderment. 1 second an alchemist, the next a godlike archer. Just how many faces does this guy have? Before she can even react, a burning fire arrow falls like a meteor, turning the battlefield into a sea of flames. Alchemy, archery, and now magic. Leone's worldview is crumbling. This man is simply an unfathomable monster. The snow gradually buries the corpses. The battle ends. In the deathly silence, only the disdainful, lingering presence of the victor remains. Leone forces her exhausted body to confirm safety. Though she says good job, her eyes cannot hide the shock and wavering within. She watches the man standing in the snow from afar. Despite fighting such a fierce battle alone, he shows not a hint of fatigue. His composure is almost frustrating. I hate to admit it. Leone's cheeks flush slightly as she gazes at his solitary figure, a complex mix of gratitude swelling within her. After all, he did save us. Just as she steps forward to thank him, she sees him leisurely brewing tea in the snow. Leone instantly retracts her emotion. Forget it, there's nothing to say to a pretentious guy like that. Leone's cheeks burn as her heart races. She frantically averts her gaze, mistaking Granfell's cold stare for affection. Lost in a rosy fantasy, she considers sharing tea for his sake, until a cold voice abruptly shatters her daydream. She spins around, eyes wide with shock, stammering a response as her embarrassment and tension reach their peak. Yet, Granfell simply holds up his thermos and ruthlessly bursts her bubble. Don't stare. I have no tea for you. Leonie is struck dumb. Meanwhile, above the snow-swept forest, drones scream through the air, monitoring the rupture pulsating with eerie purple energy. A reporter shouts into his microphone, broadcasting live as the world's eyes fixate on this unprecedented high-level boss raid. This is the territory's outskirts, a chain rupture. Only by clearing the perimeter will the path to the Count's fortress open. Top Guild have already plunged in, lights clashing as everyone vies for the supreme glory of the first clear. While the world awaits a hero, inside a dim control room, a dark-haired man stares intently at his screens, biting his nails in anxiety. Snow gusts in as an assistant bursts in excitedly with hot coffee, only to collide with the director's deathly focus. Shining is the fastest. The assistant's casual remark only fuels the director's rage. He clenches his fist, desperate to capture the decisive moment. Suddenly, the feed shakes violently. Several figures are unceremoniously dumped from the rupture amidst shockwaves of purple energy. The rupture turned blue. It's cleared. The reporter screams, and chaos erupts as everyone scrambles to find the mysterious hero. Who was it? Jayan. Reporters stumble frantically through the dense forest, desperate to catch up with the fleeing figures. Freezing air burns his lungs. The reporter gasps for breath, sprinting desperately toward the target despite his blurring vision. In the control room, the director roars into his mic. Did you get it? Which guild is it? On screen, the rupture entrance lies in ruins. Is that Berserker? Seeing the familiar figures on the ground, the director's eyes widen in disbelief. It's Leonie's team. It's confirmed. Berserker took the first clear. But confusingly, someone in the team is carrying a red sofa? Wait, that man in the suit. The reporter spots an anomaly. A dark-haired Korean man standing amidst the European Berserker Guild members. Who is that? Go! The media swarms like sharks smelling blood, leaving the director watching the screen in utter chaos. Amidst the biting wind, a silver-haired figure stands out. Granfell's gaze cuts like a knife as his icy voice instantly silences the noise. The clueless reporter keeps blabbering until a cold command chokes him. The air freezes as Granfell's oppressive aura instantly wipes the smile off the man's face. Terrifying magic manifests as a grotesque demon avatar roaring behind him. Struck by suffocating fear, the reporter's legs give way, leaving him stammering incoherently. With a sharp shout, ice blue magic explodes. Reporters scatter in panic, yet some desperately train their cameras on the newly arrived Berserker Guildmaster, Leonie. Before the three battle-worn heroes can catch their breath, they are swarmed by cameras. Leonie rubs her forehead in frustration, eyes filled with impatience as she coldly shuts down all questions. Harkon looks bewildered at being called Guildmaster. Leonie, however, smirks with a mix of self-mockery and resentment, bluntly directing the chaos toward the bastard who already left. Rage boils within her. That man single-handedly bulldozed the entire dungeon. Meanwhile, the reporters finally realize the true first clearer has already quietly slipped away. Remembering his reason for leaving, Leonie's expression crumbles. Just to go home for a bit. The absurdity of such an excuse shatters her worldview. The snowy forest is left in chaos, everyone questioning who would abandon the supreme glory of a first clear to vanish. Only Leonie sprints through the blizzard, trying to chase that receding figure. Just as the crowd stands in shock, another blue portal abruptly opens. The second clearer has arrived. The crowd's attention shifts instantly, anticipating the arrival of new heroes. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the red-haired Berserker Nam Taemin leads his battered team out of the rift. Even in second place, they still carry an unstoppable fighting spirit. Before he can enjoy the cheers, the reporter's congratulations on second place hit him like ice water. Nam Taemin's grip on his sword tightens, the determination on his face freezing instantly. We weren't first. The team members look at each other in disbelief. Nam Taemin stands alone in the snow, staring at his greatsword, plunged into deep self-doubt by the massive gap in expectations. Even more shocking news arrives. What did Leonie just say? Nam Kielman's pupils tremble as he desperately confirms that unbelievable piece of intelligence with a nearby reporter. Inside the base camp, shielded from the howling blizzard, the scene is starkly different. Only the slurping of noodles breaks the silence, but beneath this seeming calm, unresolved emotions churn. Nam Taemin can no longer hold it back. Waving his chopsticks, he agitatedly recounts Leonie's dismissive glare and words. The humiliation of being completely ignored burns hotter than the ramen. Watching his brother deep in thought, Nam Taemin's rage explodes as he slams his chopsticks onto the table. He refuses to accept that any Korean guild other than Jaein could beat them to the finish line. Mythology Guild? Impossible. After ruling out all known powerhouses, the answer becomes even more elusive. Nam Taemin roars in frustration. The identity of that mysterious expert is a thorn buried deep in his pride. Nam Keelman pushes up his glasses as a figure surfaces in his mind. Against the backdrop of a city bathed in golden sunset, a name is on the verge of being spoken. The only existence that could possibly stand above them all. Steam fills the air as heavy, ragged breaths echo. It is the gasp of a body pushed to its limit, every bead of sweat telling a story of exhaustion and endurance. Yet his mind splits into two extremes. Lee Hoyle rejoices in the warmth of the shower, while the proud Granfell lies in bed, too mortified by such indignity to sleep. To calm his nerves, Granfell turns into a cleaning maniac. As the broom flies, only Hoyle's desperate soul screams from the dust. Please just rest, you psycho. Finally, a specially made cold drink brings a moment of peace. Watching the figure of a teammate who can handle both combat and cooking perfectly, one can only admire such versatility. Back to reality, Hoyle scrutinizes the loot. As his finger traces the panel, showing only a level increase. The excitement is overshadowed by the lingering fear of the life-or-death struggle. It was dangerous. Even at level 86, his gaze remains cold and grim as he recalls the terrifying pressure from the depths of the rupture. With lightning and fire still vivid in his memory, he realizes that while magic is powerful, it devours mana like a black hole. The slow recovery rate has become a new, fatal flaw. Just the suit. Deep in thought, a mysterious figure surfaces in his mind. Without that unknown assistance, the outcome would have been unthinkable. But he must be perfect, for he is Granfell. If someone overestimates him, he must turn that estimation into reality. This arrogance is both a curse and his greatest driving force. The teacup is set down, resolve hardened. If mana is limited, the body must compensate. The next target is the Count's territory. There is no room for slack. The image of the dual dagger wielder flashes in his mind. That short-haired player's sharp movements. Yes, that is the combat instinct he desperately craves to copy right now. The hellish training begins. Granfell ruthlessly drives the body. 20 kilometers runs, 1,000 push-ups. Hoyle's soul screams in despair from within the shell. Not even chores are spared. Watching that back obsessed with perfection even while washing dishes, Hoyle can only scream silently. When are we going to sleep? Deep into the night, the city sleeps, yet he runs on. In this endless night, every breath is a plea for sleep, yet he dares not stop. Meanwhile, breaking news shatters the silence. The clearing progress of the Count's territory has suddenly spiked to 60%. An uncontrollable variable has emerged. Panic spreads. Not just the media, but even Nam Taemin at the guild clenches his fists, cold sweat breaking out. This speed defies all logic. Impossible. It's only been a day. Nam Taemin deman an vili. Stronger monsters mean shorter time limits, but this sudden acceleration reeks of something ominous. Chaos and speculation engulf the snowy camp. Have the monsters inside grew stronger? The fear of the unknown chills everyone to the bone, sharper than the biting wind. There must be a reason. The table is slammed in a mix of rage and anxiety. While everyone else is helpless, they must uncover the truth, no matter the cost. If we don't stop it, it's over. A desperate scream cuts through the air as the massive purple-crimson rift tears open like a festering wound, signaling the countdown to destruction. This is no longer just a game. On the news, the twisted, blood-streaked face of aMONSTER seems to mock humanity's helplessness. In just one day, the instability has breached the critical line, casting a shadow of death over the city. Under the city's neon lights, Lee Hoyle stares coldly at his phone. Since real-world logic cannot explain this anomaly, he must turn to the logic of that world. He has to move, now. It is the law of blood. Vampires grant authority to their thralls, and when these puppets perish, that wicked power flows back to the master like rivers returning to the sea. In the dim corridor, the crisp sound of a gun cocking punctuates the terrifying realization. The monster's abnormal strength is because the dead count redistributed his power. Cold sweat trickles down his cheek. A rash raid means the fortress, stripped of its power support, will instantly collapse, triggering an even greater catastrophe. A true aristocrat never takes back what is granted. Granfel's eyes flash cold. Enraged by this violation of noble aesthetics, he is ready to bestow the harshest judgment. Yet, to uphold this arrogance, he replaces sleep with endless packets of brown rice green tea. Watching the Grand Emperor remain hyper-alert, his companion teeters on the brink of a mental breakdown. Sleep? You'll have plenty of time for that when you're dead. Ignoring his companion's wails, he adjusts the tea bag in his pocket and delivers this ruthlessly cold motto, sparks of logic exploding behind him. The system interface flashes a suffocating red light. Only 5 hours remain until the rupture's total collapse. Ready or not, the endgame is here. Cutting to the frozen front lines, someone awkwardly clears their throat in the biting wind, trying to mask the tension before the battle. Hello everyone, this is Russia. Streamer Park Wigang forces a cheerful smile, while behind him, a torrent of steel from major guilds has already gathered in the snowstorm, the air thick with killing intent. He excitedly holds up a hand-drawn notebook, trying to explain to his indifferent audience. The scarce number of entrances means all the powerhouses will be forced into the same battlefield. With limited resources, conflict is inevitable. This isn't just a raid. It's a battleground where the top 2 guilds are about to clash for contribution points. Suddenly, a figure in a red scarf emerges from a snowstorm. That signature smile instantly grabs everyone's attention. The strategist of the Jain Guild has arrived. Don't worry about the rankings. He adjusts his glasses, casually dropping a bombshell. Shining Guild went north, so the one we're facing is the second-ranked Inazuma. The chat explodes. Before anyone can process the intel, intense waves of magical energy erupt across the snowy plain, filling the air with the scent of gunpowder. Huh, would you look at these bastards? The red-haired berserker, Nam Tamin, grins wildly, his giant axe thirsting for action, a primal craving for blood. Meanwhile, a piercing cold light arrives with a mocking voice. The leader of Inazuma steps forward with his spear, treading on frost. What a coincidence, folks from Japan. A scream pierces the blizzard. Korea's Jain Guild and Japan's Inazuma Guild cross paths in the night, their hostility biting sharper than the freezing wind. Words turn into fangs instantly. The red-haired berserker growls like a beast, while his opponent responds with a cold sneer, scorn, and bloodlust clashing in their eyes. Boom! Fire and thunder explode across the snowfield. A hidden observer watches, eyes trembling. This isn't just a fight. It's a world-shaking scoop. News spreads like wildfire. Reporters scream into the blizzard. Jain versus Inazuma. The world's eyes instantly lock onto this chaotic, snowy battlefield. The camera zooms in, the air freezes. Attempts at interviews are drowned by murderous intent. In this moment, words are useless. Only battle spirit boils. Rational warnings are ignored. Forget the rift crisis or the bigger picture. In the face of bitter rivalry and rankings, justice means crushing your opponent. Patience snaps. With a lone mutter of "Hyung," the last thread of reason breaks. The order is given, cold and absolute. Go rip them apart. A roar shatters the blizzard. Violent red energy surges into the sky. The newsroom goes wild as the top 2 guilds charge into the battlefield. It's do or die. Meanwhile, amidst chaotic spatial turbulence, aircraft dive into the rift like moths to a flame. Radar alarms blare. This is a desperate assault betting on guild pride. Rain pours down as analysts stare grimly at their screens. With the world's top forces scattered across rifts, the battle here will decide the fate of the East. Just as the world panics, the scene shifts. Amidst the same ruins, Li Hoyol sits elegantly on a golden chair, sipping tea as if in his own garden. He's not daydreaming. He's calculating like an emperor. Scanning the ruins, he ponders the gravest issue. How to save money? No, how to save mana. A flick of the finger, and alchemy activates. Broken stones obediently reshape under blue light, instantly becoming exquisite tea sets. This is Granfell style. But he frowns, dissatisfied with such extravagance. In a battlefield where mana is gold, excessive decoration is a blasphemy against efficiency. Bloodlust strikes. Count Escura's elite guard emerges from the shadows, blades dripping blood. But to them, the man with his back turned looks full of openings. Is that all you have? He spins around, eyes colder than ice. A flash of blue, and the arrogant monster is instantly crushed into the dust. This isn't a fight. It's a unilateral eviction. With a commanding "go back," a terrifying shockwave blasts the entire demon squad away like trash. That is the power that commands all matter, restored to original state. No matter how strong the armor, It must crumble and return to dust under his will. I shall call it reversal magic. He nods, satisfied with his zero-cost masterpiece. Meanwhile, Lee Hoyle screams internally. Why does the name have to be so cringe? Under the cold moonlight, a bone-chilling growl echoes through the ruins as undead knights drag their broken bodies forward. Battle erupts instantly. Blazing red light tears through the darkness, charging into the enemy ranks with devastating force. From the vine-choked depths, a massive demonic skull roars, its overwhelming presence suffocating the air. Leonie's eyes burn with rage as her giant sword becomes a whirlwind, shredding monsters into a spray of blood and debris. A deafening boom. Violent sword energy explodes in midair, completely shattering the enemy's defensive line. As the smoke clears, Nam Taemin stares at the corpses, a chill running down his spine. Too few enemies, the anomaly screams of a trap. Unease spreads through the air. The battle was suspiciously short, leaving fear of the unknown written on every face. Footsteps break the silence. Taemin spins around, only to be met by a face he least expected to see. Shrek approaches with a fake smile and flippant words. Taemin grips his weapon, his eyes burning with undisguised disgust. Killing intent saturates the air, only to be shattered by a ringing phone. On the line, his brother's voice trembles with panic. A square? Get out now. A desperate scream pierces the ear. This isn't a battlefield. It's a prearranged slaughterhouse. The sky turns dark, and cold rain pours down mixed with bloodlust. The true nightmare has arrived. Rain lashes down, masking the approach of true death. These aren't soldiers. They are level 350 knights, monsters in human armor. The formation collapses instantly. Desperate cries drown in the downpour as they realize they are trapped in a deadly siege. Back on the battlefield, the rain masks endless slaughter. Against overwhelming power, every breath tastes of blood. Prepare for battle. Taemin roars, but the trembling ground delivers a despairing message. Heavy cavalry is charging. A cavalry charge on flat terrain means massacre. Gritting his teeth, Taemin is forced to ask his rival for a sliver of hope. But even that hope is shattered. The rear guard is torn apart, and enemies flood in from all sides, swallowing them whole. Despair rises like a tide as countless enemies surround the survivors. The voiceover announcing a deadlock with no escape. Orders to retreat to narrow ground scream through the calms. But this is an open plain. Nam Taemin, bathed in blood, trembles with rage and confusion. Retreat where? Just as he whispers in confusion, a pulse of azure mana erupts beneath him, causing the very air to vibrate. Fighting spirit breaks the dam. Taemin hesitates no longer, diving with a roar, his greatsword carrying an avalanche of debris to crush everything in sight. The frozen forest turns into a meat grinder. He rampages through enemy lines, every swing accompanied by the sickening crunch of bone and cries of agony. Suddenly, the earth quakes. Massive stone pillars shoot up like a divine miracle, leaving friend and foe alike stunned by this abrupt tectonic shift. Whose power is this? Sweating profusely, Taemin looks up to see a dark silhouette slowly descending upon the rising pillars. At this moment, the world shudders. From distant offices to the Nam brothers on the field, absolute disbelief is written in everyone's eyes. The silver-haired man clutches his head in pain as the name escapes his lips. Lee Hoyle. The player who hides his past has finally unveiled himself. Meanwhile, the late streamer Wigang forces a smile for the camera, unaware he is stepping right into the eye of a chaotic storm. Footprints here, he shouts excitedly in the ruins, trying to please his few viewers, completely oblivious to the mockery and unease flooding the chat. Boom! A massive explosion shatters the stream's banter. Wigang turns in terror as the chat is instantly flooded with run and exclamation marks. Danger is here. Drawn by the blast, people rush into the ruins. As sunlight pierces the dust, the suffocating sight of a forest of stone pillars fills their vision. The gruesome scene draws sharp gasps. Beneath the massive rocks, elite warriors lie crushed like insects, and a deadly silence hangs over the battlefield. No chanting, instant magic on this scale. A survivor points forward, voice trembling with fear. This mana capacity is simply inhuman. Even more shattering, the man wears a suit and dress shoes, without a single piece of combat gear. Such composure is the ultimate form of terror. The enemy attempts a counterattack, cavalry swarming through the gaps in the pillars. Taemin's pupils contract as he screams in despair. No. But the deadly charge falters. The pillars aren't obstacles, they're a trap. Watching the enemy cavalry bog down, the tide of battle turns instantly. I'll thank you later. With the terrain advantage secured, the red light in Taemin's eyes explodes. The Berserker skill is unleashed. It's slaughter time. The tide turns, eyes glowing crimson. Taemin erupts with berserk energy. Grinning maniacally, he declares that victory is within reach. Without hesitation, he becomes a red blur. Sword ablaze with orange light, he thrusts straight for the enemy's throat. Boom! The enemy is blasted away by the shockwave. Seeing the opening, the dark-haired swordsman's eyes flash. Now is his chance. The enemy commander screams for an all-out attack, but is answered by Taemin's deafening roar as the battlefield descends into chaos. Amidst the chaos, a cool blue light cuts through the dust. Streamer Wigang stares in disbelief at the man in the suit, emerging with elegance. Reversal magic. With cold words, a torrent of blue mana blasts the giant demon away before it can even scream. Fighting the entire cavalry alone? Watching the explosive scene, Wigang breaks into a cold sweat, voice trembling. Did you all see that? Amidst the ruins, he stands tall, over shattered armor. The silver weapon in his hand hums with strange energy, sending the chat into a frenzy. Facing the roaring monster, Hoyle falls silent. He stares intensely at the dagger's durability, thinking only one thing: I must not break it. A bold idea flashes through his mind. If he interferes with the dagger's mana, and then reverts with a durability reset? Theory confirmed. Reversal magic strips objects of added stats. Staring at the glowing dagger, he realizes this experiment is a gamble. A massive burst of energy. He levels up, and the dagger is pristine. Outwardly calm, he rejoices internally. No more repair fees. Meanwhile, as the smoke clears, Taemin gasps for air. Blood and sweat drip from his shattered armor as he scans the surroundings. While others cheer for victory, Taemin's gaze locks onto a distant figure. That silver-haired man sipping tea amidst the ruins. Is it him? We can't let another guild snatch him. Wiping blood from his face, the dark-haired swordsman eyes the figure with burning determination. It's a jarring scene. Under withered trees, Hoyle sips tea, only to be interrupted by a nervous Wigang holding his selfie stick. Hoyle turns slowly, his cold gaze instantly setting the stream ablaze. Hundreds of thousands hold their breath, watching this mysterious powerhouse. The battle is over, but the chaos has just begun. Through the live stream, countless eyes are fixed on the silver-haired gentleman standing in the mud. Join us. Surrounded by noisy admiration, Hoyle simply raises a hand and utters a single, cold command. Move. Amidst the ruins, Taemin, bloodied yet confident, reaches out with a smile, attempting to break the ice with the mysterious stranger. However, Granfel's cold words instantly freeze the air. Ignoring the extended hand, he reprimands the lack of formality in a tone devoid of emotion. Get out my way. With this dismissal, the livestream erupts into chaos. Tens of thousands of viewers watching in shock as the red-haired king is publicly ignored. The scene spreads like wildfire. Headlines about the mysterious player dominate the screens as the world speculates on the true identity of this silver-haired man. Meanwhile, at the Shining Guild base, Locks, the rank 2 player, stares at the replay. The relaxed atmosphere grows heavy with his deepening silence. Faced with their leader's question, reactions vary. Some remain indifferent, while others clench their fists, sensing an unprecedented threat. Just then, a member's desperate wail over a ruined date shatters the seriousness, leaving Locks with a look of utter headache and annoyance. An argument breaks out. Some admire the stranger's coolness, while others turn red with jealousy. The guild falls into chaos over this sudden variable. Locks dismisses the argument with a scoff. To him, this is merely media hype for views, his eyes filled with the arrogance of strong. Even with the crisis looming, Locks prioritizes his date. He flies off into the snowy night, leaving his bewildered subordinates staring at the monitor. In the corner, the mage Jessie stares thoughtfully at the screen. Fingertips tracing the air, she senses a magical fluctuation that feels paradoxically non-magical. Seeing the usually high-standard Jessie praise someone like this, her companion beside her wears a look of utter disbelief. They're not alone. Powerhouses worldwide are watching. A mysterious woman curls her lips in an amused smile, the situation becoming increasingly enigmatic. Elsewhere, a Berserker Guild executive goes berserk, screaming in frustration as if he had long foreseen this man's extraordinary nature. But after venting his rage, his gaze turns sharp and determined. Whatever the cost, They must bring this man to their side. The broadcast cuts back to the anchor, announcing the Shining Guild's glorious victory elsewhere, but it seems this is no longer the sole focus. The camera pans to the frozen lands. Players from all nations gather by campfires. Though weary, their eyes burn with the tension and resolve before the final battle. It's a gamble for survival. On one side, a city about to be swallowed by flames. On the other, a bone-chilling battlefield. Time is running out for humanity. In this suffocating atmosphere, all eyes focus once more, that unarmed figure in a suit amidst the ruins. Is it sheer arrogance or absolute confidence? On TV, anchors scream in disbelief that the mysterious player wore no gear. Watching from home, Hoyle sweats nervously, his inner voice dripping with irony. It's not a secret technique. He's just too broke to afford anything. Experts praise his genius tactics of utilizing terrain. Hoyle sighs, embarrassed. It wasn't genius. It was a desperate last resort when he had absolutely nothing else left. The world praises his humility for stepping aside. Unaware, he simply ran out of mana. Toweling his hair, Hoyle breathes a sigh of relief. At least they didn't mistake his exhaustion for arrogance. Finally, time to check the loot. A necklace glowing with an ominous red light reveals itself. A rare item cursed by a demon vampire, dangerous yet alluring. Most players treat such gacha-style cursed items as trash, fearing the cost. But Hoyle's eyes narrow. He knows a completely different way to utilize this burden. He won't purify it, he'll offer it. Using the demon hunter's exclusive skill, exorcism ritual, he decides to actively invite the demon into his own mind. It's a gamble of the mind, risky in reality. But in the battlefield of consciousness, his haughty persona reigns supreme. He calculates coldly, ready to welcome the darkness. Suddenly, the phone buzzes, shattering the silence. Nam Keelman flashes on the screen. Hoyle instantly imagines the red-headed guild master screaming about lawsuits on the other end. Can't pick up. If he answers, Granfel's persona will surely insult them. Hoyle frantically types, trying to craft the most polite text possible to diffuse the situation. Yet his fingers betray him, sending a cold, troublesome. Nam Keelman stares at the screen, sweating profusely. The suffocating familiarity of that tone gives him déjà vu. Meanwhile, at Jane's base, Nam Taemin wanted to apologize for his earlier rudeness, but watching the replay of that arrogant figure makes the apology stick in his throat. To normal people, it was passionate. To Granfell, it was a mannerless farmer's market. This clash of perspectives leaves Taemin feeling deeply frustrated and annoyed. Though Taemin's eyebrows twitch with suppressed rage, he swallows his anger. As a top guildmaster, he knows his priorities. Count Escura is the real target now. Just as they verify the destruction rate of the Count family's fortress, anomaly strikes. Taemin spins around instantly, his expression shifting from calm to alarmed. The earth lurches violently. This is no ordinary earthquake. Chaos erupts in the command room as a red, urgent news alert heralds the arrival of disaster. Catastrophe. The collapsing rupture has breached dimensions. The massive Count family's fortress has physically manifested right in the heart of Russia. Casualty numbers tick up wildly. Nations lock down their borders. Despair spreads like wildfire as players look small and helpless before this sudden war. Amidst ruins shrouded in purple fog, a giant demon statue looks down on humanity. Breaking the suffocating oppression, heavy combat boots crush the rubble. Someone has arrived. The silver-haired figure. While panic seizes the crowd, Hoyle stares coldly at the ruins, remarking casually, so it did collapse. Without a shred of hesitation, he walks alone toward the fortress reeking of death. The crowd watches in disbelief. Is he insane? Or is he about to perform another miracle? Ignoring the ominous purple mist, he steps forward with steady resolve, walking alone toward the demon statue looming over the wasteland. Instead of fear, a cold sneer crosses his lips. He mocks the threat before him, announcing his arrival in enemy territory. A massive shadow falls over him. Lee Hoyle stands silently before the behemoth, the calm before the storm suffocating the air. His gaze sweeps across the courtyard of the so-called fortress, his disdain growing as if looking at a cheap imitation. You call this a fortress? He scoffs, comparing it to the grandeur of his memories, leaving the spirit behind him sighing in disbelief. But his mockery triggers a taboo. The statue's eyes instantly glow crimson, and the terrifying pressure sends a bead of sweat down Hoyle's temple. In the rainy night, the rock monster reveals its true, hideous form, casting a shadow of despair over the helpless soldiers below. The Colossus moves, shaking the earth. Witnesses scream in terror, praying for the tiny figure to flee before it's too late. The instinct of a mortal screams, "Run," in his mind. Faced with earth-shattering power, his body urges him to retreat. But in that moment, pride takes over. With a single snap of his fingers, the towering Colossus instantly disintegrates into a purple storm. Far away, members of the Shining Guild are startled by the massive boom, anxiety spreading rapidly through their ranks. Sensing the crisis, Jessie recklessly breaks formation, ignoring her teammates' calls as she rushes straight toward the source of the explosion. When she arrives, the scene leaves her dumbstruck. The invincible monster has been reduced to mere rubble. What looks like a miracle to others is, to Lee Hoyle, simply disposing of a piece of low-quality trash. The fall of the gatekeeper ignites the flame of war. Despairing soldiers, now emboldened, roar battle cries and flood toward the exposed fortress. Just then, the merciless system triggers a new class quest, Prologue of the Counterattack, demanding he make the vampires feel the fear of being hunted. Logic screams about the level gap, but the dignity of a demon hunter drives him to step firmly into the sea of blood-red fire. Even as fear roars within, his gaze remains as cold as a blade. The hunt begins now. Gravity warps as Lee Hoyle and Nam Keelman float in the eerie banquet hall. The air is stagnant, and Hoyle's eyes narrow in suspicion. Is this a banquet hall? Eerie laughter echoes as the portraits on the walls seem to come alive, pulsing with malice. Spinning in zero gravity, Hoyle realizes the paintings are the source of the danger. Meanwhile, deadly trap triggers elsewhere. Red energy blasts forward, and the berserker Nam Taemin takes the hit head-on, groaning in sheer pain. The explosion sends the guild flying. Taemin kneels, surrounded by green light, sweat dripping down his face. Despite the suffocation, he grits his teeth. "I'm fine." It's not just physical, it's a mental assault. The portraits are watching them, demons awakening from the canvas. Taemin roars a warning. Portraits! It's the demons. In the pink fog, the crisis forces them close. Green healing magic flickers as his teammate tries to stabilize Taemin's chaotic energy, the air thick with tension. Burn all down. Fire magic erupts, purging the filth. The red glow fades from Taemin's eyes, his expression shifting from strain to relief. "I feel much better." The analyst realizes the truth. The entire castle is a debuff trap. Taemin leans back in frustration. Even as a top guild, they were outplayed by those with more experience. Flames roar behind him as Taemin's eyes harden. As a barbarian weak to status effects, if the entrance is this brutal, the path ahead promises certain death. Back to Hoyle. Monster screams echoed down the dark corridor. His face remains stoic, but his mind calculates. The deeper they go, the darker the horrors awaiting them. Yet instead of fear, Hoyle feels disdain. He sneers at the wall. These portraits are absolute shit. Keelman gapes, shocked by the sudden vicious critique. The roast continues. Hoyle sighs, mocking the maze-like stupidity of the architecture. Did the designer build this with their head just for decoration? Suddenly, the rant stops. Hoyle freezes at the grand staircase, his gaze sharpening. At the top of the Gothic arches, he senses something truly wrong. The aura from behind that door is nauseating. Hoyle covers his nose, frowning in disgust. He's found it. The source of the sickening stench lies right there. The final stretch. Red mist swirls in the deathly silence. Hoyle steps toward the door, his mind set. Behind this lies Countess Skira. "Found you." With a shout, a purple figure strikes like lightning. Hoyle's pupils dilate. This sudden ambush shatters all his plans. But it's not an attack. The blonde girl crashes to the floor, looking up at Hoyle with starry eyes. "That really cool magic. It was you, right? Wasting mana just to float?" Keelman is flabbergasted, while Jessie is lost in the ecstasy of meeting her idol, completely ignoring the tension. Facing her fanatical inner monologue and eager eyes, Hoyle maintains his cold, pristine persona, delivering only his creed: manners. With zero hesitation, Grandfell shoves Jessie down, his hand heavy on her shoulder. His voice cuts through the chaos, cold and strict. Minding your manners is the bare minimum. Jessie crumbles to the ground, pupils dilating in sheer terror. Above her, Grandfell is engulfed in a swirling crimson vortex, looking less like a mentor and more like a god of judgment. The air freezes instantly. Behind Grandfell's sharp silhouette, the void shatters, A malicious presence erupts from the red mist, signaling an immediate, lethal threat. The ambush triggers an instinctual defense. The skill Natural Enemy activates instantly. Granfell grits his teeth through the pain as blinding light erupts to repel the evil. The earth trembles as the ultimate despair awakens. Count Escura opens his eyes, his mocking laughter echoing through the darkness, freezing the blood of every hunter present. Trembling, Jesse asks if he's all right. Granfell simply adjusts his tie, a look of utter disdain crossing his face. Count, he scoffs, unimpressed by the title. Facing the Count's mockery, Granfell raises the glowing demon pendant. His eyes are cold as steel. You are nothing but a vulgar vampire pretending to be nobility. Righteous fury ignites. Granfell's eyes glow red as he activates the exorcism ritual. He will use this cursed necklace to teach this fake aristocrat a painful lesson. The system interface flashes wildly. The class quest prologue of the counterattack updates. Hunt the vampire. The goal is clear. Make the undead feel the true fear of being hunted. Fist clenched tight, the pendant screams. The exorcism ritual erupts completely, red energy lashing out like chains, a ruthless judgment for those who dare mock true nobility. Veins bulging, pink hair whipping in the energy storm, he sheds his ordinary self. Right now, Granfell is the absolute hunter, born to cleanse the filth. Namtamin watches in horror, sweat soaking his back. He finally understands. Granfell's hunt is a suicide mission to drag the Count into a mental realm using the offering. If I fail, I'll be possessed. It's a massive gamble. Escura's giant phantom manifests in the void, laughing deafeningly at this tiny, desperate resistance. Clad in crimson armor, the demon Count spreads his arms, embracing the challenge. He admires the arrogance, yet his eyes remain cold, dismissing his opponent as a mere insect. Chaos erupts outside. Leone and Tamine watch in despair as the energy core explodes. Escura is absorbing all the power back from his minions. His strength is skyrocketing. In the mental realm, Granfell is merely a speck of dust. Escura's colossal face fills the sky, his purple aura crushing down, making the very dimension scream in agony. The pressure threatens to snap his spine. Granfell drops to one knee, gasping for air as purple cracks spread beneath him. It feels like his very soul is being torn apart. Where is this? Granfell barely stabilizes when Escura emerges from the abyss, grinning with absolute control. A unique trick, human. But this is the end. Just as the Count savors victory, the tables turn. Granfell stands atop the peak, looking down calmly. A massive demon claw crashes down, smashing the arrogant vampire into the abyss. Darkness is ruthlessly torn apart by 4 crimson energy beams, erupting with a sickening crack of destruction. Flames engulf the battlefield as Granfell stands amidst the ash, gazing coldly with a tone of utter disappointment and disdain. The smoke clears. Escura is not ash yet. Though heavily wounded, a mocking sneer remains on his lips as he taunts the demon hunter. Rage twists the vampire's face as he roars in confusion, while Granfell merely glances sideways, his composure terrifyingly calm. Rain pours down as Granfell pins Escura to the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade. Despite the sweat dripping down, he ruthlessly suppresses the monster. Escura's pupils constrict violently. Before shock can fade, an indescribable agony instantly consumes his senses. Red energy erupts like a torrent, blasting Escura away screaming, a broken kite before Granfell's indifferent silhouette. Jesse screams in panic, fearing loss of control, only to realize a second later. This is nothing but a carefully calculated trap by Granfell. Oh my, Escura! Granfell raises a hand elegantly, watching the vampire clutch his head in agony, his tone teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. The enraged Count erupts with a deafening roar, unleashing a storm of energy. Granfell instantly raises his hand to defend, refusing to yield an inch. After the massive impact, the entire castle tower vanishes into the night. Staring at the ruins, the onlookers hold their breath in awe. The blue-haired mage is shaken, but Jesse beside him cheers excitedly, mistaking his luck for perfect prediction. Just then, the light of the exorcism ritual strikes the enemy dead on. The moment the skill activates, their consciousnesses are forcibly connected. The usually imperious vampire Count now lets out a scream of absolute terror. Chaos reigns in the mental world. Facing the hideous demon consciousness, Lee Hoyle's true self screams, "Stay back," in panic, but to the demon, this appears as an irresistible, crushing pressure. In reality, Granfell remains coolly crossed-armed. The sight makes Jessie's eyes sparkle, her cheeks flushing with pure excitement. The once arrogant Count is now utterly broken, flailing wildly in midair, consumed by the fear status effect as he lets out wails of despair. Watching his prey descend into madness, Granfell's gaze remains unmoved. The system chime rings out clearly, "Make the vampire feel fear." Hunt complete. Seeing the trembling vampire, Jessie almost jumps with excitement, pestering Granfell about this godlike magic, while the demon hunter just wants to end it all. Ignoring the noise beside him, Granfell's silver blade glimmers coldly. His eyes are freezing as he prepares to grant the fallen one a final mercy. The blade falls, and the roaring ceases. Granfell stands amidst the aftermath, offering only a silent, haughty profile, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Count Escura falls to his knees, trembling in defeat. Yet, with the enemy at his mercy, Granfell halts his blade and issues a cold, baffling command to Jessie. "Finish him off." Jessie is paralyzed with shock. Her eyes widen, sweat beading on her brow. She cannot comprehend why he would hand over such immense glory and experience on a silver platter. "You can do it yourself," Jessie screams in frustration. Even the dying Count begs for a swift end, but Granfell remains stoic, his silence weighing heavier than any spell. Pushed to her limit, Jessie snaps. If this is a test of strength, so be it. She grits her teeth and unleashes her magic, determined to meet his impossible expectations. The air freezes. Granfell maintains his signature arrogance, but his teaching method sends chills down his allies' spines. Suddenly, the sky itself begins to shift. Boom! A cataclysmic burst of magic erupts. Purple and pink lights devour everything in sight, a terrifying strike that shakes the very foundation of the battlefield. As the dust settles, system messages flood the view. The Count is fallen. Contribution calculated. The golden light of leveling up confirms the end of the hunt. One hit. Jessie collapses amidst the rubble, leaving the onlookers jaw dropped. The level 430 Vampire Lord, the despair of the server, annihilated in a single strike. Jessie curiously picks up a smoking item from the loot, smiling innocently. Granfell looks down at her, his gaze holding a hint of satisfaction. Before anyone can react, Jessie eats the item. The crowd screams in horror, but a new class quest flashes before Granfell's eyes. The plot has thickened. Jessie. Granfell breaks character, shouting her name. The system declares the prologue over. The beacon is lit, and this clumsy mage is the key to the new chapter. Survivors swarm them. A tide of shock, worship, and questions. Overwhelmed, Jessie stammers, her eyes instinctively seeking the silver-haired man for guidance. It dawns on everyone. It wasn't just Jessie, the silver-haired man standing in the shadows, orchestrating it all. He is the true monster. Under the chaotic moonlight, they finally face each other properly. Jessie straightens her attire and offers a formal noble curtsy. "My name is Jessie Heinous." The surrounding noise fades away. Against the backdrop of ruins and smoke, it feels like only the two of them exist, a strange understanding flowing between them. Her manners lack polish, but her willingness to learn is commendable. Watching her bathe in moonlight, Granfell decides to grant her the highest reward. He drops the Emperor's mask, or rather, grants her the right to the truth. He speaks slowly, his voice deep and solemn. Lee Hoyle. Cut to reality. A peaceful morning in Seoul, soup boiling on the stove. But the breaking news on the TV foreshadows the shattering of this peace. "Mommy!" The daughter runs in joyfully, but the domestic warmth is about to crack. The voice on the phone trembles. The monsters from a game have appeared in reality. Little Arung screams in excitement, pointing at the TV. Jessie turns around, confused, until tears fill her eyes as she realizes the hero on screen is none other than Uncle Hoyle. The close-up of the silver-haired man in the suit is undeniable. As the name Lee Hoyle flashes in blue, Jessie covers her mouth, gasping in sheer shock. Arung cheers happily for her uncle, oblivious to her mother's shock. Suddenly, a piercing vibration cuts through the warmth, signaling something urgent from the building below. Meanwhile, Hoyle grips his blue-flamed weapon, his gaze cold. The phone flashes frantically with a call from Nuna number 2, but he simply mutters, "It's about time," as if he expected this. With the media buzzing about the mysterious player, Hoyle knows the secret is out. Looking at the barrage of missed calls from his sisters, A wave of invisible pressure crashes down on him. Then comes the call from Nina number 3. Hoyle stares at the screen, recalling heartwarming childhood memories surrounded by his sisters, a seemingly gentle smile playing on his lips. But that was a lie. Reality was a nightmare of torment and screaming. Sweat pours down his face as he hesitates, only for a furious roar to shatter reality. Hey! Lee Hoyle. The door shakes violently under a barrage of fists. Hoyle braces against it, sweating profusely, as his sister's ruthless ultimatum rings out. I know you're home. Open up before I get mad. The door is breached. The 3 sisters burst in, a mix of fury and shock on their faces. But instead of a panicked brother, they find Hoyle standing elegantly in a suit, coldly remarking, "You're being a nuisance to the neighbors. So first, calm down, my sisters." Hoyle's authoritative tone leaves the 3rd sister completely dumbfounded. Only the eldest sister, oblivious to the mood, smiles as she introduces Urung to this stranger of an uncle. The scene shifts back to the bustling city. The news continues to roll, masking the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface of this supernatural world. The TV buzzes with reports of the rising star, Lee Hoyle, who defeated the vampire count. In an apartment, guild members watch the screen intently, absorbing every detail. Nam Taemin hands over a hot cocoa, but it does little to soothe his brother's anxiety. Keelman lies on the bed, hopeless. It's no use, Taemin. He won't join our guild no matter what we offer. No, he's most likely to choose us. Taemin's eyes burn with confidence as he grins. Don't forget the loot we got from the territory square. That rightfully belongs to him. Shocked, his brother sits up. Taemin crushes his cup, eyes blazing with fire. The split doesn't matter. Even if we fail to recruit him, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure he remembers us. Give him everything. Call him right now. Overwhelmed with passion, Taemin smashes the coffee table. Amidst the debris, his brother sweeps up the mess, sighing at his destructive, cheering sibling. Just then, the phone rings from Nam Keelman. But Hoyle has his hands full. Little Arung is clinging to his back like a koala, and his patience with his sisters is wearing thin. The sisters completely ignore his seriousness. The eldest sister swoons over his new hair color, while the second sister points and laughs hysterically. Ha ha! Are you trying to be a K-pop star? This is hilarious. The 3rd sister is still shivering from Hoyle's archaic speech. But the mood shifts instantly. Hoyle kneels elegantly holding Arung, forced to accept the supreme compliment of being pretty like a princess amidst his sister's laughter. Hoyle wakes up not to peace, but to a nightmare of teasing relatives. His dark history as a Chunibyo player has been discovered, and there is no escape. The public execution continues. His embarrassing past of wanting silver hair and calling himself Grandfell is dragged into the light. Hoyle screams in pure mortification. The shame peaks as they mock his aristocratic tone. Hoyle withers inside, thinking these relatives are far more terrifying than any demon he's hunted. The laughter dies down, replaced by heavy silence. Jokes aside, seeing Hoyle return safely brings a wave of genuine fear and relief to his family. Their unconditional support warms his heart. In this tender moment, the proud persona of Grandfell awakens, declaring with absolute confidence that he is born for this job. He thought he projected majestic coolness, but the sisters just squeal, so cute. Hoyle's soul wants to pull the trigger on himself from the sheer cringe. The sun sets, bringing an end to the chaotic tea party. As the noisy but loving family departs, peace finally returns to the room. At the door, he gives a stern, responsible warning. Make sure to save money. But these words immediately come back to haunt him. The moment the door closes, panic sets in. He realizes the irony. He lectured them on saving money, yet he doesn't have a single penny to his name. Just as despair hits, the system notification chimes like a choir of angels. The Rupture Clear reward arrives, and a sea of gold coins floods his vision. Saved. He opens his banking app with trembling hands. He expected a lot, but the astronomical string of numbers on the screen freezes his brain instantly. Meanwhile, at the Shining Guild branch, Leonie corners Jesse with playful aggression, the air thick with suspicion and interrogation. You defeated the vampire with Lee Hoyle. Surely you know something? Leonie presses on, but Jesse feigns ignorance with a tired smile. Jesse's eyes sharpen, flashing the authority of a top mage. She shuts down the pestering instantly, claiming she needs to focus on research. Leonie surrenders, bored. But when she glimpses Jesse's tablet, she's baffled. The great mage is obsessively watching videos on Korean etiquette. Back to Hoyle, the notification on his tablet sends him into a state of shock. It's not just a number. It's a life-changing windfall. 110 billion won. Hoyle nearly faints from oxygen deprivation. But Granfell's persona sneers coldly within him. Pathetic. Losing your composure over such pocket change. To be continued. In this world where reality and games intertwine, Lee Hoyle's dual life is just beginning. Staring at the vampire count's orb, Lee Hoyle initially dismisses it as trash, only to realize it is the perfect offering for a demon hunter's exorcism ritual, sparking a sudden rush of ecstatic delight. Flashbacks flood in. The Blood's Curse necklace, once sacrificed to the Count, hasn't vanished, but returned with its curse lifted, leaving him deeply shaken by this unexpected recovery. Not only is the gear back, but upon seeing the dizzying number on his phone screen, 100 billion won, his pupils dilate, and the hand holding the phone trembles violently. The sheer shock renders him sleepless. He lies in bed, eyes wide, the massive wealth weighing on his mind like a boulder, leaving him breathless. Savings? Gear? Family. Inner ecstasy makes him toss and turn like a child, disturbing not just the bed, but also his other self who values elegance above all. Even when told to sleep, he simply closes the overpriced auction page, lips curling into a smile as he drifts off with the arrogance and satisfaction of a billionaire. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the AU Korean department, the atmosphere is heavy as a debate about Lee Hoyle's miracle is about to erupt, filling the air with tension. It's alchemy. Bullshit. No one has that much mana. Experts point at the footage, arguing furiously, unable to explain the scene that defies all logic. The argument spills outside. While in the corner, a senior tormented by this topic for days looks utterly exhausted, sick of the endless questions about that man. Fingers tap on the keyboard, but the database shows nothing. The name Lee Hoyle is like a ghost that appeared out of nowhere, the frustration of finding nothing driving them mad. Just as despair sets in, a new notice popping up on the screen instantly captures their gaze, reigniting a light in their annoyed eyes. Found it. Everyone's eyes lock onto the headline. Arcana New Region Update. Yusra Archipelago, implying a new storm is about to unfold around the center. The legendary Treasure Island, possessing wonders unmatched in the real world, is now slowly unveiling its mystery amidst a radiant glow. The TV news follows up. Along with the opening of the new region, the long-suspended Academic Society of Mages, once only a background setting, is officially restarting. On the live broadcast, the fourth-ranked player, Jesse Haynes, appears at the Mages Tower, triggering cheers from the crowd and capturing Lee Hoyle's attention. Lee Hoyle pauses mid-pull-up abruptly. She was fourth in the rankings? To think he lectured such a powerhouse on manners. The belated shock leaves him dumbfounded. But more importantly, the Mages Tower has magic, not skills. This original game lore sharpens his gaze, signaling a perfect opportunity to get stronger. Since the decision is made, he sees it through. Even before leaving, the Grand Emperor dons an apron, seriously washing the last dish, maintaining his elegance to the end. Sunlight pours down as the magnificent Mage's Tower stands before him. In this gathering place of magic, a new chapter is about to unfold under the gaze of many. Adventurers stream into the magnificent Magic Tower. Cleo stands with arms crossed, feigning confidence, though her heart pounds under the weight of gazing eyes. Thrilled by the prospect of head mage Marcello's presentation, Cleo races down the corridor, urging her companion to keep up with the long-awaited event. Their frantic sprint comes to a sudden halt. A panicked cry from her companion makes Cleo spin around, her pupils dilating as she confronts an unexpected sight. Turns out, her companion slammed face-first into an invisible barrier. Cleo blushes furiously, wishing the ground would swallow her up to escape the sheer embarrassment. Just then, High Mage Jesse Haynes steps in. She reveals the barrier is a high-level illusion cast by the Tower Master himself, visible only to those holding an invitation. Even Cleo nearly stumbles into the trap, but Jesse gently catches her. The surrounding crowd gasps in awe, stunned to witness the legendary mage in person. Jesse hands Cleo the invitation, officially appointing her as the guide. Cleo's eyes widen with excitement upon learning she is the final entrant, ready to start immediately. Is that really everyone? Jessie narrows her emerald eyes, sensing a subtle anomaly. Cleo pauses, confused by the High Mage's sudden hesitation. A mage's intuition is terrifyingly sharp. Jessie senses one more special guest arriving. Meanwhile, a silver-haired man stands in the darkness, his expression icy and composed. Lee Hoyle stands before the massive blue magic circle, gazing at the all-too-familiar magic tower. Though his face remains impassive, a restless throb echoes deep within his chest. Reality quickly shatters his contemplation as he is swallowed by the crowd. The deafening noise and shoving bodies make Lee Hoyle furrow his brows in sheer irritation. Suddenly, someone recognizes the signature silver hair. It's Lee Hoyle. The shout hits like a boulder in a lake, sending ripples of shock as countless eyes instantly fixate on him. Chaos erupts instantly. Fanatic fans and bystanders surge like a tidal wave. Jostled and shoved, Lee Hoyle feels his composure crumbling under the suffocating madness. The stranger tugs at the bag containing his precious discounted tea. Lee Hoyle's eyes turn red, and his inner petty salaryman rage erupts instantly. Screw off. Immediately after snapping, Lee Hoyle's heart skips a beat seeing the man's terror. He forces his coal mask back on, hoping this nasty attitude might actually scare off the crazed fans. But it backfires spectacularly. Instead of retreating, the fans scream in ecstasy at being insulted by their idol. Lee Hoyle stares at the crowd, overwhelmed by a deep sense of defeat. Desperate to escape, Lee Hoyle locks his gaze on a seemingly ordinary wall. Amidst the chaos, only that spot emanates a peculiar aura invisible to the common eye. Without hesitation, he charges straight at the solid wall. Leaving the screams of horror behind, he trusts his instincts. This is no wall, but a gateway to silence. With a dizzying rush, he crashes through the illusion and lands hard on the floor. Right beneath him lies the pink-haired guide who was just expecting a special guest. Granfell touches his chin, gazing at the magic circle before him. A playful smile curling his lips as he genuinely admires the exquisite illusion magic. Footsteps echo through the grand hall, while the pink-haired woman beside him breaks into a cold sweat, staring in terror at this mysterious, uninvited guest. She frantically flips through the guest list, pages rustling, but the name is nowhere to be found, while Granfell simply shoots her a cold glance, as if watching a farce. "You don't have an invitation?" Facing her breakdown, Granfell nods as a matter of course, as if worldly rules mean nothing to him. The woman's worldview shatters instantly. No one has ever seen through the head mage's illusion without an invitation. Yet Granfell seems baffled by her utter shock. She frantically explains the exception for the strong rule, cheeks burning red, while Granfell calmly accepts the premise, reaffirming his approval of the magic. Stepping onto the floating light stairs, Granfell appears calm, but internally he frantically calculates mana formulas, plotting how to copy this exquisite magic. The doors swing open, revealing the dazzling blue crystal hall, a magnificent sight that causes even Granfell's pupils to constrict and his heart to race. Meanwhile, Jessie, having already arrived, bathes in the glow of knowledge, spreading her arms with a look of fanatical, pure joy on her face. Memories flood back, from the desperate apocalypse of red mist to the orderly mage's tower under the blue sky, all thanks to the youngest head mage, Marcello. Yet in the lecture hall of her memories, Jessie rests her chin on her hand, bored to death, turning a deaf ear to her mentor's rant about Marcello's great deeds. Faced with profound magical theory, she makes no effort to hide her drowsiness. Her blatant, "I don't understand and I don't care" attitude makes the mentor's vein pop. The mentor's patience snaps, but just as he's about to explode, Jessie jolts awake. If it weren't for that damn quest, she wouldn't be suffering here. Back in the crystal hall, Marcello speaks with solemn gravity, explaining his grand vision of fusing magic and science to the otherworldly guests, trying to bridge the cognitive gap. Science. The word hits like a boulder in a lake, causing an uproar among mages and players alike, until a blazing energy suddenly erupts from his palm. A golden orb spins amidst flames as Marcello calmly demonstrates the new power called fusion, a sight defying common sense that makes even Jessie's eyes widen. "That is why I need your help." As these words fall, the player's eyes instantly change, the air filling with the craving and restlessness for a rare hidden quest. Facing countless burning eyes, Marcello adjusts his glasses and calmly opens the floor for questions, waiting for the one person who might truly understand his theory. A cold voice suddenly cuts through the noise. "There are unnecessities in your interference." Granfell parts the crowd, staring directly at the head mage, silencing the entire hall instantly. Cheers erupt for the rising star, deafening and wild. Yet, amidst the frenzy, elders watch with grave concern. Challenging Marcello? That's not bravery. It's a death wish. Unnecessities. Marcello dismisses it cold, arms crossed. Lee Hoyle's eyes sharpen instantly. He won't tolerate such arrogant disdain. It's not just a retort, it's insight. Marcelo senses the estrangement in the fusion, and Hoyle strikes back by exposing the very heart of the paradox. The truth is laid bare. As the mage displays the unstable fusion, the dissonance vibrates through the hall. Hoyle's eyes widen. There it is, the core of the chaos. He leaps. While others struggle, Hoyle commands the chaotic mana in freefall. The crowd gasps in disbelief. He's defying the very laws they study. He lands perfectly, the flames still dancing in his palm. Centrifugal force is more efficient, he explains calmly, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded by his casual mastery. A smirk of victory curls his lips. To the crowd, it's utter disdain. His opponent crumbles in shame. In reality, he's just thrilled he saved some mana. The tables turn instantly. The haughty Marcelo bows his head in respect. Join my research. A system notification chimes, the ultimate acknowledgement. Internally, he's screaming at the insane rewards. Externally, that signature enigmatic smile remains. Hoyle knows he's won the gamble of a lifetime. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. Far from the stifling tower, tropical sunlight floods the view. Waves crash gently against the golden sands of paradise. Kaya, Leonie beams, eyes sparkling with nostalgia. For a moment, she's not a guild master, just a girl reliving the golden days of adventure. Vacation? It's a zoo. Crowds everywhere, streamers snapping selfies. Leonie's expression darkens instantly. This isn't the adventure she signed up for. She leans in, teasing Tamine mercilessly. Upset? So cute to the blushing bystanders. It looks less like bickering and more like a scandalous beach romance. Wait, it's not just players. Arcanians. Even the NPCs are flocking to the beach. Confusion spreads. Something strange is brewing on this island. The atmosphere tightens. Lionheart knights in gleaming armor. Shadow mercenaries lurking in the shade. The heavy hitters have arrived. This is no vacation. Even the Explorer Alliance. Leonie smells treasure, but Tamine just feels a migraine coming on. Competing with NPCs? What nightmare. A buzz on his wrist interrupts the grumbling. Mage, idiot. Tamine answers with a sigh, unaware that this call is about to drop a bombshell. Wait, Lee Hoyle. Tamine's annoyance explodes into hysterical laughter. He talked back to the head mage. Ha ha, the guy's an absolute psycho. He didn't just talk back, Marcelo agreed, and gave him a quest. The laughter dies instantly, replaced by pure shock. The whole world is about to lose its mind. The scroll unfurls with a snap, revealing indecipherable runes. Hoyle's pupils dilate, the sudden message shattering his usual composure. Faced with the promise of write whatever you need, hesitation flickers for only a second before calculated greed overrides reason. A confident, perhaps even devilish, grin spreads across his face. He won't be polite. This is the perfect chance to demand exactly what he needs. High atop the magnificent mage's tower, a massive blue circle rotates slowly. Marcelo stands with his back to the brilliance, his silhouette solitary and grave. In this starry magical realm, Marcelo must face the will of the 5 stars, the air heavy with the invisible pressure of superior authority. Accusations echo from the shadows, each word hammering his nerves. How dare he break taboos by inviting an outsider in a sacred research? But Marcelo remains shaken. He knows only Lee Hoyle can bridge the gap between magic and science, a conviction burning like blue fire in his eyes. The authorities care nothing for truth, only liability. Their cold judgment lands like an ultimatum, shoving all risk solely onto Marcelo's shoulders. The moment the connection cuts, suppressed rage erupts. Alone in the empty hall, he grits his teeth, cursing the stubborn boomer bastards. Suddenly, a vibrant shout breaks the gloom. Assistant Cleo arrives, furious on his behalf, before instantly melting into starry-eyed adoration. She rushes in, stumbling with a box full of treasures. Marcelo is forced to drop his gloom, reaching out to steady the clumsy yet sincere situation. I'll take it. Marcelo seizes the box, his gaze sharpening behind his glasses. He must personally verify if that man is truly worth all this. Scene shift. With scrutiny and testing in mind, Marcelo solemnly presents the dangerously powerful artifacts before Lee Hoyle. A feast of epic gear. Marcelo watches closely for a reaction, asking softly, "So, do these items meet your expectations?" Hoyle shows no greed. Instead, he frowns slightly, fixing Marcelo with a cold stare, as if seeing right through his little game. His heart skips a beat, damn it. These items are level 620. He can't equip them. Suppressing his panic, he feigns arrogance. Do you bring me such trifles to insult me? The bluff works perfectly. Marcelo bows in shame at his low standards, while inside, Hoyle screams in despair at talking himself out of god-tier loot. With a soft click, the hexagram brooch settles into the box. Seeing the no-level limit and mana recovery stats, even the stoic Granfel's pupils contract, shaken by its immense value. Since it's such a treasure, there's no need for modesty. A hand firmly grasps the brooch amidst the blue glow, decisively claiming it. To mask his inner shock, Granfell feigns deep appreciation for the mage's insight. Yet the blue-haired mage holds the cheap-looking triangle, utter confusion written on his face. Is this thing actually good? A system prompt pops up. Wait for Marcelo's call. Beneath Granfell's serious facade, the player Lee Hoyle sighs internally at the quest pause. Guess I just have to wait. But the conversation wasn't in vain. Watching Granfell leave, hope sparkles in the mage's eyes. He is convinced this explorer is the key to changing the magic tower, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Meanwhile, in a distant tropical jungle, sunlight filters through the leaves. A streamer in sunglasses leans back against a tree, relaxed, seemingly waiting for a big scoop. It's the streamer Wigang, camping at the Yusra Archipelago portal. He shouts excitedly to his camera, determined to catch Lee Hoyle, despite the chat spamming boring and sleepy. The star comes last. Wigang insists, but a massive shadow suddenly looms behind him. A tall masked figure leans in, his icy voice freezing the streamer in place. Lee Hoyle. The chat explodes. It's the infamous supernova Kinver. Wigang breaks into a cold sweat, pupils trembling in terror, before the screen abruptly cuts to black. News footage of explosions and fire narrates the grim legend of supernova. Disaster follows wherever they go. Watching this, Lee Hoyle chills to the bone. Why is a maniac like that looking for me? Back in the jungle, Kinver's weapon glows with a menacing violet light. A cruel smile plays on his lips as he delivers a message through the terrified streamer. Tell that clown, taking the act too far isn't fun. Dropping a, I'll keep an eye on your stream, Kinver turns to leave. On the other side of the screen, Lee Hoyle is dumbfounded, while the chat wildly speculates if he dares to face this monster alone. Reading comments about getting ambushed, Lee Hoyle panics internally. Meanwhile, a spiky-haired blonde watching the stream screams at the screen, saying he won't come because he's scared? That's total bullshit. Public opinion flips instantly as fanatical fans spam Homan, praising his noble character. Lee Hoyle reads this cult-like worship, cringing internally. No, I just don't go on shows to save money. But massive donation notification snaps him back. Lee Hoyle raises his teacup, slipping back into Granfell's aloof persona, coldly weighing his options. Is there a necessary reason for me to go? Logic says no. He's only level 134, while Yusra is a level 350 death zone. Lee Hoyle collapses onto his bed, clutching his head in agony. It's a treasure island, but I'll be dead meat if I go. Just thinking about those level 400 monsters makes him suffocate. Unless they're demons. That's the only enemy type he, as a demon hunter, can fight despite the level gap. As if hearing his thoughts, the system responds. The blue screen pops up, freezing his hand mid-sip. Class quest updated. Inspect the 7 deadly sins of Yusra Archipelago. Pride, envy, greed. Staring at the 7 grotesque demon sample images on the quest interface, both personalities plunge into deep shock and disbelief. Is this system joking? Lee Hoyle hesitates, knowing his last victory was pure luck. But Granfell takes the reins, his eyes sharpening with sudden resolve. Earlier, there was no reason to go, but now, I must. Granfell's eyes steel with resolve as he declares the elimination of evil without hesitation. The unwavering sense of duty strikes Nam Taemin to the core, leaving him whispering the name in sheer awe and trust. Before the words fade, Granfell is already moving. His sudden departure sends Nam Taemin into a panic, screaming in disbelief as he realizes Granfell intends to wear a winter suit to a tropical island. The scene shifts to the sun-drenched Yusra Archipelago. Streamer Wigang waves his selfie stick frantically, face flushed with excitement as he screams into the camera, basking in the festive holiday atmosphere. Amidst fan cheers, Lee Hoyle steps onto the sand in a pristine suit. While the streamer beside him melts in the heat, he remains icy cool until a strange sensation catches his attention, curling his lips into a knowing smile. Suddenly, a gale erupts. A visible wave of purple, evil energy engulfs the island, blasting Lee Hoyle off his feet as the once clear sky turns heavy with an ominous oppression. Landing heavily, Hoyle instantly activates his natural enemy skill. While the streamer trembles in fear, he calmly analyzes the darkness beneath his feet, realizing with shock that the evil stems from the island itself. Confirming the skill is active, Hoyle looks up, his gravity replaced by a manic grin. Instead of shrinking back, he trembles with excitement, relishing the thought of trampling such vast evil beneath his feet. Switching to the live stream view, Hoyle stands deep in the forest, back to the camera. As comments fly across the screen, he ominously asks the viewers if they can see the glowing figure ahead, spiking the suspense. Wigang holds his breath, filming Hoyle, who moves with calculated caution. Every footstep echoes loudly as viewers speculate wildly in the chat. Is this a hidden dungeon, or the start of a deadly hunt? Inside, however, Hoyle is panicking. While maintaining his cool persona of seeking a worthy opponent, he frantically scans the interface for the weakest scorpion, desperate to avoid the high-level bosses that scream instant death. Meanwhile, Wigang screams at the camera to protect Hoyle's mission. Sweating profusely, he fiercely warns any viewers planning to interfere, displaying the frantic loyalty of a #1 fan. Reassured that the streamer can stay invisible, Hoyle stops holding back and bolts into the forest. Moving like an arrow, he leaves a blur in his wake, desperate to find that weak mob for a warm-up. On the other side of the forest, a brutal battle rages. An archer hides in terror, watching his teammate charge a monster riddled with status effects, while chaotic commands drown in the noise of the clash. Blinding light erupts, searing their eyes. A massive blue crystal monster plummets from the sky, leaving the squad screaming in despair as they struggle to aim through the glare, their defense on the brink of collapse. The dust settles to reveal the level 420 Emerald Tiger in all its horror. With a deafening roar, it blasts a team member away like a ragdoll, its overwhelming level striking ice-cold fear into their hearts. "I told you not to split up," the warrior roars in fury, checking on his fallen comrade. But as he looks up, his anger freezes instantly upon locking eyes with an unexpected intruder. Standing there, in a pristine suit amidst the chaos, is none other than Lee Hoyle. The warrior's eyes widen, forgetting to breathe as he screams the name of the legend who seems completely out of place in this brutal war zone. Facing their shock, Hoyle looks unfazed, but internally he's screaming. He just wanted a scorpion for a warm-up, but fate threw him straight at the area's strongest boss. Is this what they call chosen by destiny? There is no turning back. The Emerald Tiger's crystal claws gleam with deadly light, blinding them in the sun. Hoyle clenches his fist, sweat trickling down, realizing that fighting in this glare will be far more dangerous than he imagined. Facing despair, Hoyle's gaze remains unshaken. Azure energy surges at his fingertips, a cold signal that the tides are about to turn. Cold erupts. In a split second, the massive beast is frozen solid. Onlookers gasp, forgetting to breathe in their disbelief. But that's not all. Brilliant golden flames compress wildly in his palm, a harbinger of destruction that makes the very air tremble. Ignition. With a whisper, a towering pillar of fire erupts, swallowing everything in sight. As flames sweep through, witnesses struggle to open their eyes in the searing heat, their very souls scorched by this absolute power. The chat goes wild. An alchemist? No, this is a mage wielding earth-shattering power. As the system chime rings, Hoyle feigns indifference while internally rejoicing over mana recovery, leaving the bystanders completely dumbstruck. The scene shifts to the deep jungle. Sunlight filters through, but the silence holds the oppressive weight of a coming storm. Still at the outskirts, Guildmaster Shrake's roar breaks the silence, his patience frayed by the agonizing delay. Bad news piles up. Split forces have weakened them, while rivals advance, spreading anxiety through the ranks. Memories crash in like waves. Shrake clutches his forehead, forced to admit his own greed led to this failure. Master the West team. The terrified cry from the communicator instantly snaps everyone's nerves. Don't come. That route is finished. Shrake tries to salvage the situation, but his trembling voice betrays the panic of losing control. A massive explosion echoes with the name Lee Hoyle, cutting the connection and leaving only a suffocating static. Meanwhile, an urgent report arrives from the mage's tower. The man who caused the explosion is anything but simple. A personal quest from the Archmage? A private lab? Reading the report, Shrake's pupils dilate. This is absurd. Wariness replaces disdain. Shrake orders an immediate investigation, intuition telling him Lee Hoyle is more dangerous than any monster. Back with Hoyle, staring at the rare loot, his heart leaps with joy, yet he maintains his signature cold arrogance. How pathetic. Just as his inner self dances in celebration of the haul, a sudden chill snaps him back to reality. The air shifts. The jungle falls deadly silent. Something ancient, something evil, is awakening. A sharp system chime freezes the tense air. Eyes lock in shock amidst the rain as a blue quest window materializes, ticking like a countdown of fate. Rain lashes against his black suit. Standing solitary in the downpour, he faces the prologue of the counterattack, a heavy beginning that threatens to upend the world. Meanwhile, the wind in the rainforest shifts violently, scattering birds. A blood-red system alert pierces the view. Greed is seizing the Yusra archipelago, and the destruction bar begins to pulse. Purple energy structures sprawl across the sky as the group flees in panic. It's not just an invasion. It's a collapse of rules, rendering the debate between new map and rupture pale amidst the chaos. Amidst the raging storm, only the white-haired figure stands immovable. Facing the climbing destruction rate, he stares silently into the void, his calm a suffocating contrast to the crumbling world. A scornful smirk curls his lips, as if Granfell sees through the essence of it all. Watching the block of greed light up, he whispers with disdain, "I guess the petty greed of humans awoke you." The scene shifts to Nam Tameen clutching a glowing treasure, wearing an exaggerated, awkward grin. Drenched in cold sweat, he tries to laugh off his guilt. It wasn't me, right? Yet, in a vision only he can see, his haughty demon hunter persona questions his inner self. With a ghostly phantom looming behind, he screams internally, "Don't tell me I awakened it." Disaster spreads rapidly as the archipelago is swallowed by an eerie energy storm. Word spreads through the ruins. The Shining Guild just cleared an island, but the price of their greed must be paid by all. The chat channel explodes, panic spreading through the network. A line of blood-red text reads like a death sentence. If the progress reaches 100%, the demons of the 7 deadly sins will fully awaken. A new quest pop-up interrupts his thoughts. The words prevent the resurrection of greed, glaring ominously. While his companion urges him on from behind, he falls into deep contemplation of the system's mechanics. Greed spreads like a plague, stripping men of reason. Watching the mob rush toward danger for treasure, his gaze is icy, as if viewing designated corpses. Right. That's the normal reaction. Blood-curdling screams echo from the jungle depths. Players unable to let go of desire writhe in agony within the purple mist, their minds shattering under the corruption of greed, enslaved by their own wants. Trust evaporates in the face of profit. Former teammates now curse and draw blades against each other. In this oppressive purple haze, the ugliness of humanity is magnified, making the sane ones the outliers. Cornered by circumstances, greed finally erupts. With a sinister, almost manic resolve, Shrake wipes away his sweat and makes the most selfish decision. In that case, I will take all the treasure. Meanwhile, the Shining Guild acts with ruthless efficiency. Witnessing such merciless plundering, even a fellow player like Jesse feels a deep tremor of doubt. Is that what we're supposed to do? Above the second island, purple lightning tears the sky apart. A massive energy vortex opens like a demon's maw, mercilessly devouring everything in sight, declaring this zone a death trap. Amidst the ruins, the Shining Guild's main force stands battered but arrogant. Even at the center of destruction, these elite players coldly calculate their gains, as if this catastrophe is just another game. Blondlocks even finds the mood for small talk. Smiling confidently, he dismisses the apocalyptic countdown as a necessary cost before casually pivoting to gossip. Even as the world crumbles, jealousy and rivalry persist. At the mention of Lee Hoyle, Lox's confident smile freezes instantly. A flash of resentment at being upstaged, the only trace of humanity in this desperate game. Lox weighs the odds against the formidable enemy, hoping for peace, only to be met with Camilla's mocking sneer. Meanwhile, Jesse rubs his forehead wearily, watching the destruction meter rise, and wisely decides not to provoke that terrifying man. As the shadow of destruction looms closer, bad news breaks. The rival guild has already snatched the treasure. Refusing to sit idle any longer, the blonde captain crosses his arms, his eyes sharpening with resolve as he orders the team to move out. Suddenly, a terrifying energy tears through the island's sky, leaving the blue-haired explorer wide-eyed with soul-shaking horror. Granfell kicks the intruder away, arrogantly declaring his dominance, but freezes instantly at the warning that greed is about to awaken. Just then, a majestic lion flag rises on the horizon. The legendary Lionheart Knights have descended onto the battlefield. Grandfell smirks with disdain and addresses Captain Harkon by name, his sheer arrogance instantly enraging every knight present. When he introduces himself as Lee Hoyle, his tone is so antiquated and haughty that it makes the explorer cringe with discomfort. But Harkon keenly senses something distinct, while simultaneously, the brooch on Grandfell's chest begins to pulse violently, as if responding to a call. Before he can process it, a terrifying shockwave erupts, violently blasting the mighty knight, Captain Harkon, off his feet. Amidst the choking smoke, the knights struggle to recover, while Grandfell's pupils constrict in utter disbelief at what lies behind the haze. The earth cracks open as the island's true owner, a colossal serpent-like beast, bursts forth from the depths with a thunderous roar. Despair manifests in the data before them. Great turtle of golden canines, level 450, an insurmountable wall of death. Prepare for battle. The scream is barely out before the monster charges devastating energy, ready to rain meteors upon the battlefield. Everyone scatters in panic. Leone grits her teeth, desperately dodging the overwhelming destructive force, knowing 1 second's delay means death. Meteorites rain down like hail, and the choking dust blinds them, making any counterattack nearly impossible as despair grips the squad. Enoch, amidst a desperate scream, a comrade is mercilessly tossed into the air by the terrifying blast, fate unknown. Refusing to yield, the blonde warrior roars and transforms into a streak of light, launching a suicidal charge against the beast's claws. With a deafening boom, the tiny human frame violently collides with the colossal monster, sparking a clash of life and death on the shattered earth. Boom! The impact is instantaneous. Before the blonde warrior can even react, his vision is consumed by flying debris and searing pain as he is flung backward like a ragdoll. Just as despair spreads, a colossal wall of ice erupts from the ground. Created without a single chant, the terrifying surge of mana leaves the allies behind him and the soldiers on the ground frozen in deathly shock. Amidst the smoke, the shaken brunette knight attempts to question the source of this power, only to be cut off by a cold stare. The man in the black suit simply adjusts his cuffs, deeming the question unworthy of an answer. The crisis isn't over. The sky tears open as a meteor roars down with destructive intent. The pink-haired mage grits his teeth, squeezing out every last drop of mana to hold up a crumbling defense. Finally, stamina depleted, Lee Hoyle collapses into the ruins, attempting to mask his weakness amidst the chaos. But in that moment, the knight's sharp eyes lock onto the mage tower brooch pinned to his chest. Meanwhile, on this battlefield littered with purple embers, the leader of the Lionheart Knights sheathes his weapon. With solemn gravity, he makes the heaviest of promises, a knight supreme oath to his savior. The atmosphere shifts. The pink-haired mage breaks the tension with a playful smirk, offering a tempting proposal to carry him. The knowing curve of Lee Hoyle's lips has already given the answer. Back to the moment of the oath, the Lionheart Knight commander bows his noble head, freezing the air around them. Lee Hoyle stares at these knights of supreme honor, his mind racing with calculations. When the offer will pay you to ride our bus rings out again, the cool facade cracks instantly. The suppressed joy in Lee Hoyle's heart erupts into a massive hell yeah. Nothing beats a free victory. On the edge of the battlefield, this scene is captured by a jarring selfie stick. Streamer Wigang holds his phone, sweat pouring down his face, as the legendary army marches toward a solitary figure in the background. The chat explodes. Comments scroll wildly as hundreds of thousands witness the impossible. The proud Lionheart Knights swearing loyalty to an ordinary player. The entire online world boils over at this sight. A roar tears through the noise of the stream. The blonde knight swings his sword, and with a deafening war cry, the entire legion charges like a torrent of steel toward the terrifying beast perched on the rocks. Immediately after, purple phantoms sweep across the battlefield. The uniformed mage unit completes their formation at high speed, piercing into the fray like arrows. Reinforcements have arrived. In the center of this chaos, only the silver-haired man remains absolutely calm. Arms crossed, he points out the monster's weaknesses like a conductor, every command turning into a lethal strike. Though their bodies obey, a storm rages in the knights' hearts. As they slash and strike, their eyes betray confusion and shock, What kind of divinity did the captain see in this seemingly ordinary explorer? Giving them no time to think, an even more violent battle erupts. A muscular warrior throws a punch that shakes the very air. Lee Hoyle watches silently, a subtle glint flickering in his eyes. Sword light falls like rain, flesh and blood fly. Under the siege of these elites, the once arrogant monster looks pathetic. Looking down from above, Lee Hoyle feels his tense nerves slowly relax. Watching the giant statue being frantically swarmed by tiny figures, a drop of cold sweat slides down Lee Hoyle's temple. He can't help but think, this isn't a hard fight. These guys are just ridiculously strong. The battle gridlocks into suffocating stagnation, with melee classes bottlenecked against the stone statue's ironclad defense. Hoyle furrows his brow. Every wasted second drains their precious hope. Suddenly, a piercing red alarm blares. The system ruthlessly announces greed is consuming the island. With destruction halfway done, Hoyle's pupils constrict as his heart hammers against his ribs. No time to hesitate. Hoyle grips the green gem until his knuckles turn white, his mind locked on one goal. Tear through this defense and carve a bloody path for the knights. Boom! A massive force erupts instantly. The armored figures flung back like a broken kite, slamming into the rock face and scattering debris and dust everywhere. Before screams fade, the earth roars in terror. The ground cracks open, and crimson magma shoots up like an angry fire dragon, instantly turning the battlefield into a living hell. Scorching heat waves wash over them as footing crumbles. Desperate screams pierce the air as the rock beneath them is swallowed by the sea of fire, the grip of death tightening instantly. On the brink of despair, reality distorts. An ancient, abyssal hall manifests in the mind. The concept of space explodes in consciousness, replacing fear with pure awe. Battle spirit reignites amidst the flames. Harkon roars like a lion, drowning out the magma's rumble. Knights gaze up at the towering figure, terror transforming into the frenzy of a suicidal charge. Blue light surges in Hoyle's eyes as raw mana compresses in his palm. With a fierce cry, he slams this destructive power into the ground, determined to carve a path of survival. An azure shockwave sweeps through, pulverizing indestructible boulders like tofu. Through the dust, the Silver Knights charge like a steel torrent, leaving onlookers dumbfounded by this miraculous display. The livestream explodes. Chat goes hysterical, while the knowledgeable elder trembles, recognizing the stairs manifesting from thin air, the unmistakable signature of the Mage Tower. Starlight flows through fingertips as crystals resonate in suspension. Watching mages gasp for air, this level of magic control is a realm utterly beyond mere explorers. While Hoyle remains effortlessly cool, Regis twists in agony from mana exhaustion. But the cost is worth it. A devastating energy wave strikes true, blasting the massive enemy away. The pathway is open. Harkon's roar pierces the sky like a trumpet of victory. The once arrogant rock monster now wears a look of sheer terror beneath this overwhelming pressure. No mercy for the fallen. Amidst the pouring rain, blades flash cold as soldiers swarm the downed beast like a pack of hungry wolves, determined to end this nightmare instantly. Breath catches as the golden sword is drawn. No wasted movement, just a pure, lethal slash that cleaves through the purple sky. The battle ends, but the system pop-up catches Hoyle off guard. The mighty Harkon voluntarily gave up the massive contribution for killing the giant turtle. Madness, absolute madness. Not just the captain, but every knight forfeits their share. A waterfall of experience points floods Hoyle alone. Level up notifications spamming so fast, it leaves everyone dumbstruck. While Hoyle is dazed by this sudden jackpot, the knight's reverent gazes fixate on his chest. That unassuming brooch turns out to be a supreme, holy relic bestowed by the Emperor to the Mage Tower. Amidst the smoke-filled ruins, Granfel's battered armor stands as a testament to victory. The violet-haired knight turns, eyes heavy with relief and respect, his words of gratitude echoing in the silence. Suddenly, a roar tears through the air. The Lionheart Knights surge forward like a violet tidal wave, their leader screaming with ferocious intent, his sheer killing force freezing anyone daring to stand in their path. The system chime rings out, a coronation for the strongest. Straightening his collar with icy composure, Granfell not only claims the highest contribution, but secures the undying loyalty of a legendary power. accepting the glory without a flinch. With a deafening crash, Granfell lands like a meteor. As the dust settles, the pulsating blue sphere hovers ominously, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed and trembling, gasping for air before the island's legendary treasure. To take or not to take? The impossible dilemma tightens like a noose. Suddenly, a red alarm blares. The curse of greed is already devouring the archipelago, and the sands of time are running out. Granfell, stop! His ally screams, holding up the warning screen in sheer terror. Yet, Granfell remains deaf to the plea, the blue energy swirling in his palm, a sight that leaves the onlookers gasping in disbelief. You lunatic! We're doomed! Desperate screams pierce the air as the crowd crumbles before the awakening greed. Yet, Granfell stands amidst the chaotic energy, aloof and imperious, as if the catastrophe terrifying others is beneath his notice. The scene broadcasts worldwide, leaving viewers stunned as chat logs explode. Yet, a quiet truth surfaces. For one born at the pinnacle of opulence, the vulgar emotion known as greed simply has no place to take root. His hand firmly grasps the volatile energy, the blue light flowing obediently around his fingers. It is not restraint, but a simple fact. The sin called greed never existed within this proud soul to begin with. It's simple. Just take it without greed. Granfell smiles faintly as the system announces his victory. Around him, others are crushed by the weight of their own avarice, their twisted faces starkly contrasting his effortless purity. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, a hidden lens greedily captures every move. Standing on the eerie, pink ground, Granfell gazes at his prize, letting out a low, chilling chuckle that echoes through the trees. Elsewhere, a pink-haired figure stands coldly over his defeated foes, calculation gleaming in his eyes. He whispers Lee Hoyle's name, waiting like a viper in the shadows for his prey to gather every last treasure. You cowardly murderer! The bloodied victim roars in desperation, cursing the traitor. But before his words can land, a brutal blast silences him, extinguishing his fury and his life in a single, merciless stroke. Blood-soaked boots trample over the corpse, leaving a gruesome trail. The system's cold chime announces a reward for the slaughter. In this dog-eat-dog world, a human life is nothing more than a statistic for karma. Bending over the body, the killer sweeps up every last item with voracious greed, eyes void of pity. Taking it all at once, how convenient. His chilling murmur cuts deeper than the jungle's darkness. Fragments of memory flood in, the golden night weeping amidst glory, the lonely child gazing at the stars. The past of wealth and nobility is now nothing but a hollow ruin in his heart, burying a sorrow no one else can see. What was that magic? The streamer gasps, covering his mouth as his phone tremblingly records the miracle. Within that blinding blue light flows only pure power, a nobility that remains forever untainted by worldly desires. As the dust settles, Granfell holds the island-destroying treasure, a confident smile playing on his lips. In a world consumed by desire, only he could so effortlessly claim this deadly temptation as his own. As the camera shakes violently, Wigang screams in disbelief. The entire internet witnesses the miracle. Granfell has seized the treasure without triggering the curse of greed. While the chat worships Homan's purity, Lee Hoyle stares at the glowing loot, his internal composure cracking under the pressure, barely maintained by his stoic mask. The epic treasure turns out to be a rusty, broken crown. Before he can recover from the disappointment, a sudden system notification freezes him in his tracks. The Lionheart Knights have joined your party. It's not just text. The legendary aura of a lion roars into existence behind him, shaking the very air. Commander Harkon swears a solemn oath beneath the banner, leaving Hoyle flabbergasted. The plot has gone off the rails, and these legendary figures truly see him as their lord. An entire army stands ready in formation. Harkon wasn't joking. The continent's strongest military force now awaits his command. Staring at the insane level 600 stats in his party list, Hoyle breaks into a cold sweat. He hasn't just found allies. He's accidentally unlocked God mode. In comparison, the menacing monsters ahead look like absolute jokes. Granfell smirks with absolute confidence, casually pointing toward their next battlefield. Meanwhile, deep in the shadowed jungle, malicious eyes lock onto their target as a deadly trap begins to close in around them. The remnants of Second Son bicker. Some fear the knight's reputation, while others arrogantly believe their schemes will prevail, mocking their comrades' cowardice. The vicious leader reveals his fangs. Once they board the ship, deadly hydra poison will send them all to hell. It will be the perfect murder. A cold report comes through the phone, while a bloodied corpse floats silently in the water. The slaughter has begun, and there is no turning back. Merely caught in that distant gaze, the spy hallucinates his own beheading. The killing intent is so palpable it makes his very soul scream in terror. The tension breaks as a squirrel hops onto a branch. Hoyle melts internally at the cuteness, while outwardly maintaining his icy, unapproachable Grand Fell persona. Have you noticed it too? Harkon grips his sword, his face grim. To him, this harmless-looking little rat harbors a massive threat. The hidden spy is paralyzed by Harkon's overwhelming pressure. The system flashes a red fear warning. He can't even twitch a finger, trembling in despair. As the squirrel nibbles its nut, a chaotic alarm blares. The greed corruption level on Yusra Archipelago is spiking uncontrollably. The countdown to destruction has begun. With the crisis mounting, Harkon urges haste, but Grand Fell simply glances over, his voice dripping with absolute control and arrogance. There is no need to concern ourselves with a mere rat. With the crisis averted, Grand Fell remains vigilant. He commands them to press on, and Harkon responds with unwavering resolve. Before them lies a deep canyon shrouded in purple mist. The air is heavy with oppression, and a single name echoes ominously, Kinver. Amidst the ruins, a survivor kneels, covered in blood. Pain tears through his nerves as he desperately questions, in a daze, if he is even alive. Cold rain mixes with blood as it drips down. He cannot believe it. Why would the lofty Lee Hoyle save a rat like him? The weight of this mercy is suffocating. Just as he weeps in gratitude for his life, a cold mockery breaks the mood. Meanwhile, on a barren plain, a warning about Lee Hoyle is quietly passed along. Communication cuts off abruptly, and Park Hyun-jun, consumed by rage, smashes his phone. The plan is in shambles, and anxiety spreads rapidly through the team. Crushed by massive debt, he snaps completely. Ignoring his teammates' attempt to calm him, he screams hysterically, his sanity burned away by the loss of money. Rage turns into violent fists, smashing into his teammate. Park Hyun-jun attacks his own like a mad dog, and the team's trust collapses instantly. Consumed by paranoid madness, he points at his shocked teammates, convinced their calmness is proof of betrayal, that everyone has been bought by Kinver. Just as Park Hyun-jun screams his final, desperate question, the air freezes. A sharp-sensed teammate looks up abruptly. A suffocating pressure is descending from the sky. Grand Fell halts, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. Though he hides his inner turmoil from Harkon, a visceral sense of wrongness sets off alarm bells in his soul. The system warning flashes blood red, instantly triggering his demon hunter instincts. This evil presence is more potent than ever, confirming his suspicions. Once identified as demons, no mercy is needed. With cold eyes, he moves like lightning, delivering a kick charged with the power of judgment. As his dying teammate utters a final curse, Park Hyun-jun stands frozen. The blood-red system notification brands him with the mark of a murderer. Bodies fall, and loot scatters across the ground. Hiding nearby, streamer Park Wigang is terrified as this slaughter is broadcast live to the entire world. True horror descends. Under terrified gazes, Grand Fell radiates a suffocating dark aura. This isn't murder. It is simply him arrogantly taking back murder. The word explodes like thunder. Footsteps approach, turning what was supposed to be a casual stream into a desperate run for life. Park Wigang scrambles away as shockwaves tear through the jungle behind him. The chat goes wild, but he knows one thing. If he doesn't run, he's next. The ground vanishes, and the sensation of falling takes over. Just as he accepts his death, a warm hand grabs him tight. A glimmer of hope? With a gentle smile, the explorer offers a helping hand to the fallen man. But behind a friendly facade, his inner voice is cold as ice, calculating the value of betrayal in this ruthless game. Drenched in cold sweat, the player stammers his thanks, his heart pounding against his ribs. He screams internally with pathetic relief, naively believing he has been spared, unaware of the shadow still looming over him. Moments later, the silence is shattered by the whine of drone engines cutting through the purple haze. High above the jungle, mechanical eyes scan the energy swirls, signaling that the hunt is far from over. Meanwhile, excitement explodes across global live streams as a commentator points frantically at the map. All eyes are locked on the final island of the Yusra Archipelago, where the ultimate treasure awaits amidst a storm of purple energy. Blades clash and magic flares as guilds tear through monsters to claim their prizes. Now, as the last drone heads toward the storm's eye, the air grows thick with greed. The final battle for the ultimate treasure is about to begin. At the jungle's edge, the Shining Guild arrives in full force, their golden armor gleaming under the purple sky. The leader wears a smile of arrogant certainty, his mere presence silencing the whispers of lesser competitors. Not to be outdone, Namtaemin roars in triumph, raising his bloodied sword to boast of Jane Guild's victory. In the shadows, rival guilds grit their teeth, their eyes burning with a mix of jealousy and suppressed rage. Chaos erupts as Leone, the berserker, screams in blind fury, struggling against her teammates to unleash carnage. The commentator's voice cracks with adrenaline, the question on everyone's lips: who will claim the final prize? Suddenly, the chaos freezes. Arrogant smiles crumble into expressions of pure horror. Eyes widen in disbelief as they witness something that defies all logic, something that shouldn't exist. Trembling fingers point toward the horizon as the heavy thud of armored boots shakes the ground. Breath hitches in every throat, the name of the approaching force hanging heavy in the terrified silence. The purple mist is torn asunder as the legendary Lionheart Knights charge like a tidal wave of steel. Screams of panic erupt. The Empire's strongest forces have arrived, turning the battlefield into a stage for their dominance. Seeing levels surpassing 600, players scream, cheating, in sheer despair. Yet, amidst the panic, every gaze is drawn magnetically to the solitary figure commanding this invincible army. Under the gaze of thousands, the silver-haired man stands cold and composed. Behind him, the army halts, and the crowd falls to their knees, screaming his name in a mix of terror and worship. Lee Hoyle has arrived. While the world watches, Lee Hoyle simply adjusts his tie, his elegance radiating a suffocating pressure. His calm demeanor amidst the chaos terrifies the onlookers, their hearts pounding with the realization of the gap in their power. He walks through the rain-slicked night, flanked by the Knight Commander, while red eyes glow in the darkness, too afraid to approach. Watching from afar, players whisper a trembling warning: never, ever make an enemy of this man. Even the fiercest warriors back down, vowing to avoid conflict. Yet unbeknownst to them, the stoic Lee Hoyle is screaming internally, drowning in sweat. Stop staring at me. This attention is too much to handle. The more he panics, the fiercer his expression becomes. While he worries about being exposed as a fraud, the crowd sees only a titan on the brink of rage, freezing in terror at his slightest movement. Suddenly, the earth cracks open. A torrent of scorching lava erupts with a deafening roar, shattering the tense standoff. Caught off guard, everyone is blasted backward by the sheer force of the explosion. Amidst the inferno, Namtaemin roars orders, his survival instincts kicking in. Back off. Shields up. Move if you want to live. But beside him, others stand frozen, their minds blank with terror as the world burns around them. With a deafening roar, magma churns as the island's ruler, the great lava koi, emerges, casting a suffocating veil of despair. Namtaemin charges into the inferno, but is repelled by the searing heat, while others are paralyzed by the scorching waves, helplessness filling their eyes. Flames rain down like a storm as the commander screams retreat orders. In this infernal battlefield, survival becomes the only priority. A wall of lava completely blocks all attacks, forcing everyone to watch the enemy rampage, while Taemin gasps through the pain, rage and frustration colliding in his chest. Through the drone's lens, the behemoth swims within the magma vortex, its suffocating aura of destruction palpable even through the screen. I'm sorry, I cannot approach that monster. The old knight Harkon kneels, his voice trembling with guilt, tormented by his inability to fulfill his vow. Yet a composed smile curves Lee Hoyle's lips, his eyes void of fear. There is no need to worry, Sir Harkon. These words strike Harkon like thunder, while blood-streaked Taemin snaps his head up in the abyss, the will to fight reigniting in his eyes. Staring at that piercing smile, Taemin is filled with confusion and rage. How can that man smile in such a hopeless, certain death situation? Ignoring the doubts, Lee Hoyle elegantly raises his hand, his calm analysis cutting through the chaos of the battlefield as magic circles unfurl. Inspection, interférence, manifestation. Starlight like manna gathers in his palm, the precise and vast energy fluctuation instantly overpowering the surrounding heat waves. Facing the arrogant great lava koi, he coldly declares, Even churning lava is merely an insignificant part of nature. Hearing this arrogant statement, the crowd's jaws drop in disbelief, unable to fathom someone treating this cataclysmic disaster as nothing. Before his voice fades, the earth trembles, and the rampant lava obeys his will, shooting skyward to become a staircase to victory. Dead silence fills the control room as everyone stares dumbfounded at the mana-shrouded figure on screen, one question in their minds. Is he a god? While Jesse wails in agony from mana exhaustion, Lee Hoyle stands indifferent, the flames in his palm as docile as a tame pet. A miracle unfolds. Heavy lava defies gravity, floating in the air to carve out an impossible aerial corridor for the raid party. The path is open. Seeing the magnificent lava tunnel leading straight to the boss, despair instantly turns to ecstasy, setting everyone's blood on fire. Haha! Tameen throws his head back in wild laughter, his pent-up rage finally finding an outlet as beastly battle spirit erupts completely. Then it's my turn to wreak havoc. He roars, leaping from above like a golden lightning bolt, vowing to repay the earlier humiliation tenfold. The battlefield splits open as Tameen charges like a beast, the analyst's desperate roar ringing in his ears. Against Harkon, forget the contribution rate. You must get the first attack bonus. I know. He grits his teeth, palms bloody against his weapon, eyes burning with obsession. He will tear a path through, even if it kills him. With a roar, he leaps into the air, a phantom dragon igniting behind him, the terrifying pressure forcing soldiers below to look up in sheer horror, breathless. Yet, the true threat strikes. A massive flame koi crashes in the ground, its violent shockwave instantly knocking drones out of the sky and turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. Damn fish! Tameen curses, slashing wildly to cut through the annoyance, while Shining screams in terror beside him. Watch out! It's jumping again. The massive koi thrashes wildly in the magma, the searing heat keeping everyone at bay. The blonde warrior realizes in despair that this battle is destined to be a long, grueling stalemate. Before anyone can catch their breath, the ground shatters, and flaming rock spears erupt from below, backing the exhausted warriors into a desperate corner. Property change. As flowing lava instantly hardens into solid rock, pupils dilate in shock. This defiance of logic leaves everyone feeling utterly helpless. This is not just a physical shift, but a subversion of mana laws. Watching from afar, Marcelo is so stunned he forgets to breathe. This completely exceeds the system's limits. At this critical moment, a streak of blue lightning tears through the battlefield. Someone calls out Harkon's name, while Granfell watches coldly from above, like a judge descending. Boom! A blinding torrent of blue energy erupts, piercing straight through the monster's body, drowning debris and screams in a deafening roar. As the dust settles, the system mercilessly displays 0 contribution rate for the top-ranked Shining. This silence is more shameful and crushing than any mockery. The world behind the screens erupts, eyes widening in disbelief that the invincible island overlord has actually fallen. Above the ruins, that man stands elegantly as the system announcement resonates through the sky. Highest contributor, Lee Hoyle and the Lionheart Knights. This is their moment of glory. The crowd marvels at his composure, unaware his mana is completely drained, just as the boss's loot transforms into a stream of light, drifting into his hand. It is a softly glowing orb. This is the last piece. He gazes at the treasure in his hand, a hint of profound meaning flashing in his eyes. However, the expected system notification does not appear, and the surrounding cheers fade into confused whispers. Why hasn't the destruction progress stopped? Is this not the treasure? The moment he leaps, a blinding red alert finally pops up. Yusra Archipelago is being taken over by greed, a belated warning carrying an eerie chill. The treasure count doesn't match. Jesse realizes in horror that even though Granfell holds the treasure, the malice destroying the world is still growing wildly in some corner. Violent winds rise, dyeing the sky a desperate purple-black, as an unprecedented evil aura engulfs the island. The true greed has awakened. Greed twists humanity, turning exploration into a slaughter. The system coldly flashes rewards, mocking the beasts who lost their minds for treasure. Meanwhile, a roar of rage tears through the jungle. Vengeance burns in the man's eyes, while the culprit writhes in agony, consumed by uncontrollable purple energy. The power is impossible to tame. The possessed gazes in despair as his hands unleash death rays, eyes filled with confusion and regret, unable to stop the madness. From the darkness, crimson eyes lock onto the prey. A demonic voice whispers, ruthlessly mocking the fallen loser in the blood pool, crushing their spirit completely. It is a one-sided slaughter. She gasps in pain on the shattered earth, while the looming figure delivers cold humiliation, leaving onlookers paralyzed with suffocating fear. Sharp crystals rise like tombstones. The figure spreads his arms, claiming the sovereignty of greed. No desperate plea from below can stop this final judgment. In the nick of time, a blue blur tears through the air of despair. The speed is blinding. The sheer wind pressure alone leaves witnesses wide-eyed in utter shock. Dust settles, revealing a female knight in purple gold armor. The fallen man gazes at the crest, tears welling up. It's the Lionheart Knights. Hope has arrived. Then black boots elegantly crush the nebula beneath. Lee Hoyol stands amidst the battlefield, stroking his chin, coldly catching the foul stench of demons in the air. Memories flash by, terrified screams of his name. But there's no time for sentiment. His ally beside him clenches fists, wearing a fearless grin. Even in hell, the show must go on. As Lee Hoyol's #1 fan, Wigang wipes cold sweat, excitedly raising his tablet to broadcast the signal to the world. In that moment, everyone felt the pressure from above. Seeing that white figure still standing, the surviving knights trembled, eagerly awaiting their liege's command. Suddenly, a piercing system alarm explodes. Before anyone can react, a violent red wave erupts. A force quest triggered, a prelude to awakening power. Deadly evil is brewing. The warning becomes reality. The red-haired berserker's eyes are consumed by bloodlust. With a roar, he transforms into a tireless killing machine. The island's treasure reveals its true form, but it is no gift. A terrifying shockwave sweeps through, blasting approaching powerhouses away like insects. The truth is despairing. Greed has corrupted the treasure. Looking at the new quest panel, Jesse turns pale, realizing that if they don't stop this resurrection, they're all doomed. It's too late. With an earth-shattering roar, a massive pillar of energy pierces the sky. The system coldly announces, destruction sequence initiated. Light of destruction swallows the view. The island groans under violent tremors. This is no mere explosion. It is a vent of pure power, aiming to reduce everything to void. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, everyone trembles in terror. Only Lee Hoyol floats in the eye of the storm, maintaining a suffocating calmness within this symphony of destruction. The earth screams. A colossal hand of pure destructive energy tears through the ground, shattering the peace of reality with a deafening roar. With no time to react, shockwaves sweep through with devastating force. Trees and rocks are instantly pulverized by the violent energy, leaving only chaos in sight. What is this vibration? Roars are drowned out by the rumbling. Blue energy tears through the island's foundation like a raging tsunami, instilling sheer despair. In the command center, Data reveals a terrifying truth. Staff cover their mouths in horror. The islands aren't just shaking. They're being forcibly merged by some monstrous power. Through the pouring rain, a massive silhouette emerges from mist. Witnesses watch with trembling pupils, barely able to whisper. That is, a golden castle, shining with eerie brilliance, stands tall. Purple lightning crackles around its spires, a symbol of endless wealth and an invitation to death. The nature of greed is laid bare. This is no ordinary treasure. The man in the suit asserts with a pale face. No, that is the castle of greed. The cold chime of the system sounds the alarm. A blue quest panel materializes, and a deep sense of helplessness washes over everyone facing the imminent resurrection of the Demon King. Prepare for battle. Harkin's roar cuts through the sky. Before anyone can catch their breath, the ground bursts again, this time birthing bloodthirsty monsters. Rotting arms shoot up from the earth like weeds. It's the undead. The purple-haired woman screams in terror as the Legion of Death climbs from hell into the living world. Miles away, the streamer's laughter dies instantly. The phone screen shows not just an update, but a death sentence. The cheerful mood freezes into icy dread. Chaos erupts in the office as reason crumbles before fear. We have to stop it. Roars and slamming desks fill the room, but it feels like it's already too late. A desperate cry pierces the screen. We're all gonna die. Monsters at level 650 read like a death sentence for all players. An impossible mission. This is insane. Watching the bloody hand descend, even the strongest guilds retreat. In the face of such absolute power, survival becomes the only instinct. The defense line collapses instantly. Run! The routed crowd scatters, but amidst the chaotic flood, only the knights stand like a rock, covering the retreat. Sir Hoyle, Harkon tries desperately to intervene, but the man simply turns back coldly, his gaze unwavering. Is your oath still valid? A haughty smirk plays on his lips, as if he controls everything. Yet deep inside, Lee Hoyle is screaming. I have no choice but to depend on this powerhouse. Facing certain death, his answer is short and powerful. Fight. In that moment, the old knight Harkon's pupils dilate, utterly shaken by this nobility that transcends life and death. Breathless, the blue-haired youth stares in disbelief at the fearless gaze before him. Confused by the other's sudden emotional regret, he finally snaps, "What the hell are you talking about? I need your help right now." Meanwhile, on the rain-drenched battlefield, the female knight's eyes widen in shock. Behind her, the veteran Harkon stands ready. With a thunderous roar of lion knights, they charge headlong into the tide of monsters. Stick to our oath. Help Sir Hoyle reach the evil. Harkon raises his massive blade, his roar drowning out the thunder amidst the piles of corpses. Behind him, Lee Hoyle stands stoic and cold, as if the blood-soaked rain doesn't exist. The glory of the Lionheart Knights shines through the rain, every strike heavy with their oath. Yet, the spectators hiding in the jungle tremble in terror, while the live chat floods with despair. Are they insane? There's no chance of winning this suicide mission. The view shifts ahead, revealing a suffocating sight. A rotting army of the undead surges like a black tide, emitting nauseating screeches as they swarm toward the ominously glowing golden castle deep in the rain. Charge! The silver-haired youth carves a bloody path, his fearless figure beamed across screens worldwide. In an office, workers jump from their seats in horror at this suicidal assault. Have they lost their minds? That's straight into hell. Panic and excitement spread like a virus. In studios, men yell about the suicide mission. In living rooms, viewers hold their breath, realizing the target is the Golden Palace. The whole world is watching. The bustling city streets fall silent as people stop to gaze up at the giant screens. The bloody, heroic charge displayed above fills the air with a suffocating tension. Deep in the jungle, the suited men planning to lock down the island pause. Watching the knights shatter the skeletal warriors with ease, they gasp in disbelief. The Lionheart Knights, are they truly this powerful? Seeing this, greed begins to stir. Watching the blue mana recover in his palm, Shrake, who had been holding back, sees an opportunity glint in his eyes. Since the tide is turning, perhaps we should join in for the contribution points. But reason strikes like a bucket of ice water. Jesse, the blonde mage, stares grimly at the death zone, conflicted. Charging in now means death. No guild would be stupid enough to join this suicide mission. Suddenly, the situation twists. The fallen corpses are wrapped in an eerie green glow. With the spine-chilling sound of grinding bones, the zombies rise again, more hideous than before. Despair descends once more. Damn it, out of mana! Before the silver-haired swordsman can react, a devastating shockwave slams into him. Amidst the roar, he and his companion are tossed like ragdolls, swallowed by dust and debris. The massive explosion tears through the earth, instantly obscuring everything in a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, jaws drop. Even the usually arrogant red-haired berserker screams in agony as he is blasted into the air by the explosion, blood spraying amidst the flames. Crashing to the ground, the red-haired man raises his shield, ignoring the pain. But confusion overrides his agony. Staring at the familiar yet strange figure before him, he mutters, "Is that the Berserker Guild?" On the other side, the red-haired warrior Leonie freezes. Wiping blood from her armor, she stares through the purple smoke in disbelief. Is that Jane? Why are they here? The situation flips instantly. The two rival guilds, Jane and Berserker, form a bizarre truce amidst the chaos. Roaring, they charge side by side toward a single target, the Golden Palace where Lee Hoyle awaits. A massive fist crashes down with a sonic boom. Chapter 26 begins. To catch the player hiding his past, the strongest spear and shield have joined forces. The chaos at the Golden Palace is about to reach its peak. On the edge of the battlefield, guild members who once fought alongside Lee Hoyle exchange glances. Clinging to a sliver of hope, their voices tremble with tension. Since we have a history, will he come to aid us? Yet what arrives is not a plea, but an imperious command. The silver-haired man looks down with eyes cold as ice. You will help me. This entitlement instantly ignites their fury. Are you insane? Is this how you ask for help? In the distant jungle, Leonie forces a smile as she faces the massive demon wolf. Although the man is a jerk, debts must be paid. Don't glare like that. We'll help, if only to settle what we owe. The moment the order comes through, battle lust ignites in Nam Taemin's eyes. This is the perfect chance to prove himself to Hoyle. Gripping his giant blade, a wild grin spreads across his face. Got it. Time to wreak havoc. But the tide of battle turns in an instant as a purple storm of death sweeps through. Fallen enemies twist and rise once more, and a desperate scream pierces the air. No, they're being resurrected. They won't stay dead. In the rainy night, the red-haired berserker swings his sword in fury, yet the undead refuse to fall. Desperate, he roars to the rear. Priests, we need blessings and protection. Buff us now, or we can't kill them. Amidst the chaos, only Granfell holds his teacup with elegance, as if detached from the world. Faced with pleas for help, he audaciously demands the opposite. I have no tea to offer, but give me your buffs. For a moment, the air stands still. Despite their reluctance, the priests yield to the greater good. With sacred chants, golden light erupts into the sky, and an angelic phantom spreads its wings over the battlefield. Jay and guild priests commence full support. Brilliant golden light envelopes Granfell with precision, as system notifications flood his vision. Members of other guilds, a step too slow, stare in shock and stomp their feet in frustration. Damn it, those guys beat us to the punch. Bathed in sacred blessings, the warriors fight with renewed vigor, laughing maniacally as they tear through the undead ranks. Granfell watches, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. I shall remember this goodwill. Nam Taemin shouts excitedly about God's grace, trying to claim credit. However, Granfell's gaze instantly turns cold with utter contempt for such faith. No, I have no need for a false god, for I simply do not believe in one. The word God seems to trigger a taboo deep within his soul. Granfell's face twists with intense revulsion as dark power erupts uncontrollably from within, roaring at those around him. Shut up. Shut your stupid mouth. That roar strikes the old knight Harkon like a thunderclap. His pupils tremble violently, his breathing becoming ragged and chaotic. The figure of the haughty monarch before him suddenly overlaps with a shattered fragment of his memory. His mind is forcibly dragged back to that moment of despair. Facing the indifferent radiance of the divine, Harkon had once sworn an oath with weeping blood. As you can see, I no longer believe in God. Sweat rolls down his cheeks, born not just of battle fatigue, but of the agonizing pain when his faith crumbled. That sentence was the starting point of his soul's reconstruction, and the catalyst for his pledge to a new Lord. Memory and reality intersect, and a century of suppressed pain manifests as tangible killing intent. Harkon lets out a beast-like roar, his body erupting with dark red aura, the final madness of one abandoned by God. The scenes of memory sharpen. On that day of destruction, under pouring rain, before the palace gates, the last line of defense for the Arcana continent, amidst the devastation and despair. He had stood bathed in blood, refusing all pleas to retreat. Even with vision blurred by blood, even with a body pushed to its limit, he held the line, back off. I made a promise to His Majesty, and that oath shall not be broken. Time rewinds to before the destruction. In the grand, golden hall, he knelt on one knee, reporting the calamitous news that would doom the kingdom to his supreme monarch. Your Majesty, the commanding general of the demons, has been sighted in the northwestern valleys. Facing the encroaching apocalypse, as the sharpest sword of the realm, he showed no fear. If Your Majesty gives the order, Harkon will depart immediately. Yet, the figure on the throne sank into a long silence, a silence that would change everything. The memory drifts back to that night of ruin. Under the starry sky, the monarch's voice rings out coldly, predicting the inevitable slaughter of thousands. It was the prelude to the apocalypse. Demons descended, explorers vanished, and even the mage's tower crumbled into ruins, fear swallowing every face. The nation shattered amidst the energy storm. Countless nights, desperate prayers pierced the sky, only to be met with deadly silence. God did not answer. Why must the world end? Betrayal fills Harkon's eyes. Tears have run dry. The God they worshipped never once pitied his believers. Blood-red moonlight floods the hall. Kneeling behind his liege, Harkon trembles as he asks the question that shakes his faith. Has God abandoned us? But the monarch's answer is solid as rock. No wavering, no despair. He declares it is not abandonment, merely demons blocking the path. Words that ignite the warrior's soul. Harkon raises his blade, swearing under the holy light. Even if it means death, he will slay the demon commander and carve a path to God. Yet, deep in his heart, Harkon quietly lays down his cross. In that moment, he ceases to believe in an ethereal God. His faith finds a new vessel. I believe in you. With those calm, yet trusting words, the knight's loyalty is sealed forever. From now on, his sword swings only for the one standing before him. The memory ends, only slaughter remains. Harkon becomes a demon of the battlefield, his blade tearing through the air with red energy, leaving only afterimages of his foes. Drenched in blood, vision blurring, he still roars and charges. His majesty is waiting. This single thought props up his broken body. He will not fall. He leaps from the ruins like a lion in desperate straits, lunging at the demon commander with suicidal resolve. Even the powerful demon wears a look of shock. I'm going to kill you. All rage and loyalty converge into this single fist, smashing down upon the enemy's head with a thunderous roar. Dust settles, revealing the demon commander standing under the purple night. In those golden eyes, there is no fear, only bottomless melancholy and coldness. Too late. The brief sentence falls like ice water. Before Harkon's attack can land, an unrivaled power erupts instantly, reversing the tide of battle. Blue energy binds his entire body. Harkon's eyes widen in terror. It is a power no mortal can withstand, his body losing control within the light. No. With a desperate scream, space begins to warp. He isn't being killed, but forcibly ripped from the world, dragged into an unknown void. The light fades, revealing a strange jungle of steel. The bustle of a modern city and flashing phone cameras greet these broken soldiers from another world, a scene of absurd displacement. Where are we? Chaos erupts, but Harkon's obsession remains. Ignoring the terrified citizens, even in this strange world, his only instinct is to find his monarch. But in that initial crossing, battered and broken, he finally collapsed in the bloody rain. In his last moments of consciousness, the vow lingered on his lips. To his majesty. Purple energy surges violently. Within the light, destruction breeds, or perhaps a painful rebirth, as the air screams under magical pressure. Harkon's consciousness falls into a delusional memory. Bloodied and kneeling, he offers his broken yet burning loyalty to an illusionary monarch. In his eyes, this is no jungle, but a battlefield of old glory. He seems to lead an army from the flames, imposing and unstoppable, begging for his liege's forgiveness. Yet reality is a cruel erosion. Dark power tears at his armor and sanity. The black mark under his eye spreading like a curse, twisting his face in agony. Nam Keelman watches in terror. Harkon has become a frantic zealot, his oath twisting into indiscriminate murderous intent, ready to slaughter all enemies. Facing this runaway oath, Granfell stands cold and aloof, as if in control. Though inside, Lee Hoyle is screaming, "Oh, oopsie. I Harkon." The old knight's eyes are consumed by red light. His past glory now transforms into a terrifying aura that freezes the very air. The killing intent coalesces into a hideous demon face. Nam Keelman breaks into a cold sweat, feeling suffocating despair under the soul-crushing pressure. At the storm's center, Granfell remains immovable. Before this earth-shattering power, it is a calm maintained only by absolute strength, or an absolute poker face. Just then, the arriving Lionheart Knights burst through the trees, only to freeze in shock at the scene. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Harkon turns a deaf ear to his comrades' cries. In his manipulated vision, he stands before a majestic golden palace, seeing only demons attempting to defile the holy ground. Without hesitation, the Guardian becomes the butcher. Roaring, Harkon swings his sword, treating his former comrades as filth to be purged, a strike without mercy. The giant sword crashes down, sending debris flying. Leone screams, watching helplessly as Lee Hoyle steps forward, charging into the storm of destruction. An unbelievable scene unfolds. Facing the full-force strike of the possessed, Lee Hoyle withstands it head-on, standing as firm as a mountain. The terrifying pressure erupting in this instant reminds everyone of the shudder of approaching death, their lives flashing before their eyes like a lantern show. Despite being awed by the power, his subordinates refuse to give up. They scream hoarsely, trying to call back their respected captain. Wake up! It's us! Tears mix with blood as they cry out in despair to their beloved commander, begging for even a shred of sanity to return, so his sword won't be stained with brother's blood. Tragically, Harkon hears only the roar of demons. In his twisted vision, these closest friends are merely monsters trying to deceive his liege, fueling his uncontrollable rage. You dare impersonate my knights. Rage fully detonates Harkon's power. With resolve to defend his honor, he unleashes a devastating strike upon these demons. Pink lightning screams around the blade as the blonde knight's cold eyes lock on. With a ruthless command, he brings the sword down in a cataclysmic slash. Witnesses freeze in horror as the blinding beam tears the battlefield apart. Warriors are tossed like ragdolls into the air, helpless against the storm of pink annihilation. The earth shatters with a deafening roar. Before the dust settles, a heavy armored shadow dives from the sky like a meteor, triggering desperate cries of warning. Rain mixes with cold sweat as the red-haired warrior screams a frantic warning. But it's too late. The crimson-armored juggernaut crashes down, turning the ground into a living hell. There is no escape. A massive boot crushes down, followed by the sickening sound of a spear piercing flesh. The warrior falls back, blood spurting from his mouth in agony. With a deafening roar, the energy detonates. The ground simply ceases to exist, pulverized into dust as the shockwave swallows everything in sight. The chaos only fuels the madness. Warriors clash in a frenzy of bloodlust, their manic laughter mixing with the sound of breaking bones and tearing flesh. Leonie becomes a blur of lethal motion, her crimson eyes burning with pure, killing intent. Her blade slices through the air, aiming to end the fight in a single breath. The battlefield turns into a meat grinder. Amidst the purple haze, guild members grit their teeth, swinging their weapons with desperate strength to survive the onslaught. The sky tears open as the demon-like figure descends once more. Lightning gathers at a spear tip, driving into the earth and splitting the ground in a display of absolute power. White light swallows the world. Time seems to freeze, leaving only the high-pitched whine of overloaded energy as reality is bleached into a blinding void. Then comes the shockwave. A beautiful, deadly halo of energy expands outward, ruthlessly grinding the remaining rocks into fine dust. A suffocating silence follows the storm. Over the shattered earth, damaged drones spiral helplessly into the purple smoke, their mechanical whirs sounding like dying breaths. Coughs and cries for help pierce the dust. Survivors crawl through the ruins, frantically searching the scorched earth for their wounded comrades. Harkon stands amidst the wreckage, leaning on his bloodied sword. Though he claims to be fine, his trembling hand over his chest betrays the agonizing pain he suppresses. As the adrenaline fades, terror sets in. A young mage collapses behind a rock, gasping for air, his eyes wide with the raw fear of a brush with death. The smoke parts. Facing a lethal slash from the beast-masked knight, the man in the suit simply raises a hand, intercepting the earth-shattering blow with impossible calm. The crowd gasps in disbelief, and a live stream explodes. He stopped the rampaging captain not with a weapon, but with a simple, dismissive gesture. Li Hoyol stands unmoved, palm extended in a command for cessation. Facing him, the bloodied, furious knight freezes, rendered powerless by the sheer weight of such arrogance. Facing absolute power, the demon trembles in fear, while Granfell coldly raises his hand, drowning everything in a tide of purple suppression. The battlefield is torn by chaotic pink energy, yet amidst the demonic roar, Granfell adjusts his tie, his eyes showing only disdain for the disorder. Meanwhile, Harkon grips his bloodied sword. Confused by the sight before him, the veteran turns his blade, delivering a final ultimatum to the enemy. Silence means death. In the suffocating purple haze, cold sweat soaks his back as desperate thoughts crash through his mind. It's over, I must speak. Why do you not answer? The question lands like a hammer. He desperately tries to beg, but finds his throat crushed by an invisible shackle, screaming silently within. If he cannot answer, then die. Killing intent explodes in Harkon's eyes as his sword swings down with absolute resolve, forcing a final, wretched scream from the enemy. Just as the blade descends, a slender hand intervenes effortlessly. Granfell looks down coldly at the trembling figure beneath him, as if inspecting an insect. The air freezes. This sudden move leaves the onlookers baffled, while that proud silhouette stands in deep contemplation. Is this a temptation? Before he can decide, blinding light explodes. Blue energy particles dance wildly as intense pain and power surge simultaneously through his body. As the light fades, Harkin's pupils constrict violently. Clutched in those hands is the legendary emblem, the symbol of absolute authority. "We will be your sword." The ancient oath echoes in the air, as if the spirits of the Lionheart Knights have returned, offering their highest loyalty to the owner of the brooch. This scene makes everyone hold their breath, sweat sliding down their temples. Has the figure who once ruled everything truly returned? Lee Hoyle screams internally, trying to explain it's just a misunderstanding, but the cold system prompt pops up ruthlessly. Exorcism ritual verified. Level up. Under the purple glow, the ritual intended merely for show has actually taken effect, even awakening an unprecedented new feature. In that moment of distraction, a siren of danger pierces the air. From above, a deadly killing intent wrapped in red light screams toward his defenseless back. No time to dodge. Dark red energy instantly swallows his vision, turning the world upside down in a single strike, leaving only a stunned murmur. "Sir Hoyle, look out!" The scream tears through eardrums. The golden-haired knight's eyes widen in shock, watching helplessly as the devastating shockwave swallows everything. The dust settles, and he still stands. Crimson stains his vision, but there is no pain on his face, only deep confusion at the sudden skill level-up notification. Consciousness plunges into the abyss, surrounded by swirling purple mist. Hoyle realizes with horror that he has trespassed into the enemy's mental realm, where a looming figure dominates from behind a high door. A massive shadow descends with suffocating pressure, glowing eyes piercing the cold. Greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, claims this was all to protect the kingdom, an absurd lie that freezes the very air. Fragments of memory forcibly reassemble within the mental realm, revealing a tragic history long buried, the Usura Kingdom. Once a glorious name, now nothing but a broken echo. Once this was a paradise on earth. Sunlight danced on the azure sea, and the land teemed with endless treasures. People lived in peace among the crystals, unaware of the disaster looming ahead. Their kindness was their nature, and also their undoing. When a stranger washed ashore, the islanders gave everything to heal him, unknowingly nursing a viper that would soon strike. Their kindness was repaid not with gratitude, but with slaughter. Fire consumed their homes as invaders trampled every inch of land. Desperate cries echoed through the burning ruins, transforming peace into a living hell. Amidst the flames, the young king questions in grief and rage, humbly offering to share their wealth for peace. But the only response is the invaders' scornful, manic laughter, a complete trampling of humanity. Why share when I can steal it all? Greed's true nature is laid bare. In his cold eyes, there is no mercy, only an absolute obsession with power and possession. The memory snaps shut, igniting instant rage. A storm of purple energy erupts within the mental realm as a torn soul screams. An evil power lashes out like frantic tentacles. "It's mine, only mine." Greed's obsession manifests as a tangible roar. His twisted face is etched with the fear of loss, desperate to devour everything in this world. He claims the sky, the ocean, and the entire island as his own, driven mad by possessiveness. But in this moment, a commanding shout strikes like thunder. "Shut up." In the eyes of the true Grandfell, these so-called treasures are mere pocket change. Faced with such a boring obsession with money, he shows only disdain, leaving Greed utterly bewildered. All wealth is in vain. Only the pride in one's chest can be stolen. Grandfell delivers his verdict with arrogance. His words pierce through Greed's logic like a sword, dealing a crushing blow to the demon spirit. Before the words fade, silver light flashes. With no wasted movement, a single, sharp slash shatters the seemingly impenetrable darkness in an instant, dropping the enemies to the ground. The aftershocks of battle shake the real world as knights cry out their liege's name in terror. At the storm's center, Grandfell's palm gathers chaotic mana like a magnet, aiming straight for the palace's foundation. If he cannot fight in that twisted space, he will destroy the vessel itself. Blue lightning crackles around him. A tiny bit of clever interference is enough to bring this den of sin crashing down. The roar is deafening as the golden palace groans under the massive energy surge, then crumbles into dust. Observers in the distance cower behind trees, staring dumbfounded at this godlike destruction. The whole world is glued to their screens, eyes wide in disbelief. The magnificent structure that stood for a millennium has vanished in an instant, leaving even the live commentators stuttering in sheer shock. As the dust settles, only a scarred earth and deep fear remain. The once arrogant players are now left trembling, finally realizing that the man standing atop the ruins is a true monster. Mana completely drained, his body feels heavy as lead, but Granfel's pride forbids him from falling. Holding on to his last breath, he unleashes a final roar into the depths of the ruins. Come forth, greed. Amidst the ruins, golden crystals lie scattered like trash, while fallen soldiers silently testify to the futility of power and the price of greed, with sorrow congealing in the air. Suddenly, the earth shatters. Greed's true form erupts like a dark titan. It is not just a monster's roar, but a thunderous rage crashing down on all defiance. A devastating shockwave sweeps across the battlefield instantly, crushing rocks and shattering the last shred of peace, as if the ground were struck by a massive hammer. The demon stares in disbelief. With his pride as a cardinal sin trampled, his fury manifests as a pink energy storm, vowing to crush the arrogant human before him. The berserk energy strikes indiscriminately. Allies have no time to dodge, blood spurting out alongside screams of agony as the situation plunges into crisis. Suffocation instantly envelopes them as the demon's curse spreads like poison, seeking not just to take lives, but to torture their wills, despair spreading in every eye. A massive shadow blots out the sky as greed issues his most vicious decree, not just to kill, but to forge them into undead slaves, guarding this hollow wealth for eternity. Yet, in the dark abyss of the mind, an imprisoned soul struggles in agony, letting out a final roar of refusal to submit to this endless desire. Mist churns as an eerie puppet army marches forth. Their synchronized footsteps sound like a countdown to death, sinking everyone's hearts into ice. Just as panic spreads, the silver-haired man steps to the front, his cold back standing like an insurmountable wall, instantly calming the chaos. Facing the arrogant demon, Hoyle simply raises his eyes coldly, declaring the entity's hypocrisy with the tone of an absolute ruler, his presence completely suppressing the monster. The system screen lights up as he produces the decisive offering, the vampire count's orb. Eyes flashing with resolve, the forced exorcism ritual officially begins. The myriad eyes in the sky widen in terror, sensing the forced summons from deep within the soul. The once arrogant demon is now left only with trembling fear. It is time to correct your mistakes. The orb in Hoyle's palm shatters, its blinding light piercing straight into the demon's soul core, ignoring its final mockery. The demon attempts to dodge, but it is futile against absolute rules. Hoyle clasps his hands, eyes indifferent, pronouncing the end of this farce like a god. The azure energy beam strikes true, instantly shattering the mask of greed, as the will of the imprisoned king finally pierces through the curse. With an earth-shattering boom, greed's remnants dissipate in the light. Hoyle stands quietly with his back to the explosion, not even a hem of his suit out of place. The world falls into a brief suffocation, whether allies on the field or viewers behind screens. Jaws drop, robbed of speech by this miraculous reversal. The stream explodes instantly. Wigang screams that name in near madness, announcing to the world yet another victory of Lee Hoyle that defies common sense. As the smoke clears from the remnants of greed, a king with bronze skin slowly rises, the lost glory of the Usura kingdom, Hakuna, reborn from the fire. Hoyle stares at the fading light, cold sweat trickling down. He definitely died with greed, so why is he here? Amidst flashing system notifications, a gaze locks onto him. Cold words pierce the air, sharp and jagged, cutting off all attempts at communication and instantly freezing the atmosphere. Stranded in a purple void, still reeling from his resurrection, a sudden chime startles Hoyle. A hidden quest has been triggered at this critical moment. Only 9 seconds. Hoyle's eyes widen in sheer panic. He has to wake up a suicidal king, but this time limit is an absolute joke. The countdown ticks like a death knell. Hoyle screams internally, "What crown?" Just as despair hits, the broken epic item pops up. The broken crown floats, emitting a ghostly blue glow. Phantoms of the past flicker within the light, freezing the very air around them. Meanwhile, atop the ruins where greed fell, the mysterious white-haired figure sparks chaos among players. The whole world holds its breath, guessing his true identity. Without hesitation, the crown is bestowed. Raging blue energy floods his body, Hoyle grits his teeth, enduring the tearing pain and the power of rebirth. Quest complete. Hoyle gasps, drained. That useless turtle shell was the key all along. Immediately, a new notification announces the unlocking of Yusra's secrets. Blinding golden light floods his vision. Massive text reflects in his eyes. Hoyle freezes. Is the entire world shifting? On the wasteland, every player receives the announcement simultaneously. The crowd explodes into chaos, screaming, "Who? Who revealed the secret?" The internet goes into a frenzy. Chat logs scroll wildly as everyone pinpoints one name. Who else but Hoyle? Homan has become a light once again. From dim cyber cafes to bright bedrooms, whether fighting or resting, players worldwide freeze in this instant, jaws dropping in unison. Bathed in a pillar of soaring light, Hoyle stands as the earth trembles violently. The system solemnly announces the ancient Yusra kingdom is revealing itself. Suddenly, a blue beam tears through the sky, striking the aircraft. Amidst piercing alarms, the out-of-control vehicle plummets toward the jungle. Nam Taemin clutches the rail in terror, watching the ground rush up. With a deafening boom and billowing shockwaves, the massive hull smashes deep into the jungle. Knights gaze upward, eyes filled with disbelief. The ground rumbles deeply as a magnificent historical sight literally rises from the earth. Golden spires pierce the sky as the kingdom of Yusra glitters in the sunlight. Witnessing this miracle, Hoyle's jaw drops, rendered completely speechless. That's the guy. Film him. Snapping back to reality, the youths chase the mysterious blue figure with cameras raised, desperate not to miss the scoop of the century. In a split second, Lee Hoyle's pupils dilate as blue energy pulses like a heartbeat. The crisis has not faded with the battle's end. He stares in shock at the figure shrouded in energy. The man who should have fallen sits up, filling the air with suffocating pressure. Suddenly, golden system windows burst forth, proclaiming an unbelievable title: the savior of the Yusra kingdom and the unlocking of supreme authority. In the silence, a whisper heavy with age and reverence drifts through the air, carrying the deepest gratitude of an ancient soul. This scene ignites the atmosphere. Onlookers drop their jaws in shock, while across the internet, the chat stream descends into utter chaos. Facing the kneeling ancient king, Lee Hoyle maintains a cold exterior while panicking internally, desperately telling himself not to let his guard down. However, the arrogant persona Granfell instantly takes over. With eyes cold as ice, he commands in an unquestionable imperial tone, "Be polite." This invisible pressure instantly makes his companion's hair stand on end, as if a single slip of the tongue would invite immediate doom. Under this suffocating atmosphere, his companions can only exchange glances, helplessly lamenting that this savior is an absolute lunatic. Hakuna emotionally recites Hoyle's previous delusional line, causing Hoyle to instantly crumble, wishing the ground would swallow him up in embarrassment. Ignoring Hoyle's shame, Hakuna gazes at the sunlit ruins, his voice trembling. "You stopped my self-destruction and returned my crown." Memories flood back. Hakuna's deep eyes are filled with confusion and inquiry, desperate to know why he deserved such salvation. Even with a new life, the heavy guilt still suffocates him. "I am a sinner who killed all his people with a single mistake." Meanwhile, on the other side of the jungle, Shrek runs like a madman, his face written with extreme regret and greed for a missed opportunity. His mind is consumed by fantasies of El Dorado. The legendary Yusra kingdom, filled with treasures, has made him lose all reason. Thinking of how he refused to go out of fear, Shrek screams hysterically, wishing he could turn back time to seize that immense wealth. The scene cuts back to the quiet ruins. Everyone walks in silence. Only Hakuna hesitates, seemingly contemplating a difficult decision. Lee Hoyle suddenly stops, his tone calm, yet striking like a thunderclap. "I think reconstructing the Yusra kingdom is the right choice." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparks in Hakuna's eyes, only to be swallowed by deep despair. But who will follow a king who once turned his back on them? Lee Hoyle adjusts his glasses, staring intensely at the fallen king, and makes a final vow. "To help you regain your pride, I will lend you my strength." With a chuckle, the hidden quest reveals itself, as Hoyle and Granfell's minds align perfectly. He declares his resolve to the world, the blinding green light leaving his allies stunned in shock. Suddenly, an uninvited guest jumps in. Guild Master Shrek screams desperately, trying to ride the coattails of this moment. Wearing a plastered fake smile, he approaches, calculating that he must seize this chance to latch onto the strong. Shrek enthusiastically shakes Hoyol's hand, but his excessive zeal only sends a chill of cringe through the bystanders. However, Hoyol remains silent. The air freezes, and cold sweat forms on Shrek's brow as he senses the shift in atmosphere. Fear explodes in his chest, Shrek's pupils trembling. Damn it, did I do something wrong? In this deadly silence, even the bystanders can clearly feel the toe-curling awkwardness of the situation. Hoyol remains wordless. The crowd begins to whisper, and Shrek feels like a clown being publicly executed. Every second feels like a year. Shrek freezes, so embarrassed he wishes the ground would swallow him whole. But behind the cold facade lies an absurd truth. Hoyol, drained of mana, had simply fallen asleep standing up. Fighting to stay conscious, Hoyol struggles to maintain the dignity of the Yusra kingdom, wanting nothing but to go home and sleep. Even through the haze, he instinctively throws out an offer, a sudden twist that ignites the crowd once more. News spreads instantly across the city. Headlines blare the Guild Alliance, while Shrek becomes the forgotten punchline. Seeing this, everyone in the office bursts into uncontrollable laughter, the air filled with sheer delight. Laughter thunders through the Jain Guild as they watch the replay of Shrek's humiliation, tears streaming down their faces. To top it off, netizens dug up Shrek's old Chinibyo posts, permanently nailing him to the pillar of shame. Meanwhile, the true winners, the Nam brothers, embrace tightly, a celebration of pure, heartfelt ecstasy after the struggle. Nam Taemin lingers on the joke, but the whispers of the players around him ripple through the air, instantly shattering the casual mood. The smile freezes, replaced by profound shock. Taemin suddenly realizes that rebuilding Yusra isn't just a quest. It's a nation-scale revolution that will shake the world. Greed and ambition ignite instantly. Like sharks smelling blood, countless players roar and launch a frenzied charge into the depths of the ruins. Where's Sir Lee Hoyol? Desperate shouts echo everywhere as everyone hunts for the man who rewrote history, craving even the smallest crumb of his success. In the eye of the storm, Lee Hoyol is in a desperate retreat. Maintaining his haughty facade, his body screams in exhaustion, lungs burning as if on fire. Hiding behind rubble, he wipes cold sweat from his brow. Going home is impossible. To escape the fanatics, he grits his teeth and heads for the mage's tower. Before he can catch his breath, a golden figure lunges from behind. Jesse Haynes' energetic embrace feels like a fatal blow to the exhausted Hoyol. His heart nearly stops. The sudden touch feels like a ghost attack, and a terrified scream echoes wildly within his mind, nearly breaking his character. Oblivious to his terror, Jesse cheerfully launches into a Korean etiquette class, complete with cute effects, teaching him with whimsical seriousness. Perhaps too immersed, she faceplants while demonstrating a bow. The air fills instantly with slapstick comedy and awkwardness, worthy of a facepalm. Slumped in a chair, Hoyol's eyelids feel heavy as lead. Resting his chin on his hand, the world's noise fades against one overwhelming word: tired. Faced with Jesse's lame joke about rocket shipping, Hoyol sighs in resignation, trying to summon his last bit of sanity to ask what she actually wants. Jesse launches into rapid-fire praise of his magic, but to Hoyol's ears, these compliments sound distant and droning, like a lullaby. His thoughts drift. Exorcism rituals, cardinal sins, the mage's tower. The day's events flash chaotically through his mind as consciousness fades. Jessie gives a thumbs up, her smile blindingly bright. Yet, in Hoyol's eyes, this energetic image is slowly being swallowed by darkness. Finally, his body shuts down, arms crossed. Hoyol's head droops uncontrollably, plunging him into deep sleep right in the middle of her enthusiastic speech. Jessie notices something is off. Dropping her smile, she leans in cautiously, realizing this aloof powerhouse is showing absolutely no reaction. Seeing him so defenseless, Jessie's admiration turns into an irresistible impulse. She gently embraces the man who captured her heart from behind, the atmosphere turning instantly intimate. Hoyol's eyelashes tremble, a flush rising on his cheeks. A physiological reaction to exhaustion, yet mistaken for shy reciprocation, deepening the misunderstanding. Suddenly, a sharp sense of alarm pierces his dream. Hoyol snaps awake, his gaze instantly sharpening and body tensing, as if sensing an imminent crisis. Consciousness drifts back from the edge of dream, pierced by warm sunlight and an unsettling silence, as if everything before was merely an illusion. Focusing on the note in his hand, a wave of belated shame washes over him. To fall asleep so unguardedly before a guest is utterly rude. Before he can shake off the embarrassment, a blinding blue system window pops open, ruthlessly shattering the calm with an urgent quest from Marcelo. Exhaustion washes over him like a tide. Suppressing a yawn, he rubs his sore eyes, unsettled by how easily this position was handed to him. With a mix of urgency and doubt, he pushes open the heavy doors, determined to uncover the reason behind Marcelo's panic. Behind the desk, Marcelo's all-knowing eyes betray a hint of helplessness as he finally drops the facade, admitting his desperate need to prove himself. Facing doubt, Marcelo wearily adjusts his tie, attempting to shoulder all the blame to hide the dignity that is crumbling under his extreme exhaustion. The plea transforms into a cold directive. If those self-important elders wish to greet the researcher, he shall oblige them. In the conference hall, the mages sit high and mighty, waiting, especially the green-haired mage, whose every glance drips with casual disdain and scrutiny. A door bound by a three-tier seal bars his path, while mocking voices from behind deliver a cold verdict, declaring him unworthy to even enter. Faced with such naked humiliation, Granfell does not flinch. Instead, a cold sneer curls his lips at these frogs in the well who know nothing of true power. Just as the clash becomes inevitable, the air seems to freeze, leaving behind a suffocating suspense. Arrogant voices continue to echo through the hall, convinced their carefully laid barrier will forever shut out the presumptuous explorer. Magical light flickers through the cracks, accompanied by mocking laughter, the invisible weight of the strong crushing the weak to force a retreat. Yet he simply reaches out, his fingertips grazing the seemingly impenetrable barrier with an elegance as if opening a morning window. Amidst a thunderous roar, the seal shatters instantly. The green-haired mage leaps from her seat in terror, her arrogance crumbling into dust. Fear spreads through the crowd as she tremblingly grasps for excuses, forcing herself to believe this is merely a cheap trick, not raw power. Yet, in the eye of the suffocating purple magical storm, the man descends like a monarch, his icy gaze sending shivers through the souls of all who doubted him. He descends the steps with elegant strides, disregarding the guards collapsed around him, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Is this the price for wasting my time? Rain lashes down as Granfell crushes his opponent underfoot, his cold gaze piercing through the storm with absolute, terrifying arrogance. The suppression turns violent. With a low growl, his calm eyes ignite with blood-red fury as a savage instinct fully awakens. Reality snaps back. While Hoyle gasps from exhaustion, Granfell stands in the arena, elegantly fixing his tie as if the fatigue never existed. The green-haired mage forces a scornful smile, trying to mask the cold sweat on her brow with mockery of his power. But the bluff fails. Panic ripples through the senior mages as they realize the petty trick is a spell far beyond their own capabilities. Whispers explode into shocked exclamations. Recognition strikes. He is the legendary explorer who shook the academic world without an invitation. The truth hits like thunder. She freezes, pupils dilating in shock. He didn't just break the spell. He saw through the Tower Master's illusion entirely. Inside the majestic tower, a new quest window materializes. The real danger begins now, as Marcelo's research awaits this rising star. Hoyle's soul screams for a break, but to maintain his persona, he stifles a yawn, acting as if the monumental task is merely a bore. Straightening his cuffs with practiced indifference, he speaks with lazy elegance, as if the tower's highest honor means less to him than a nap. However, at the mention of learning from scratch, a flicker of hesitation crosses his sharp eyes as his mind rapidly calculates the cost. Suddenly, an invisible force grabs his head. He spins around in shock, only to find Marcelo's spectral image clinging to him uninvited. The ghost cheerfully explains the glowing scroll is a communication device. Hoyle stares at it, feeling the weight of yet another troublesome burden. The parchment sparks to life, forming a smug, smiling cartoon face that radiates an uncomfortably enthusiastic energy. Too close. Disgusted by the invasion of personal space, his patience snaps, and he flings the chattering scroll across the room in a rage. Trembling on the floor, the parchment switches to a tearful expression, groveling and apologizing for the senior mage's rude behavior. To him, the grand struggle for head mage is nothing more than a childish turf war, no different from schoolyard bullies fighting for clout. Facing Marcelo's solemn apology, Hoyle simply sighs. Behind the glittering facade of the magic world lies nothing but exhaustion and petty politics. Deep within, Lee Hoyle's consciousness struggles in anxiety, self-doubt spreading like cracks. His true fear is that his very existence has become a burden to others, despair striking with every heavy heartbeat. However, when the word underestimate strikes a nerve, the proud persona instantly awakens. His eyes flash with cold sharpness, as if this were an unforgivable blasphemy against his dignity. Amidst the dreamlike falling petals, Granfell's creed is crystal clear. In the face of being underestimated, no words are needed. Only absolute power to prove oneself and crush all doubt. Even as his inner self curls up in cringe-induced agony, the mask of Granfell remains flawless. If the world overestimates him, he will simply turn that illusion into an unshakable reality. As a leader, forgiveness is a virtue. Facing Marcello's fearful apology for his rudeness, he dismisses it with a few faint words, displaying the unique composure and pressure of a ruler. Meanwhile, a snail with a polka dot shell slowly crawls by. This comical, on-ale symbol mercilessly mocks the skyrocketing cringe levels caused by Lee Hoyle's excessive posturing. On the other end of the line, Marcello sinks into deep self-doubt and misunderstanding, while in reality, the man he reveres just wants to hang up and drag his exhausted body to sleep. A heavy sense of powerlessness crushes Marcello. Faced with unreachable seniors and endless tasks, he feels as insignificant as dust, thinking that only death could bring him rest. In this world of magical giants, at merely level 226, staring at the faint light in his hands, inferiority washes over him. Before those monsters, I am nothing but a complete novice. But defiance ignites his will. Remembering the master's teachings, Marcello's gaze sharpens. Magic surges violently through the Grand Hall. He will rewrite every underestimation and overestimation. In that instant, despair is utterly shattered. Divine golden light reflects in his pupils. A new power awakens deep within his soul. The moment of manifestation has arrived. The night sky is illuminated by countless rising lanterns, their warm orange glow dispelling the darkness. This is not just a miracle of magic, but the manifestation of the mind's world, magnificent and divine. Standing beneath the sky of lanterns, hands in pockets, a confident smile curves his lips. In this moment, he is the very pride of Granfell, an arrogance that permits no flaw. The silent courtyard is bathed in soft light, as if time stands still. The scene is dreamlike and breathtakingly beautiful, hinting that a grand ceremony is underway. But the cool facade lasts only seconds. Unable to withstand the massive mana load, or perhaps the sheer cringe, his face twists, and a rainbow pillar erupts from his mouth with a painful retch. Just basic light magic has drained all his mana. He collapses into the chair, gasping for air. And right at this weakest moment, that damn knock sounds at the door. Instant switch. By the time the door opens, he sits composed, expression stern. Facial management is mandatory for an emperor. Even if his heart bleeds, his exterior must maintain absolute nobility. Meanwhile, public opinion has exploded. Staring at the absurd accusations of Lee Hoyle faking it on their screens, the workers are dumbfounded. The world has gone mad. Malice breeds in the shadows, a mocking smile particularly jarring. Yet, the most furious person now is his rival, Nam Taemin, who boils with rage. How dare these people doubt Hoyle Hyung? The night deepens as the door slowly creaks open. Marcello finally meets that man, unaware that the seemingly unfathomable powerhouse inside is desperately hiding his exhaustion. The silver-haired man maintains a stoic facade, priding himself on his poker face, but the visitor's jaw-dropping horror at the door suggests something is terribly wrong. Confronted about the magic, Granfell turns with a cold glare, but beneath the sharp gaze, a jolt of panic strikes his heart. He's been spotted. He casually dismisses the chaos as basic magic to downplay the situation, but the explanation only makes Marcello sweat profusely, his skepticism growing deeper. Marcello scans the room, where residual magic swirls like a complex galaxy. This is no basic spell, but a suffocating display of high-tier divinity. While Marcello falls to his knees, unable to comprehend the god-tier skill, the pink-haired girl is utterly mesmerized by the brilliant spectacle, crying out in pure awe. The commotion draws a crowd expecting a dragon summoning, but when they realize this is just explorer Lee Hoyle's casual wave, the room erupts in disbelief. Ignoring Marcelo's roaring interrogation about mana intensity, the pink-haired girl points excitedly at the traces, oblivious to the terrified eyes surrounding her. Seeing the situation spiral, a panicked Marcelo frantically waves his hands, shifting the blame for the terrifying magic onto the real culprit, Lee Hoyle, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. While the crowd searches for their target, the silver figure has already become a blur, sprinting through the corridor and leaving the confused purple-robed mages in the dust. Granfell grits his teeth, his fear of these magic otakus peaking. He just wants to go home, but despair hits as he realizes his path is blocked by the fanatic cult. There is no escape. The air freezes, leaving only the sound of ragged breathing as countless feet enter his vision, trapping him in a suffocating shadow. With triumphant smirks, the four mages thrust forward an unsolvable cube, attempting to crush the arrogant intruder with this ultimate intellectual challenge. Just as they think they've won, Granfell solves the puzzle in a split second, leaving the mages collapsing in existential crisis while he sprints away without looking back. Having effortlessly dealt with 7 mages, Granfell straightens his suit and ascends the grand staircase, a confident smirk playing on his lips as the quest progress climbs. But the moment he steps down, he is greeted by a blinding storm of camera flashes and cheers, a tsunami of fanatical adoration instantly swallowing the stoic Granfell. Accused of stealing credit, Granfell's eyes turn icy. Instead of defending himself, he looks down with utter disdain, coldly dismissing the accuser for their lack of manners. But his cool facade shatters instantly as a swarm of knowledge-hungry old mages pounces on him like prey, terrifying Lee Hoyle until his soul nearly leaves his body. Reporters and scholars crush in from all sides, bombarding him with a relentless barrage of questions, making him feel like a fish desperately thrashing in a tightening net. Even as his inner self screams in despair, pulled by countless grabbing hands, he must desperately search for a sliver of escape within this suffocating chaos. Just on the verge of collapse, a sudden shift in the wall's mana flow jolts him awake. An ominous premonition instantly drowns out the noise. Something is wrong. Cornered by relentless streamers, Hoyle reaches his breaking point. Pink magic erupts uncontrollably as he snaps, blasting through the encirclement in a streak of light. The streamer is left standing in shock, the fancy hall echoing with the aftermath. Was that really something a human could do? The commotion sends the magic tower into chaos. Mages scramble in panic, but amidst the confusion, a calm pair of eyes watches from a window. Hoyle lands as the teleportation light fades, disoriented. By the window, Chief Mage Belia closes her book, a playful smile curling her lips as if she expected this. Before Hoyle can speak, Belia points out he saw through the illusion. The young mages nearby instantly recognize the VIP, breaking into a cold sweat of terror. Mathis doubts his senses, but Belia casually explains how she fixed the mana disturbance. Her absolute control over magic suffocates the room. Mathis tries to express gratitude, but his clumsiness strikes a chord with Belia. The lofty chief mage actually bursts into laughter. Just as Mathis recites his cool inner motto, Belia smiles and says the exact words out loud. Mathis looks like he's seen a ghost. Belia stops laughing and turns gracefully to Hoyle. With a look of scrutiny and admiration, she teases, "You're probably the only one who'd call the Tower Master's illusion simple." In the solemn magic hall, she formally reveals herself, Belia Yusha, head mage of the healing school. The air hums with awe-inspiring magical pressure. With the words, "I acknowledge your qualification," a system notification chimes. The quest completes so easily that Hoyle, outwardly calm, is internally stunned. The scene shifts to a quiet morning in the real world. Sunlight hits the ordinary apartment building. No magic here, just a headache of daily life. Hoyle, trembling, checks his phone. It's not his cool persona being discussed, but malicious rumors about murder. Cold sweat trickles down his temple. Online opinion is a tidal wave. Every comment feels like a thorn. He tries to ignore it, but his white-knuckled grip on the phone reveals his shaken resolve. To escape the anxiety, he tortures himself with chores and exercise. 500 pull-ups later, drenched in sweat, he still can't silence the noise in his head. The masochistic persistence pays off. Seeing his stamina and agility stats spike, Hoyle finally feels a sense of control as he slices vegetables. But a bitter smile follows. For a demon hunter with no combat skills, this brute strength just makes him a better delivery boy. Helplessness washes over him again. He slumps on the kitchen floor, mind racing. If Granfell could defy rules to use magic, Can he create his own melee style now? His gaze falls on the kitchen knife. A memory flashes. Commander Harkin's earth-shattering strike. That wasn't mana. It was pure aura. A crazy idea forms in his mind. Replaying the Silver Hunter's strikes in his mind, Hoyle stares intensely into the sink, trying to grasp that fleeting sensation. Found it. Blue energy suddenly surges around him. His pupils dilate as dormant power awakens instantly. Just trying to slice a carrot. Both personas strike in unison. Terrifying aura blasts the sink away amidst flying vegetable shrapnel. Staring at the glowing knife and the shattered wall, Hoyle freezes in terror, cold sweat dripping, a slice of carrot mocking him from atop his head. The aura pierces the roof and shoots into the sky, forming a dazzling rainbow, while oblivious pedestrians marvel at this beautiful miracle. This cooking-induced chaos draws to a temporary close amidst the neon glow of to be continued. Back at the disaster scene, this kitchen slash ruthlessly dissects not just the ingredients, but the building's entire structure. The strike nearly drains him. Hoyle gasps for air, his eyes filled with disbelief at the destructive power he just unleashed. Who would have guessed that the culprit behind the sliced building and the citywide rainbow was just trying to cut a carrot? Meanwhile, at the Yusra reconstruction site, Guildmaster Leone stares at her tablet, an ominous purple aura emanating from behind her. Workers whisper, assuming their formidable leader is slacking off watching videos. Unaware, she is seething with rage over something. Skepticism floods the internet, and watching the so-called expert analysis targeting Hoyle, Leone's face twists in fury, ready to scream. Hearing the streamer credit someone else, violent images of shredding these rumor-mongers flash through her mind, her rage barely contained. Chaos erupts at the site. The pink-haired member smashes her phone with a smile, while her teammate desperately restrains her to quell this fan-induced riot. The pink-haired girl innocently points out the truth, only to turn around and tease her companion. Oh? Are you perhaps upset on Lee Hoyle's behalf? The blonde young man flails in denial, trying to hide his admiration, but is ruthlessly exposed by his guild mates, only to stumble into a mud pit in shame. Seeing the poor guy in the mud, the pink-haired girl laughs and wraps an arm around the sulking Leone, trying to steer the conversation away from the online toxicity. At the mention of something fun, Leone's eyes light up. If they nail this reconstruction, the dream of becoming nobility in the Yusra Kingdom is within reach. Fantasizing about a future where even the top guilds bow to her, the usually stoic guild master finally cracks, letting a rare smile curl the corners of her lips. Struggling in the mud breaks the tension. Despite his companions' teasing leaving him flushed with embarrassment, Namtaemin never loses sight of the kingdom's reconstruction. Meanwhile, deep within the glittering mines, the joy of a guild-changing treasure is overshadowed by deep suspicion. This gift is too generous. Is it an opportunity or a trap? Their whispers about this heavy debt drift in the wind, unaware that the creditor himself stands just behind the wall, a meaningful sneer curling his lips. In this moment of silence, he stands with a hand in his pocket. Despite his relaxed posture, he radiates an undeniable, oppressive aura. However, this aloof powerhouse faces a harsh reality. An angry text from his landlord about property damage ruthlessly shatters his mask of composure. It wasn't just an accident. It was the price of uncontrolled power. Recalling the terror of his HP plummeting as his aura flared, he feels not just physical weakness, but a deep sense of crisis. He cannot just sit and wait. Dragging his heavy steps onto the grass, he moves forward. Though the path is uncertain, this is his only hope for salvation. Suddenly, a sharp shout pierces the silence. Armed soldiers block his path, cold spear tips pointed at his chest, turning the Yusra Kingdom's border into an impenetrable wall. Facing the soldiers' unquestionable order to turn back, the tension snaps tight instantly. That resolute hand gesture seems to declare the end of his visit. Unwilling to give up, he drops the legendary name, Harkon. Yet, instead of awe, he is met with even deeper suspicion and wariness in the soldiers' eyes. The soldiers' scornful laughter adds fuel to the fire. Lee Hoyle adjusts his sunglasses, his patience wearing thin under the mockery as rage begins to boil within. Just as the conflict is about to erupt, hurried footsteps approach. A voice shouting, "Sir Hoyle," with reverence instantly reverses the explosive situation. Accompanied by exaggerated laughter and blinding golden light, the crowned figure lands like a cannonball, his wild presence instantly stunning everyone on the field. If keeping a low profile won't work, he'll reveal everything. As his true name is declared, the air seems to freeze, and the system notification booms in his ears. System authority activated instantly. Looking at King Hakuna bowing before him, Lee Hoyle smirks. In this world, his name is the key to absolute power. Watching the dumbfounded soldiers, Hakuna's words strike like thunder. This uninvited guest possesses supreme authority equal to that of the king himself. Recalling the embarrassment of being stopped moments ago, realization dawns on him. As the de facto master of this land, the need for permission is nothing but an absurd joke. With the misunderstanding cleared, he finally enters the heart of the territory. But instead of a relaxing beach, he is met by a fierce, elite legion ready for war. Under the scorching sun, Instructor Jesse's roar is deafening. Every reprimand cracks through the air like a whip, delivering an overwhelming sense of pressure. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams of the knight's training, Lee Hoyle remains strangely calm. He sits before the Lionheart, finally asking the question upon which his life depends. Harsh shouts and pained cries echo from the training grounds, thick with tension. Inside, Granfell sips his coffee with chilling composure, his calm gaze suggesting everything is unfolding exactly as he foresaw. As they discuss the sword aura, a talent requiring decades of mastery, Granfell's effortless arrogance pushes his companion to the brink. His dismissive tone finally triggers a sweat-drenched outburst. "Can you please be humble?" A heavy silence falls as they face the grim reality that sword aura isn't gained by will alone. Yet, Granfell offers a confident smile, dropping a bombshell amidst their doubts of his mage status. "I can manifest it." The air freezes as Captain Harkon wears a look of pure disbelief. Granfell doesn't flinch, reaffirming his power with cold resolve, shifting the atmosphere from skepticism to a desperate hunger for his secrets. The scene shifts to a windswept cliffside. Tension peaks as a sharp call rings out. Jessica spins around, her eyes flashing with a mix of surprise and unwavering obedience, signaling a dramatic turning point. "Bring me a sword and the oath of the lion." Granfell's command is absolute. His subordinates, drenched in cold sweat, rush to obey while Harkon watches in solemn thought, sensing an ancient ritual beginning. Under the bright tropical sky, a solemn chill grips the beach. A massive stone fist monument stands centered as the Lionheart Knights line up in awe, the very air vibrating with the pressure of an awakening power. With a thunderous rumble, the stone lion erupts from the earth, radiating suffocating pressure. The young soldiers tremble in confusion, unable to grasp why such a sacred oath is being invoked, their hearts racing with dread. It is an indestructible oath. Harkon gazes at the stone lion, scarred by ancestral blades, his voice heavy with history. Granfell stares down in somber reflection, knowing he faces more than metal. He faces generations of honor. As the sea breeze settles, Granfell's gloved fist grips the ornate hilt with crushing force. The female portrait embedded in the guard glimmers in the sun, a silent witness to a hidden past as the moment of decision arrives. Clad in platinum armor, Harkon looms like an immovable mountain, his voice a sharp challenge. "Then etch a third slash for me." Their eyes lock, the air crackling with invisible sparks and latent sword aura. "Stop! He's not even a knight." The others scream in terror, desperate to halt this suicidal act. Granfell grips his sword, his ragged breath betraying the immense pressure as he walks alone into the eye of the storm. "I cannot wield that sword." The flat refusal plunges the field into dead silence. Veins pop on the knights' foreheads as shock turns to disappointment. They can't believe he'd abandon such a sacred trial, unless he has another plan. But then, Granfell casually plucks a cheap training sword from the rack. Seeing its mediocre stats, the knight's rage turns to absurd despair. With just that, this blatant disregard for tradition sets the air on fire. Turning his back on the waves of doubt, Granfell faces a mountain-like foe with nothing but a dull, unsharpened blade. Against the gray sky, his silhouette remains unshakable. In his hands, even a blunt tool dictates the law of combat. A sudden roar. Azure energy erupts like a violent tide. Amidst the chaotic visual blur, the opponent groans in agony, his panicked eyes reflecting the devastating impact descending from above as the battle spirals out of control. The earth screams and shatters as blue lightning pierces the battlefield like a vengeful dragon. Onlookers gape in horror, witnessing an explosion of energy so vast it renders the once arrogant enemy small and fragile. Granfell stands amidst the ruins, silver hair wild in the wind, cloaked in a sword aura so potent it breeds despair. The opponent breaks completely, trembling as he shrieks. A mage? How can he have such terrifying sword aura? Good enough? He asks with a sliver of cold irony. Clad in suffocating blue light, his dying foe can only wheeze out a plea for help. The boundary between mage and swordsman has been utterly crushed under his heel. The shocking scene freezes as all doubt vanishes before absolute power. Yet, Granfel's journey is only beginning. In this lingering silence, a new storm is already gathering on the horizon. To be continued. Harkon, clad in golden armor, casts a piercing gaze as his blade hums with energy. He issues a breathtaking challenge to Hoyle. Can he etch a third slash onto the metal? Hoyle draws Harkon's level 600 legendary blade, unleashing a blinding burst of holy light. The skeptical onlooker is left speechless, paralyzed by the sheer pressure of the weapon. Facing a weapon far beyond his current level, Hoyle remains unfazed. He calmly sets aside the legendary blade and picks up a common training sword, his eyes filled with resolve. Even with a dull blade, Hoyle's silhouette stands firm as a mountain. He grips the hilt tightly against the roaring rock beast, a lethal aura spreading through the air. Incredibly, the toy-like training sword erupts with a sky-piercing blue aura. Onlookers scream in disbelief as this logic-defying power strikes terror into their hearts. Violent energy shockwaves send soldiers flying. Amidst the chaos of cries, Hoyle simply feels the weight of the sword's intent, as if this devastating power were only natural. Blue lightning rages wildly. Hoyle's veins bulge as he struggles to rein in the uncontrollable energy, while his companions recoil in terror, drenched in cold sweat. With a guttural roar, a brilliant beam of light erupts from Hoyle's hand, piercing through solid walls. In a thunderous crash of debris, his suppressed power finally explodes. Amidst the wreckage, Hoyle, lip bloodied but gaze sharp as a blade, looks down at his agonizing opponent and scoffs with arrogant defiance. Is this good enough? The tension of near-death shifts instantly as Harkon erupts into ecstatic laughter. Ignited by Hoyle's bottomless potential, he is desperate to push the training even further. Harkon's laughter fades into a commanding professionalism. He introduces two elite students, insisting Hoyle master the basics, instantly turning the atmosphere solemn and rigorous. I forbid sword aura until permitted. Though the restriction is harsh, Hoyle is internally overjoyed that Harkon understands his needs, and he accepts the challenge with resolve. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched beach where trainees stand in formation. The sound of tranquil waves mingles with the tension of an impending trial of will. Jessica, the blonde instructor, watches the calm man with conflicting emotions. Despite her lingering doubts, his display of respect forces her to reevaluate him. The instructor's gaze turns sharp with prejudice. She sneers inwardly. A mage is just a mage. She resolves to use the harshest methods to break this weakling like a dog. However, as Hoyle reveals his ripped, powerful physique, all mockery dies in her throat. Jessica flushes in embarrassment, her planned intimidation completely derailed by the sight. Everyone lift your swords. Harsh commands echo across the scorching beach. The instructor tolerates no errors, making the air heavy with the weight of grueling basic training. Amidst the instructor's passionate shouting, Hoyle's mind drifts back to the battlefield. Harkon's mountain-like sword shadows flicker in his memory as he seeks the truth of true power. Heavier, stronger. Hoyle snaps back from his memories, his pupils constricting. He raises his sword, radiating a new, absolute resolve. The true awakening begins now. At the heart of the battlefield, a brilliant Y-shaped sword aura erupts with a deafening roar. Enemies are sent flying as onlookers stare in sheer terror, signaling the climax of the fight. As the dust settles, Hoyle calmly retreats, claiming that devastating strike was a mere imitation of Harkon. His companions are left in a state of shock. How could such power be just a copy? The secret technique Harkon spent decades mastering was perfectly replicated by Hoyle after just a few glances. His casual comment, "It's quite useful," underscores a terrifying gap in talent. Gazing at the genius before him, Harkon is filled with a burning resolve. Such God-given talent must not be wasted in the magic tower. He must guide Hoyle toward the path of the sword. With steady, heavy footsteps, Harkon approaches. The natural authority of a legendary knight captain is so overwhelming that even the proud officers bow in deep, instinctive reverence. Harkon arrives eager to watch his savior train, But the sudden eruption of purple energy from Hoyle is like a violent storm, instantly turning the relaxed air into a tense struggle for breath. An absurd scene unfolds. To protect the savior's lungs, the knights begin frantically sweeping the beach. Their roars for a sand-free shore turn the serious atmosphere into one of hilarious overprotection. The commander is in a cold sweat, terrified that the noble savior might faint from heatstroke. This extreme anxiety elevates a simple training session into a bizarre and desperate defense mission. Soldiers go as far as uprooting entire trees from the jungle to create instant shade on the beach. This massive construction project, all for one man's comfort, leaves everyone speechless. Stirred by this fervor, Captain Harkin's own warrior spirit ignites. Unable to stand idly by, he roars his command, resolving to join the new recruits in a grueling, hellish training session. Stripping to the waist, he charges into the dust with a fierce cry. Forget my rank and treat me as a common recruit. His raw passion sets the entire training ground ablaze with energy. The captain's wild decision leaves the crowd stunned, but amidst the confusion, Hoyle steps forward to volunteer. The air seems to freeze instantly at his unexpected declaration. Despite his inner conflict, Harkon meets Hoyle's inscrutable gaze and offers a firm smile. The scale of the training is now expanding in an entirely unpredictable direction. Hoyle excitedly agrees to the plan, completely oblivious to the sheer terror etched on Jessica and Enoch's faces. For them, a true nightmare is about to begin. And so, the most agonizing training session in history begins. Under the blazing sun, the knights sweat through every strike, pushing their bodies and wills to the absolute limit. The scene shifts to a silent, Gothic clock tower rising above the city, its blue magic circle glowing. With a somber, "Come in," a door to unknown power is slowly pushed open. In the shadows, a knowing smile curls at the corner of Mathis's mouth. It is an expression of both elegance and danger, as if he sees through every human secret. This is the domain of High Dark Mage Mathis. Inside this solemn laboratory, he writes upon parchment, as a man who nearly reached the tower's peak. Every stroke carries immense authority. When he hears that Hoyle's item may involve forbidden black magic, a sharp flicker of intrigue finally crosses Mathis's cold face. The gears of fate begin to turn once more. Senior Mage Mathis gazes intently at the rare artifacts, especially the glowing Vampire Count's orb, his eyes filled with profound curiosity and suspicion regarding Lee Hoyle's true identity. Mathis coldly resolves to appraise the items personally. Meanwhile, on the night-shrouded shores of Usura, weary warriors collapse in exhaustion, their bodies battered from grueling training. The silent camp is filled with weary groans as exhausted warriors call out to their families in their sleep, a sense of sorrow and vulnerability spreading beneath the moonlight. Amidst a torrential downpour, Lee Hoyle endures hellish physical training. Though his mind screams in agony, Granfell's unwavering pride drives him forward with incredible willpower. As the final mile is cleared, a golden flash signals the completion of his task. The rewards of his extreme training wash away his exhaustion, bringing a rare smile of satisfaction. Just as exhaustion sets in, a giant eagle messenger abruptly breaks the peace. Mathis appears via a magical scroll, his voice carrying an air of undeniable authority. The Vampire Count's orb is unveiled, its rarity sparking a feverish glow in Mathis's eyes as he formally requests to borrow the artifact for research. Internally calculating his future leverage, Lee Hoyle maintains his cold, regal facade as he calmly agrees to this clandestine exchange of power and resources. The attributes of the pure emerald and koi scale silk are revealed, legendary materials that would drive anyone mad with greed, now serving as pawns in this strategic game. Confronted with a mysterious aesthetic stat, Lee Hoyle firmly shuts down any greedy advances, insisting that the precious resources be used to craft his own elegant accessories. Under the beach moonlight, modern negotiation tactics clash with fantasy magic. The imposing name of Mathis Dean Carl signals the start of a deeper conflict. Regardless of the cost, I want the best, Lee Hoyle declares with a billionaire's swagger, his absolute confidence leaving the haughty mage utterly stunned. The conversation ends abruptly in sheer exhaustion as they collapse onto the bed. But just as sleep claims them, an urgent cry signals a new approaching crisis. As Lee Hoyle drifts into sleep, a scroll on the desk begins to glow with an ominous flame, its formal invitation to the floating garden dripping with mystery. The tale pauses amidst the enigmatic invitation. The gears of fate are turning, with stronger foes and deeper secrets awaiting Lee Hoyle in the unknown. Dawn over the archipelago is shattered. Outside the peaceful camp, a mysterious figure streaks through the dark jungle, hurried footsteps breaking the silence of the morning. Still struggling through extreme training, Lee Hoyle is startled by the messenger bird's frantic cry. In the damp jungle air, a sudden message disrupts his rhythm. The messenger's anxiety and apologies plunge everyone into confusion. A missing message creates a void, making the already tense atmosphere even more unpredictable. Orange magical flames mercilessly consume the secret. As the unread letter turns to ash at a cloaked man's fingertips, a new trap is elegantly set at the floating garden. Lee Hoyle's brow furrows as he firmly declines the persistent meeting requests. Each, that'll be difficult, heightens the invisible tension, turning a simple schedule into a battle of wills. The mage Mathis sinks into deep thought, interpreting the refusal as a profound test. He realizes that meeting the chief researcher requires a level of etiquette he had underestimated. The atmosphere turns icy as the requester's anxiety peaks. Under such crushing pressure, even the most stubborn must kneel, desperately pleading for a chance to comply. The deal is struck. While Hoyle appears to be granting a favor, he is coolly calculating his schedule. He turns toward the sea, leaving behind a silhouette of enigmatic power. Leaning against a tree in the coastal jungle, a brawny blond man watches with sharp, commanding eyes. A new chapter regarding a hidden past is about to unfold. Morning sun bathes the beach as rigorous sword drills begin. Under the instructor's sharp commands, students sweat in unison, the air thick with focus and discipline. I cannot teach you any longer. The mentor's words strike like a lightning bolt. In the face of this sudden severance, a flicker of shock crosses Hoyle's eyes. A real fight already? Hoyle is internally screaming. It's only been one day. Yet to others, his stoic face conceals a chilling, unfathomable depth. Show me your sword aura. Facing the provocative challenge, Hoyle stifles his unease. He grips his blade, channeling every ounce of focus amidst the crushing pressure. In that moment, a mystical perception awakens. Blue energy swirls within his pupils as he finally grasps sword aura, a supreme power that transcends all classes. Sparks of energy dance in the air as a magical resonance blooms at his fingertips. Hoyle isn't just swinging a sword. He is redefining the boundaries of swordsmanship. The blade is suddenly engulfed in a blinding blue light. Observers push up their glasses in utter disbelief. Such mastery over aura is as precise as high-tier magic. As the aura stabilizes, it reflects a state of absolute mental purity. The mentor watches with pride, while Hoyle marvels at how clean and flawless the power feels. You truly are natural. The mentor's fervor turns aggressive. Under the weight of such intense expectations, onlookers tremble while Hoyle's will erupts. Refusing to be swayed by praise, he calmly departs. If there's a sword on my path, then so be it. His resolve leaves the witnesses in a state of stunned collapse. A farewell amidst radiant smiles. The mentor's passion nearly ignites the scenery. Yet Hoyle remains coldly resolute as they part ways on this tropical shore. Behind him, students fall into a frenzied misunderstanding, trying to catch up through sheer desperation. Hoyle offers only a silent, knowing glance at their misguided efforts. Mastering aura in a single day, what terrifying talent. The observer gazes at his retreating back as if staring up at an unreachable summit, filled with awe. I won't lose. Flames of defiance burn in his eyes, the final roar of a swordsman's pride. Even knowing the vast gap, the obsession to catch up ignites a boiling rage. Explosive power erupts on the beach, a furious rebellion against mediocrity. Amidst the chaotic flames, Hoyle's indifferent profile creates a sharp, powerful contrast. The blond man watches, noting how geniuses reshape their world, while deep in the jungle, Hoyle feels a long-dormant fire igniting in his chest. He hoped for a low-level monster to test his blade, fretting over his skills, unaware that predatory eyes are already locking onto them from the shadows. A terrifying roar shatters the silence as a level 300 silver mane leopard leaps out. Facing a 74-level gap, Hoyle's composure instantly crumbles. You dare bare your teeth at me? His persona takes over. With a cold gaze and a glowing blade, he prepares to teach the beast some manners. As Noble's pride activates amidst a sea of monster carcasses, he struggles between inner panic and his outward facade of cold majesty. Meanwhile, Captain Kichi stands in a blood-soaked clearing suffocated by the mystery of her missing comrades and the abnormal surge of monsters. Parting the brush, she witnesses a staggering sight. A silver-haired man shrouded in blue aura, standing defiantly against the raging leopard. Though internally screaming, Hoyle's noble soul maintains its posture, treating the regional boss as nothing more than a simple trial. In the distant rainforest, mercenaries howl through the bloody rain, their oaths echoing as a new storm gathers over the kingdom of Yusra. We will begin again in El Dorado. The raging storm witnesses their resolve, marking a final gathering for survival and vengeance. Ambition burns brighter than the jungle itself. Some laugh in madness for revenge, others for nobility, as pure desire takes root. Back at the fight, the leopard is a blur of death. Suppressed by the level gap and with no skills left, despair washes over Hoyle like a tide. Sweat pours down as heavy gasps reveal he's reached his limit, yet the fire in his eyes remains. Waiting to die is not his style. As the beast lunges again, Hoyle's eyes ignite with a brilliant blue light, transforming all his fear into a desperate resolve to prove himself. Even as he debates the semantics of death, he chooses his sword at the brink. In this moment, his obsession and persona become one. We gonna die. His companions' tearful goodbyes fill the air with dread, but the absolute limit, the blue blade erupts in blinding light. A sudden turn, with a piercing shriek, the once invincible beast is instantly consumed by an overwhelming, mysterious power. Too slow, standing tall with his sword, Hoyle's cold expression betrays nothing of the struggle, leaving only a stunned, deadly silence. The once mighty regional boss now lies as a broken corpse in the mud, a silent testament to an absolute judgment that transcended levels. Amidst the post-battle jungle, Grandfell stands pristine in his suit. He scoffs at the fight as a mere warm-up, despite his stamina hitting rock bottom. His overwhelming presence leaves the blue-haired onlooker paralyzed in pure awe and shock. As the dust settles, a new chapter looms. In this fleeting pause, all lingering questions condense into those final words, to be continued, leading us inevitably toward the unknown depths of the story. The scene shifts to the serene floating garden, where ancient pillars reach for the skies. Amidst blooming violet flowers and shimmering fountains, Mathis waits in silence, sensing a fated encounter beginning to take shape. Clasping his hands, Mathis mulls over the enigmatic adventurer, Lee Hoyle. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the courtyard. As a dark figure looms closer, a suffocating pressure descends, freezing the very air. With every deliberate step, Grandfell's sharp gaze pierces through Mathis. Facing the senior mage, he remains unyielding, his voice cold. It's more than a meeting. It's a collision of two powerful and mysterious wills. Mathis feels the earth vibrate as the man approaches, sensing an extraordinary presence. Unbeknownst to him, Hoyle's inner self is screaming in agony. His muscles are failing from overexertion, forcing him to maintain his stoic facade. Recalling yesterday's grueling battle, Hoyle's body is at its limit. To hide his uncontrollable tremors, he flexes every muscle with desperate intensity. This forced stillness radiates an aura of unfathomable power to those watching. As Mathis prepares to act, his sensing ring turns pitch black. His pupils dilate in shock as cold sweat beads on his forehead. An unprecedented wave of dark magic erupts from Hoyle, striking primal fear into the scholar's heart. I've never seen a darkness this pure, Mathis gasps internally. Meanwhile, Hoyle maintains his icy composure, though internally he's utterly confused, wondering why the scholar is staring at him with such bug-eyed horror. Under Grandfell's oppressive gaze, Mathis's mind races back to the past. Simultaneously, Hoyle's inner office worker persona is pale with fright, frantically debating whether he should sit down or if he'll die for making a wrong move. The gates of memory swing open to a time when Mathis was mocked as a mage of filth. Orthodox scholars trampled his ingredients, raining down insults. In those dark corners, he lived in humiliation, yet clung to his sorcery. I will prove the worth of this magic, Mathis swore amidst his cluttered lab. Even with the world against him, he never stopped. Those bloodshot, resolute eyes were destined to rewrite the very history of magic. Inside the grand hall of the academic society, the atmosphere is heavy. Mathis finally stands upon that distant podium. Beneath the celestial dome, he prepares to unveil the forbidden power capable of shaking the world's essence. As dead bones twitch to life, the hall erupts in chaos. Enraged scholars roar in protest, branding it a desecration. Amidst a tide of insults, Mathis stands alone against the prejudice of an entire era. Don't just look at the surface, see the essence. Mathis screams, but the authorities have lost patience, coldly demanding a final verdict. The desperation of fighting a lone battle threatens to consume him. Just as the vitriol peaks, the elderly president asks for the magic's name with a smile. Tears well in Mathis's eyes, a flicker of redemption after being cast out. Under the weight of authority, his heart finally trembles. From now on, I will call this black magic, he declares with resolve. For a brief time, it found glory. Yet, the sight of his desolate room hints that this triumph was fleeting and the true darkness was only beginning. Years of stagnation lead to crushing despair. Simultaneously, worldview interference manifests as the terrifying mage's tower descends in crimson light. His personal failure spirals into a global catastrophe, a monument to his helplessness. His silhouette on the rooftop embodies years of shame. Back in the present, Mathis, wreathed in violet manna, fixes his gaze on Hoyle. He is searching for a savior, someone whose dark potential might finally mend the regrets of a lifetime. Purple flames dance in the shadows as Senior Mage Mathis makes a chilling entrance. His sharp gaze pierces the air, searching for a breakthrough that could transcend the limits of black magic research. Mathis remains elegant and aloof while his tea grows cold. Suddenly, a burst of purple light erupts. The rings detect an unprecedented black magic talent, a darkness so deep it chills the soul. The essence of magic is unveiled. Unlike ordinary spells, black magic is a force that interferes with the target's core, much like a magical creature fluttering in golden light, tense with the danger of the unknown. Mathis extends his hands as a suffocating purple skull forms within the energy. He reveals a grim truth. The source of black magic is nothing other than the caster's inner darkness. A colossal demonic entity roars behind him, a manifestation of past trauma. Mathis looks at Lee Hoyle, his voice laced with dread. Just what kind of dark past do you have to possess such terrifying mana? Yet, reality is an absurd misunderstanding. Hoyle's mind spirals as he clutches his face. Dark past? It's just his cringy, teenage fantasies. This public execution of his ego makes him want to vanish instantly. To maintain Granfell's cold persona, Hoyle suppresses his shame, sipping tea with feigned elegance. Meanwhile, the assistant turns pale, terrified by the suffocating atmosphere and inexplicable tension. Is it your etiquette to guess one's passed upon the first meeting? Hoyle's cold question strikes like a blade. Overwhelmed by guilt, Mathis trembles, sweating profusely as he apologizes for his thoughtlessness. Dejected, Mathis prepares for severe disciplinary action. But when Hoyle says, "I accept your apology," the situation flips instantly. The arrogant emperor displays unexpected and shocking mercy. Investigative spirit is a scholar's virtue. Hoyle's affirming words act as a beam of light in Mathis's heart. The thrill of being understood and recognized stirs deep emotions within the mage. Hoyle's profound insight into black magic turns Mathis into a devoted follower. He eagerly extends an invitation. Would you walk the path of black magic research with me? Fate hangs in the balance. This fervent invitation triggers a sense of déjà vu. Hoyle's stern profile overlaps with a memory of a golden-haired fist, remnants of an old offer regarding the path of the sword, and a new crossroad. Report finished. Mathis retreats hastily, desperate to avoid being enslaved as a grad student drudge. Hoyle simply nods coldly, maintaining his cloak of unfathomable detachment. Back in the lab, Hoyle sits amidst piles of books. Though his inner self complains about the grueling research life, he must play the part of the workaholic scholar to uphold his grand persona. Suddenly, system notifications flood in. Recognition from senior mages arrives one after another. Hoyle's influence in the mages' tower skyrockets, shifting the scales of power in his favor. Ecstasy erupts within. Not only does his reputation soar, but nation-level privileges are unlocked. He realizes he now holds both the kingdom and the tower in his hands. Power is finally his. It's nothing special. Despite his inner laughter, Hoyle remains calm, even feigning a bit of confusion toward the new system function, pushing his cool factor to the absolute limit. The scene shifts to a dazzling golden palace rising from the azure sea. It is the first Arcana nation to manifest in reality, the Usura Kingdom. Countless investments are pouring into this land of opportunity. In a modern conference room, the power struggle intensifies. Thanks to their investment in Yusra, the Jain Guild jumps to third in world rankings. Everyone knows that behind it all, that one man is the key. Inside Jain Guild, Nam Keelman is lost in thought before a screen while Nam Taemin presses him with questions. The weight of an unrepayable debt hangs heavy, thickening the air with solemnity. The past terror of demonic possession clashes with their current meteoric rise in rankings. Glowing headlines only reflect the staggering truth of Lee Hoyle's singular, life-saving contribution. Nam Taemin clenches his fists, eyes blazing with a resolve to never live in debt. Meanwhile, rising rankings and media mockery coexist on screen, making their success feel both bitter and controversial. Fury erupts within Nam Taemin as he denounces mythology, Guild's media manipulation. Beside him, a grim Keelman realizes the conspiracy's tentacles have reached deep into the National Assembly. Shadows of money and power interlace into a mountain of gold. The capital Empire Mythology Guild prides itself on. A heavy silence falls as they wonder if political titans are moved by mere cash. A golden sun badge glints eerily in the shadows. A moment later, an assemblyman collapses in agony, ensnared by purple energy, a display of inhuman torment that sends chills down the spine. While the victim gasps in a nightmare of suffocation, Beck Yiziel stands at the city's peak, swirling her wine. Her cool, confident expression suggests she is merely watching a well-rehearsed play. With purple energy dancing at her fingertips, Beck Yiziel casually cancels her schedule. Her gaze locks onto the white-haired man on her screen, an air of predatory ambition filling the room. A mysterious smile plays on her lips as she announces her departure for Yusra Kingdom. Under the starlit night, her eyes reflect a hunger to meet her prey, the unfathomable Lee Hoyle. The magnificent Mage's Tower looms over the modern city as a sudden system alert shatters the calm. A new feature unlocks, as if the gears of fate have begun to turn once more, catching all off guard. Yet, amidst this solemn awakening, Hoyle's phone vibrates frantically from his sister's relentless messaging. This touch of mundane chaos instantly dissolves the preceding air of mystery. Reddened by the setting sun, the campus feels heavy as Hoyle goes to check his messages, only to feel a strange presence. His calm gaze sharpens instantly, frozen in shock. The parchment in his hand erupts with life, its angry cartoon face spitting steam as it bellows his name. Fantasy power surges violently through the mundane campus setting. Head Mage Maya appears within the scroll, her urgent apologies clashing with a stunning proclamation. Before Hoyle can react, he is elevated to a rank equaling that of a head mage. A tidal wave of cheers from magical entities crashes down, drowning Hoyle in pure chaos. Beside him, a blue-haired companion looks on in terror, desperate to flee before things spiral out of control. He becomes a bolt of black lightning, racing through afterimages with a chilling resolve. Whatever his past hides, the player's destiny ensures he can never stop running. Back at the glittering Yusra Palace, Shrake's arrogant laughter echoes across the plaza. Such provocative indulgence hints at a power struggle about to play out in broad daylight. On a balcony stained purple by sunset, Hoyle holds his glass, looking down with his trademark coldness. Despite the boisterous laughter, his sharp, prudent gaze pierces through all hypocrisy. On the luxurious terrace, Granfell's gaze remains icy as he flatly rejects the so-called sincerity. His companion bursts into wild laughter, mocking such a characteristically noble and aloof response. Just as the provocation peaks, a sudden video call breaks the standoff. Seeing Sister Number 3 on the screen, the once composed Granfell's pupils tremble, plunged into a state of pure internal chaos. He answers with a hint of awkwardness, attempting to remain polite. But on the other end, his sister's volcanic rage erupts instantly, shattering the calm atmosphere with a violent outburst. The call is pure chaos. A little girl cheers for her uncle, while the sister shrieks in a hysterical misunderstanding. This domestic farce leaves the great emperor's dignified image teetering on the edge of collapse. The screams echo through the courtyard as the blonde woman's fury nearly breaks the screen. The solemn topic of the Yusra Kingdom feels both ironic and hilariously absurd amidst this domestic spat. The call ends abruptly, leaving a heavy trail of awkwardness. Lee Hoyle leans his head on his hand, his pride replaced by deep frustration as he whispers, yearning to vanish into a lonely corner. As the other eagerly offers a vast domain, Lee Hoyle's soul screams in despair. He begs for just a simple room in this quiet treehouse village, desperate to escape the suffocating glory. Back in his room, he sheds the heavy suit jacket with sharp movements. As the fabric falls, the persona of Granfell finally peels away, revealing a rare moment of human relief. Anxiety fuels his frantic movements as he yanks off his tie. Scattered bags of green mirror his chaotic and frayed emotions, standing out sharply in the otherwise silent room. Staring at the staggering video view counts, Lee Hoyle collapses onto the bed in total defeat. His darkest cringe memories are now viral, leaving him paralyzed with humiliation. "I'll sue them," he seethes, his eyes burning with a vengeful fire. Yet the picturesque, tranquil view outside stands in absurd contrast to the storm raging within his heart. Suddenly, an eerie sense of dissonance creeps in. He adjusts his glasses, his confused gaze sharpening into unease, a familiar tremor that heralds even greater trouble ahead. With a sudden burst, he arrives at the reconstruction base. Despite his inner turmoil, he must don his icy armor once more as he surveys the grand fortress under the setting sun. Order reigned in the courtyard until a red-haired man's scream of terror shattered the peace. Drenched in cold sweat, his pupils dilate in horror, facing a seemingly catastrophic threat. The jagged blood-red line on the screen announces a catastrophic stock market crash. Panic spreads like a plague through the office, leaving every face etched with the despair of ruin. "Those bastards again," he roars, veins popping on his forehead. Maliciously fabricated rumors coil like serpents, threatening to swallow all their hard-earned efforts and glory. He laughs in sheer disbelief at the absurd scandal headlines. Since they've chosen to play dirty, he's ready to strike back with even more venomous titles, turning this media war into a farce. Before he can launch his counterattack, Beck Yiziel descends with an overwhelming aura. With a single disdainful glance and a burst of force, she sends the raging man flying, instantly flipping the board. Under a purple starlit sky, a figure plunges like a hawk. Beck Yiziel descends with a playful smirk, bypassing guards effortlessly and leaving Nam Taemin in stunned silence, his breath hitching. The air freezes in the silent corridor. Nam Taemin clenches his fists, radiating raw aggression, while the man before him collapses in terror, his eyes filled with absolute despair and helplessness. A sudden shockwave rips through the courtyard. Amidst a blur of crimson, elite guards are hurled backward, turning the once serene outdoor garden into a battlefield of absolute dominance. Facing warnings, Beck Yiziel brushes her chin, eyes twinkling with a playful innocence. She softly denies any attack, claiming the guards simply fell asleep on their own volition. Purple energy particles dance wildly, thick with suffocating mental pressure. A familiar, revolting sensation of erosion surges through him, as if his very soul is being watched by the abyss. She is the heiress of the myth group, the witch who elevated a minor guild to the peak. Every smile from Beck Yiziel hides a cold power capable of shaking financial empires. "You're crossing the line." Beck Yiziel's voice rings with undeniable authority. The man before her is already drenched in sweat as hidden conspiracies flicker in the purple glow. With a resonant hum, purple mana erupts. This isn't just a display of strength. It's mind domination magic, designed to toy with any will held in its grasp. Despair creeps in like a tide, but his body remains frozen as if turned to stone. A grotesque, crimson face mocks him from the darkness, crushing his final spark of resistance. The terror of demonic possession was a recurring nightmare. But now, in the sun-drenched courtyard, a white-haired figure in a suit steps calmly into the fray with absolute majesty. Beck Yiziel touches her lips, her smile unreadable. A heartbeat later, a shocking turn of events plunges Nam Taemin into a deathly silence, shattering the fragile balance. "I just finished cleaning," Lee Hoyle mutters, loosening his tie with a darkened expression. He cannot stand this revolting aura for another single second. From a high vantage point, Nam Taemin is seen fleeing in distress. But the red-eyed woman's gaze has already crossed the distance, coldly locking onto her true prey. Blue energy surges violently around him as Lee Hoyle's gaze cuts like a razor. Staring down the evil power, he declares with icy finality, "You're a demon." The scene shifts to a new chapter. Though the setting seems calm, the stifling atmosphere between the two men thickens, masking a mutual, heavy exhaustion. With a sharp cry from Nam Taemin, the screen shatters the final facade. The unreleased video is spreading like a plague across the web, igniting everyone's nerves. 100 million views and a cold accusation. Lee Hoyle stares at his own unfamiliar reflection on the screen, the shame of the video weighing on him like a heavy shackle. Amidst the chaos, secrets are peeled back. While Nam Taemin stammers in fear, Baek Yizil blushes slightly, steering the situation into the unknown abyss with chilling shyness. Phantoms of Nam Taemin twist in fear as he pleads his case. Meanwhile, Baek Yizil leans playfully toward Lee Hoyol, her smile full of doubt and teasing regarding his legendary strength. "So, you're Lee Hoyol?" Standing amidst swirling purple energy, Baek Yizil stands tall. She proudly declares her name, instantly igniting the sparks of provocation between them. Purple energy swirls as Baek Yizil leans in, her eyes gleaming with playful contempt and intense possessiveness. Her sultry whisper charges the air with a dangerous, electric tension. Suddenly, a shock wave erupts. Lee Hoyol strikes with cold precision, his palm force repelling Baek Yizil. Her look of control shatters into pure, wide-eyed confusion. The camera pulls back, capturing the suffocating tension of a standoff. Amidst allegations of favoritism, the guild analyst sweats profusely while trying to explain the unfolding PR disaster. Lee Hoyol lowers his gaze, reflecting on the fallout of his actions. Just as he prepares to address the misunderstanding, a woman in a vivid red gown makes a dramatic, disruptive entrance. Purple mist coils like a viper. Her emotions boil over as the purple-haired woman trembles, confronting the cold figure before her with a mix of searing rage and shattered pride. Words clash like blades. Her desperate questioning is met with freezing mockery. Baek Yizil shuts her eyes in pain, blood trickling from her lip as the psychological toll mounts. The fangs are finally revealed as Baek Yizil sheds her disguise, manifesting her true succubus form. Wrapped in crimson energy, she boasts that no human can escape her predatory grasp. Undaunted by the demon's pressure, Lee Hoyol stands his ground. He raises a hand, his eyes glowing red with a fierce fighting spirit as a sharp retort pushes the tension to its breaking point. The natural enemy skill activates. Explosive energy bursts in his pupils, a power designed solely to crush demons. The light of awakening signals a swift reversal between hunter and prey. Yet the tides of war are fickle. The succubus's power remains formidable, dragging the fight into a suffocating mire. A sense of crushing despair takes hold as the situation turns dire once more. Elsewhere, chaos escalates in the physical world. Angry protesters and frenzied media crews charge toward the heart of the Jane Guild's camp, cameras at the ready. Live stream metrics skyrocket as rumors and massive donations collide online. The world watches with bated breath, fueling an uncontrollable frenzy of digital hysteria. Inside the camp, eerie laughter echoes in the gloom. While one person trembles in terror, another revels in the shadows, savoring the success of a hidden trap. This is a media war without bullets. Using YouTube's influence, the narrative is violently shifted, leaving the original manipulators trapped in the court of public opinion. Shock, mockery, and chaos erupt in the chat. At the eye of the storm, Lee Hoyol stares at the spiraling situation, his face pale with profound disbelief. In a confined space, heavy breathing fills the silence. The forced intimacy creates an agonizingly awkward tension. Hoyol's rigid face masks a frantic internal panic. Baek Yizil smiles slyly, her finger tracing his chest in a bid for emotional dominance. Hoyol freezes, veins tightening in his neck as the suffocating closeness overwhelms him. The air crackles with impending conflict. Instead of backing down, Baek Yizil wears a chillingly calm smile, backed by looming figures as the confrontation reaches its peak. Finally, Hoyol reclaims his emperor persona. With a single, freezing rejection, he shatters her seduction. Amidst the crowd's mockery, he remains the untouchable Grand Fell. The screen flashes with frantic traffic. She is the jewel of Mythology Corporation, a top idol with millions of followers, setting social media ablaze. Everything she touches sells out instantly. Behind her sunglasses, her purple eyes glint with a cold ambition that dominates the consumer world. Yet the perfect idol myth shatters before that man. Lee Hoyol's icy gaze has become her insurmountable nightmare. Online abuse surges like a tide. Faced with the failure of her seduction, Baek Yizil's heart twists in painful struggle within the darkness. Unforgivable, rage shreds her sanity as screens of curses turn into murderous intent, determined to tear Lee Hoyol apart in a psychic storm. In the darkness, two souls clash. As blood stains her eyes red, the shattered reality heralds an eruption of irreversible violence. Shut up. The demon's whisper echoes, mocking her weakness. Ownership of her body is being forcibly stripped away by that evil power. Icy hands tighten around a throat. Former pleas for help have become today's chains, made more suffocating by mocking irony. Under a blood moon, vines entwine a battlefield of despair. Transformed into a demon, she looks down, offering a cruel choice of life or death. Didn't you say you'd give anything for revenge? The demon's seductive yet cold voice lures her step by step into the abyss. I never wanted this. On the brink of collapse, she cries out in despair, but the distorted power cannot be taken back. To the screech of shattering glass, sanity collapses. A manic red glow flares in her eyes, her hands already stained with indelible blood. Even your father called you a mistake. This malicious curse becomes the final straw, utterly destroying her spirit. You should learn to be grateful. With a cold declaration, a devastating blow falls, masking violence as a form of controlling charity. My body is moving on its own. In the eerie purple light, she realizes with horror she's a mere spectator to her own descent into madness. The dull thud of a blade entering flesh joins the screams. Before everyone's eyes, Beck Yiziel frantically self-mutilates, blood spraying everywhere. It is a horrifying self-destruction. A chilling laugh haunts her pale face, her red pupils stripped of any remaining humanity. The luxury residence becomes a bloody slaughterhouse. Amidst debris and gore, a cold voice declares absolute dominance over her body. I did that. Smiling pathologically at her reflection in the broken mirror, the old soul dies in a baptism of blood as a monster arrives. Trembling hands hold the cruel truth. Her fame is so fragile. In endless pain, she finally realizes the absurd source of her power. Amidst the wreckage, Beck Yiziel lies in a pool of blood. The demon's mockery slithers into her mind, more agonizing than the blood loss itself. Shadows of death close in rapidly, the violent impact shattering her consciousness. Through blood-blurred vision, her survival instinct screams one last time. I'm not dying yet. Unyielding will erupt from the brink. Simultaneously, Hoyle's sharp gaze pierces the darkness, signaling a sudden turn of events. A clash between light and shadow. On one side, a desperate struggle in bloodshot eyes. On the other, the silver-haired hunter's ice-cold judgment. He saw me, not you. In this brutal game of souls and identity, clenched fists speak of the inner struggle and resentment. In shattered memories, the white-haired man's eyes overflow with longing. He reaches into the void, trying to summon a soul lost in time. Lee Hoyle, a heart-wrenching scream, carries deep-seated hatred. Even as the flame of life flickers out, vengeful fire burns in her eyes. Fingernails dig into the ground as her body starves for power. Despair breeds a twisted thought. Anything just to stay alive. Suddenly, Hoyle looks up in shock. The dying prey has erupted with a terrifying will. The air is thick with uncertainty and danger. Hang on. Don't close your eyes. Looking at the shattered life in his arms, Hoyle's anxiety and rage explode within his chest. To the hospital, he lunges into the night with absolute resolve. A blur of motion against the shadows, racing to save a fading breath. The resort's peace is shattered. Under moonlight, Granfell's hand trembles, a resonance from deep within the soul as unease begins to spread. Warning: the natural enemy skill forcibly activates. The gravity of the crisis brings a heavy gloom, even to his arrogant persona. Despite his inner shock, he maintains imperial composure. As the door clicks open, a provocative smile forms. Come in, demon. Under silver-gray hair, cold blue eyes seem to pierce through souls. This guest is unexpected, yet sparks a playful sense of control. The liquid in the glass ripples, a signal the game has begun. The silhouetted figure exudes chilling pressure, having already seen through the uninvited. His profile sharpens against the white light. That bone-deep arrogance allows him to utter the most dangerous words with absolute grace. The air freezes with extreme tension. Under that divine scrutiny, the man behind is drenched in cold sweat. As footsteps approach, the final card is revealed. Just as Hoyle sighs in relief, a chilling laugh pierces the night. His eyes widen in pure shock as the atmosphere shifts from calm to a suffocating dread. A fist clenches tight, knuckles white with suppressed rage. The air thickens with a heavy, pulsating tension, signaling a storm about to break. Shadows flicker as she crashes through the window. Deep within, Granfell's pride flares up. Crashing in at midnight? Such a blatant lack of manners is utterly intolerable. Purple energy ripples as she offers a mocking apology, her presence suffocating. A cold realization hits Hoyle. Beck Yiziel's soul is nowhere to be felt. I can't see Beck Yiziel. His voice is heavy with dread. Brows furrowed, he stares into the void, fearing the absolute worst has come to pass. Are you talking about the dead girl? The demon's crimson eyes gleam with cruelty. Her words strike like a lightning bolt, freezing everyone in a state of paralyzing shock. A horrific vision erupts, blood staining the floor and a cold blade ending hope. The demon laughs at the tragedy, treating a fragile life like a cruel, meaningless joke. Beck Yiziel is dead? No way. Sweat pours down his pale face. He staggers, his spirit crushed by a reality too brutal to comprehend. The click of high heels echoes hauntingly. She leans in with a twisted smile, whispering a lethal accusation. She died because of you. A massive shadow looms, dragging him into the abyss. The demon isn't just breaking his will. She's mocking the only light he had, crushing it into dust. Glaring headlines rip open old wounds. Amidst the media frenzy, a CEO's scandal entangles a young girl's childhood in a web of irony and cold cruelty. Malice festers online. Even a winter coat becomes a weapon. Those cold, digital words act like knives, shredding the peace an 8-year-old deserved. No sunlight reaches this corner of the playground, only isolated silence. Under the weight of sneers and cold stares, her small figure stands alone, forsaken by the world. Her mother gone to depression, her father masking cruelty with feigned mercy. His hollow promise of a home sounds repulsive against the demon's deafening, mocking laughter. Awakening was no salvation. It was the start of exploitation. In the muddy trenches, she fought like a tool, desperate for just one look of approval from that man. All the scars and blood were for one single, humble desire, to be loved by her father, if only for a fleeting moment. This acknowledgement is nothing but objectification. Amidst the sea of vile comments and pointing fingers, her hope for acceptance curdles into a scorching thirst for revenge. She even said she'd pay you back. The demon erupts in laughter again. Such arrogance, treating pure gratitude as mere stupidity, is a direct desecration of the soul. Shut it. The roar erupts like thunder, a wave of absolute authority crashing down to silence the demon's jagged laughter instantly. You dare talk to me? Mia demon. Lee Hoyle stares down with icy contempt as the system ruthlessly exposes his opponent's fragile mentality. Unshakable fear surges like a tide, shattering the opponent's will. Trapped in a system-forced state of terror, he trembles in utter despair. I do not converse with prey. The mysterious entity declares from above, pink cross pupils gleaming with absolute arrogance, treating the enemy as a corpse. A blinding beam of light pierces down like a sword. Lee Hoyle grits his teeth, sweat beading as he struggles against the surge of supernatural power. Where am I? Was the ritual activated? He looks around in shock. Order has crumbled, leaving only ruins and unconscious allies in its wake. Fragments of memory snap into place. He grips the book, pupils shrinking in shock. That shadow-shrouded child is none other than Granfell. Is this Granfell's mind realm? He clutches his chest as violent mental tremors and physical pain collide in a desperate struggle for reality. His heart feels seized by an invisible hand. Agony erupts in the darkness, a crushing pressure from the soul, pushing his consciousness to the brink. In the violet gloom of the hall, Granfell lies in his own blood while a mysterious woman looks down coldly, presiding over an irreversible end. A crimson magic circle detonates, chaos hurling everything aside. A voice echoes from the abyss. Is this truly just Granfell's past story? Cold blue light hits his terrified face, pupils trembling. He finally realizes that everything he's experiencing is a buried, blood-stained memory. As consciousness synchronizes, a timeless rage burns through him. The humiliation and pain Granfell once endured now violently shake his very soul. I swear to kill demons for the rest of my life. Rage hardens into lethal intent, red light erupting from his eyes as a vow of vengeance. How dare a demon insult human pride? He roars, the very air warping with fury, a defender's aura powerful enough to crush all contempt. How dare you laugh at those who risk their lives? Power erupts into blinding light. To protect that noble spirit, he brings judgment upon the demon. Fractures of energy scar the earth. His moans of pain are drowned by the roar of destruction as his world crumbles alongside his broken spirit. My heavy sins. I will pay with death. Backed by a sky of cross-shaped blades, the silver-haired man stands as a tragic judge, vowing atonement. The roar erupts instantly. A torrent of pink-violet energy sweeps through, its violent impact threatening to erase this false memory space forever. The smoke clears. He stands guard over the wounded, eyes weary but sharp as a blade. The battle's afterglow still flickers, marking the end of this war of wills. As the dust settles, Granfell gazes down at the trembling Beck Yiziel with rare intensity. Amazing, he whispers, his voice carrying a weight of profound respect for her unshakable pride. Facing her tear-streaked agony, Granfell activates his cold persona. He touches his lips, delivering a sharp yet merciful dismissal. It's late. Go to your own home and cry. His coldness fails to push her away. Instead, she collapses, clinging to him in a desperate burst of emotion. Under the moonlight, the proud hunter looks down, caught between stoicism and silent empathy. Peace is short-lived as the scene shatters into a storm-drenched battlefield. Under a full moon, an armored warrior roars for Sir Hoyle, charging through the rain as a new crisis erupts. We sense the demon. The frantic intrusion snaps the silence. Granfell stares at the unconscious girl, his mind flashing to images of gathering armies in the pouring rain. Danger is closing in. Tension takes a comedic turn as a frantic misunderstanding leaves everyone blushing. Facing awkward accusations of romance, the usually composed Granfell can only watch in stunned silence as they flee. A sharp click of the tongue, and he's gone. Clad in brilliance, the knight lunges into the night with blinding speed, leaving his panicked comrades behind in a whirlwind of dust and urgency. The heavy door clicks shut, the sound echoing through the stillness. On the sofa, a masked figure waits in eerie silence, a shadow in the corner watching as a new presence enters the room. Wiping sweat from his brow, exhaustion threatens to pull him under. But the system's chime shatters the calm. A class quest notification flickers, dragging him back into the fray. What is this? His eyes sharpen with suspicion. Outside, a pillar of light pierces the night sky, striking the AAU headquarters. A cold dread begins to settle in his gut. A scream of pure shock erupts in the office. The screen blazes with the news. Northern City, Frost is coming. It's a bombshell that sends shockwaves through the entire gaming world. Finally, the Metropolis. His face flushes with excitement as he shouts for joy. This isn't just an update. It's a breath of fresh air and a beacon of hope for all humanity. The chat explodes as the livestream viewership rockets past 300,000. Wigang screams in hysteria, fueling a global frenzy. The entire world is losing its mind over the Frost update. Forums collapse under the weight of a million voices. Between nostalgic longings and cries for vengeance, the word Frost becomes a symbol of humanity's long-awaited comeback. But beneath the hype, true terror dawns. Hoyle stares at the blood-red text, Demon King Raid. As the last demon hunter, the weight of the world's survival now rests solely on his shoulders. The Demon King is in Frost? The realization hits like a physical blow. The quest leads north, where a city of hope hides a heart of absolute darkness. The real battle begins now. The Demon King's grasp tightens. Standing amidst a swirl of violet energy, the young man trembles under the crushing weight of his destiny. There is no turning back. The final hunt has started. A Demon King in Frost. The realization hits Lee Hoyle like a physical blow. While his inner salaryman panics, his Granfell persona remains chillingly calm, sensing a fated confrontation looming in the cold north. Memories of the Arcana era resurface, filled with the dread of training. Under a lightning-scarred sky, a mentor warns that Demon Kings are not just strong. They're a ranked, lethal hierarchy that few hunters survive. Memorize them, Granfell. A brutal test of knowledge begins. Under the flicker of a countdown, thick scrolls of demon names become a burden of survival. Every ticking second amplifies the suffocating pressure of the task. Relaxing with coffee, Hoyle smiles bitterly at the memory of his past struggles. But the peace is short-lived. A sudden notification from Granfell pierces the silence, turning nostalgic reflection into immediate, sharp suspense. As night falls, Hoyle tosses and turns. The agony of potential debt battles with a growing, restless unease. Two conflicting emotions clash in the dim room, signaling the turbulent unrest before an impending storm. I can't sleep. Sleep deprivation finally breaks his resolve, leading to a frustrated outburst in the dark. The twin tortures of unknown fear and real-world pressure erupt in a moment of pure, raw exhaustion. Once the eccentric dragon departs, Hoyle takes a breath and peels back the mysterious green cloth. Irritation fades into sharp anticipation as he assumes the role of a discerning critic, ready to inspect his high-priced custom gear. Holy shit, the stats of the pure emerald ring leave him speechless. The shimmering text doesn't just promise a power surge. It represents the pinnacle of magical craftsmanship, sparking a rush of pure, golden exhilaration. But exhilaration quickly turns to financial despair. Realizing this masterpiece likely cost billions, his hands begin to shake. He oscillates wildly between feeling powerful and feeling broke, the cold sweat on his brow betraying his internal panic. Then, the masterpiece handkerchief reveals itself, bathing the room in a blinding blue light. With its transcendent effects and the sudden unlocking of an aesthetic stat, the sheer wonder of the moment leaves him breathless. Did I just see the word? Masterpiece. Overwhelmed, Hoyle collapses, gasping for air in a state of sheer disbelief. It feels less like an unboxing and more like a spiritual assault, leaving him dazed and mentally frazzled. The billion-1 price tags on screen hit like a sledgehammer. Yet, the Granfell persona seizes control, eyes sharp, resolve absolute. I don't care about the price. I want the best. Pride masks the internal collapse. I'm finished. As the official bill arrives, Hoyle's sanity evaporates. Yet, amidst the terror of bankruptcy, the system chirps, aesthetic stat unlocked. The absurdity of gaining a minor perk during a financial catastrophe is almost comedic. Granfell adjusts the handkerchief with a refined chuckle, leaving Hoyle to sigh in inward resignation. Well, if he likes it, what choice do I have? The tension between high style and hard reality settles into a wry, bitter smile. Clinging to a final shred of hope, he pours all his attribute points into luck. Each click feels like a high-stakes gamble. As his luck stat hits 5, he exhales, waiting to see if fate will finally deal him a winning hand. Please, give me some luck. As he prays, a gifted vest appears, stylish, but not exactly the kind of luck he was hoping for. Suddenly, a harsh system alert blares, triggering a sinking feeling in his gut. The Demon King raid is postponed. Hoyle stares in shock. The anticipated clash is blocked by a mandatory prerequisite. A mix of frustration and confusion washes over him as the system derails his plans yet again. Under the tranquil Japanese night sky, the Inazuma Guild HQ glows with light. Behind this calm facade, a storm of power and reputation is brewing. Losing to Jayan in the rankings? Kazuma is consumed by rage and shame, vowing to reclaim their honor within the frozen city of Frost. In the oppressive corridor, the defeated are marched away. A chilling command echoes. Fail again and prepare to commit harakiri. Intelligence strikes like thunder. Frost has appeared near Hokkaido. This top-secret revelation plunges the guild into a suffocating sense of urgency. As doubts arise over the blockade, conflict erupts. Shattered glass reflects the leadership's arrogance, ready to defy all international protocols for gain. That is a city for barbarians. Kazuma's gaze is cold. He cannot tolerate another defeat to Nam Taemin, no matter the cost. All members assemble in Hokkaido. With a single command, the guild machine roars to life. Grim determination is etched on every face. Sharp blades hide behind mocking laughter. Faced with pressure and shifted blame, the analyst can only offer a strained, bitter smile. On the docks, frantic footsteps and rapid typing blur together. The news spreads like a fever. Everyone is racing to grab the first chance. The news explodes globally, sending the internet into a frenzy. Guilds mobilize instantly. Shining is ready, their sights set on Hokkaido. Pre-departure prep is total chaos. Someone's packing swimsuits? Amidst the bickering, the team rushes toward the frozen north. Player fervor is ignited. The screens reflect more than just news of Frost. They mirror the greed and hope of thousands seeking to change their fate. Memory paints Frost as grand and mysterious, a symbol of humanity's return. Yet, behind this sacred snow's cape, an unknown terror wakes. Reality is cold barbed wire and armed soldiers. The purple portal looms, but a rigid blockade keeps the players from their prize. You need a passport? Nam Taemin's roar echoes through the snow. Player privilege meets reality's rules, appearing utterly absurd. Cold muzzles and firm refusals drop the mood to freezing. The clash of identities takes form, reality and game grinding against each other. The blockade isn't just for one person. It's a total isolation. Staring at the impassable line, despair creeps through the blizzard. If the gates are shut, carve a path through. Braving the howling gale, players sprint through knee-deep snow toward one goal: frost. Finally here, heavy breaths mist in the sub-zero air. The dark-haired player's eyes sharpen. He knows the real trial starts now. Heavy boots shatter the ice as three powerful foes close in. The tension is suffocating. A fateful encounter is about to ignite. Under a ghostly purple sky, the ruins echo with the roar of battle. A warrior collapses, sweat drenching his brow in sheer agony. He looks around this living nightmare in disbelief. Is this truly the land of frost? The tide turns brutally as the blood-red sky mocks their helplessness. A golden-haired warrior coughs up blood, his body failing as agony fills his eyes. His companion screams in terror, watching helplessly as death's shadow looms. Move! The desperate warning is cut short as a massive blade impales the warrior's chest. Amidst the spray of blood, a colossal skeletal demon emerges, radiating a suffocating pressure. At this moment, pure despair spreads among the survivors. Screams tear through the air as the impaled warrior struggles, his pleas for help dissolving into a broken, hollow laugh. The demon stares with crimson eyes and cold fangs, a nightmare that shatters the soul. It is a one-sided slaughter. In this terminal wasteland stained purple and black, massive demonic claws descend like a shroud. A lone warrior stands against the nameless horror, his back reflecting a grim resolve. Death was never the problem. The true crisis has only just begun.